Chapter 312. Long. A figure was miserably toyed with by someone in the palm of his hand. The ugly girl's aura was really strong. If not for the blood demon reversal technique being able to recover the god body, the outcome would have been catastrophic. In Fushin Ocean, the ugly girl couldn't be killed and brought him some problems. But these problems weren't much and just used up a bit of energy. At that moment, the ugly girl's neck was grabbed by Lin Fan. Her legs left the ground and she hung in the air. I was trying to be nice to you but you didn't listen. Why did you want me to turn on you? Are you asking for a beating? Lin Fan asked. To the ugly girl, she really didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Even if you can revive again and again, it doesn't matter. I will continue to waste time with you. Each time you live, I will kill you. Gotcha. Lin Fan twisted her neck and casually tossed her to the side. Now was a really lonely time. If the ugly girl wasn't so ugly and was a beautiful girl, how good would that be? Even if he killed, he would feel good. How would it be like now? Each time he had to see this ugly girl. Moreover, it was an ugly girl who was greedy for her body. It really annoyed him. The surrounding green mist was like nutrients for the ugly girl, supporting her to not die. If that was the case, then there would definitely be a time when she would run out. So as long as he continued to kill, he would eventually grind her to death. Kachi. The ugly girl revived once more. Killed, she revived once more. Kiln Lin Fan didn't care. He didn't mind killing to the end. His stamina and true essence were limitless. Even if the world collapsed, he would be able to persist. I will kill you. I want you to die. You, Peng? Peng? At the start, he gave her space to speak, but towards the end, he didn't want to. The moment she revived, he would hammer her. Giving her too much time was just a waste of his time. There was no need at all. Lin Fan maintained his bug transformation state and it felt good. He didn't feel like his body couldn't take it and everything was normal. With the current situation, he would need a lot of time to hammer her to death. But it didn't matter. What he lacked the least was time. On a small path. Your injuries have healed and you can leave. There is no need to keep following me. Was Temple's Yu Yunmeng looked at the guy behind her and wanted him to leave. With a man by her side, if she was seen by others, it would definitely cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, his injuries had all healed. There was no need for him to stay here. Evil God Jinming's dressing didn't look like a good person. There were black and red patterns on his face, that was the symbol of a bad person. He also wore skull earrings. As long as one wasn't blind, no one would say that he was a good person. Does it have anything to do with you that I am on this path? Evil God Jinming asked. Along the way, the thought of killing this native in front of him had appeared in his mind 4 times. However, he hadn't carried it out yet. It wasn't because the other party was a woman. A small part of it was because the other party had saved him. More importantly, he wanted to see what would happen if he got to know this woman and told her his true identity. Then he would slaughter the natives of the rich land in front of her. Just thinking about it made him really curious. Yu Yunming said, I am a disciple of Wiz Temple and my master is Nun Miaojin. If others see you following behind me, they will misunderstand. Your injuries have healed, so there is no point in you following me. Evil God Jinming didn't say anything and just smiled. That smile made Yu Yunming feel a little helpless. Why did he have to follow her? Was it because he wanted to be with her? That was impossible. She was a disciple of Wiz Temple. Although she hadn't officially joined, after this journey she would be able to leave the mortal world. Forget it. She felt that he was filled with killing intent. Since that was the case, she hoped that when this journey ended, she would be able to lessen his killing intent. So be it. As long as she had a clear conscience, she wasn't afraid of people gossiping about her. Maigu City. Monster Emperor was a calculative person. He hated Maigu City's Mao Shintai and Xuedu. No one can go back on their word once they've promised me something. Monster Emperor wanted to head to Maigu City to teach them a lesson. Even if they didn't want to, they had to pay a price. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? The next day, Maigu City was in chaos. Many Alliance members died in the room and they looked really tragic. None of the corpses were complete, like they were eaten by something. White bones were everywhere and the room was covered in blood. Some of the Alliance members who were checking the situation couldn't take the disgusting scenes. They laid at the corner and vomited. Even their bile was spat out. They were all normal members who studied technology. As for the situation in Rich Land, they had only heard about it from classes in college. To truly learn about Rich Land, one could only come into contact with it after entering the college. Of course, during middle school they only came into contact with the surface. An 8-star general with a crescent moon beard frowned. He didn't need to investigate and he knew who did it. Monster Emperor didn't die. He came back to take revenge. What a problematic fellow. Especially at such a time. If Monster Emperor joined in, it would be a problem for Jianghu City. 2 9-star generals and dozens of 8-star generals worked together and were unable to kill Monster Emperor. They were only badly injured and that was enough to show how strong he was. Based on the Alliance headquarters evaluation, Monster Emperor's survivability was even more terrifying than his strength. Within the meeting room, it is confirmed that Monster Emperor did it. He is back. General, what should we do now? Monster Emperor is a little problematic. Unless we lay out a huge net to take him down, if this goes on, we won't be able to defend. They hated disgusting people like Monster Emperor. In their eyes, Monster Emperor was vicious and someone who was temperamental. A second ago they were working together, but a second later, because of something, he would turn on them and cause huge damage to the Alliance. General Shuedu said, "Let's put him off for now. Give him what he promised and let him rest for a while." General, if we take a step back like this, won't Monster Emperor take a mile? At the same time, we will lose the Alliance's prestige. A general asked. He didn't want to take a step back towards someone like Monster Emperor. He felt disgusted. General Shuedu looked at him. If you feel that we will lose the Alliance's prestige, then why don't you bring people to kill Monster Emperor? Our target isn't Monster Emperor, so we have to understand this matter. Yes. The general lowered his head and asked him to fight Monster Emperor. Forget it, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Everyone knew how terrifying Monster Emperor was and only the general could fight him. As for them, they didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. Mao Shintai said, "Shuedu, I need you to do this. Talk to Monster Emperor. If he wants to work together, we can let bygones be bygones. But I hope that nothing similar will happen." Do we need to threaten him? Shuedu asked. No, Monster Emperor is sensitive to threats. There is no need for us to cause unnecessary problems. Mao Shintai understood Monster Emperor and knew what kind of person he was. He continued, "Recently, there was news that a sword path expert came to Fengyue City and brought a lot of problems to the Alliance. It is indeed not small. It seems like it is the sword head of Sword Palace. Also, an old monk came to Tianshui City. He is really strong and the people there can't block him. The Alliance is gathering experts to support them. Now we have one at Jianghu City and occupied a piece of land." General Shuedu said. "Don't worry, I have already investigated. There are many sects in the rich land, but they don't seem to want to stop us. I think we can send people to contact them and work together for a win-win situation. We can give them whatever they want as long as they can help." Mao Shintai had some ideas. He paid attention to the experts in rich land, but he didn't have high hopes for the management of this place. They were just scattered sand. If they could be like the Alliance and gather experts to support them, then it would be impossible for them to break through the defense. But because of that, only then would they have a chance. Shuedu said, "Someone is already on the move. The younger brother of the Emperor of the Rich Lands has already allied with us. We've taken down 3 fortresses and given them to him as a token of our sincerity. As long as they cooperate with us, everything will be easy." Did they really think that the Alliance was willing to give the strongholds to others? That was something they had no choice about. Although they had taken down Jianghu City and allowed the Alliance soldiers to enter rich land, if they stepped in, they would face even more terrifying attacks than at the border. This was why only by working with people from rich land would they be able to obtain more benefits without causing any problems. This is a long war. The Alliance can't lose, we have to win. Mao Shintai looked at everyone and his tone became firm. The Alliance didn't have enough resources to continue developing. Thus, this was what they really needed. A few days later, Fushin Ocean. Lin Fan was still in bug form. The area around him was covered in holes and he had suffered huge damage. One couldn't take it anymore. What a long and drawn-out war. Each person had a limited amount of rage points. Naturally, it wasn't worth it to waste so much time on that ugly girl. But he had no choice. If he didn't hammer her to death, he would feel really uneasy. No matter how many times she could revive, he would hammer her until she couldn't. Revive, let's continue. Lin Fan waited for her to revive, but suddenly, he realized that the green mist above his head had disappeared. Could it be that this is the most direct way of dispelling resentment in the legends? I have to beat her until all her grievances disappear? At that moment, Lin Fan was in deep thought. Chapter 313. Lin Fan deactivated the bug transformation state. There were no repercussions at all. The bugs retreated like the tide. At the same time, black mist seeped out from each of his pores. When he transformed, his blood and cells contained bugs. Now they turned into mist and dissipated. It was a perfect feeling. The increase in strength after transforming was just too overbearing. Especially the bugs in Fushin Ocean, they were even more terrifying. They were much stronger than those on the streets. At that moment, the ugly girl's corpse started to change. A white light rose up from her body. He didn't understand what was going on. The ugly girl's change was a little huge. Was this the legendary light that would only appear when one's grievances were all gone? The white light became thicker and thicker, slowly becoming a little eye-piercing. But very quickly, the light dissipated and a person slowly floated out from her body. This illusionary body wasn't the ugly girl but a guy. He was really handsome but he wasn't bragging. This guy was just a little weaker than him. He felt proud in his heart. He was just so confident. "Thank you for saving me," the handsome guy said. His voice was really nice and when normal girls heard it they would probably. Lin Fan was shocked. "Are you the Fuma that was forcefully molded by the ugly girl? Why are you in her stomach? You are the Fuma, so logically speaking you have many experts by your side. Logically speaking there's no lack of experts around you. Could it be that you've fallen in love with this ugly woman so you've returned?" The handsome Fuma really wanted to thank him but his words made him speechless. He was a little stunned and didn't know what to say. The Fuma opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But before he finished, Lin Fan interrupted him. Lin Fan wanted to pat the Fuma's shoulder but when his palm landed, it went right through. Forget it, since he couldn't pat it then he wouldn't. "There is no need to say anything, I understand your pain. Men, especially handsome men like us, need to learn to protect ourselves when we are outside, otherwise we will face problems. It's just a pity that you've already met with misfortune. Actually, if you think about it carefully, replacing the ugly woman's face with the person you like isn't much different, don't you think?" He was consoling the Fuma and telling him not to worry too much. The Fuma, who had turned into an illusion, looked at Lin Fan begrudgingly. Originally, he had a lot of things he wanted to say but for some reason he didn't know what to say. He was speechless and couldn't say a single word. "Easy for you to say. Come on." He had been tied to the bed by such an ugly woman and had not rested from day to night. His body was empty. Replace? Replace my ass. Why don't you take a look at the other party's figure?" Lin Fan noticed that the prince consort's expression was a little dazed, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have any other wishes?" The prince consort reacted and shook his head. "No, thank you for saving me. This is the treasure she found. You can take a look, I should go." As for the emperor's son-in-law, he didn't want to say anything. At first he wanted to tell the other party his story. But looking at the situation there was really no need to say anything. If he were to say it out loud, perhaps he would be ruthlessly mocked by the other party. "Where to?" Lin Fan asked. The emperor's son-in-law raised his head and looked at the slowly opening ocean eye. "There is a mysterious power leading me. I should be going to reincarnate. Goodbye, thank you for freeing me." Slowly, the emperor's son-in-law floated into the air, turning into a white light that entered the sky and then disappeared. Reincarnation. Lin Fan raised his head until he couldn't see any traces of him. He was really doubtful about the reincarnation that the emperor's son-in-law mentioned. Forget it. Who cared whether or not he had it? Once he became stronger he would know whether or not it existed. After this battle he had a huge breakthrough in his battle philosophy. There was no need to doubt the strength of the god body. There was no need to doubt the strength of true essence. No matter what other people thought, that was what he thought. At this moment, he looked towards the item that the emperor was talking about, which was the treasure that the ugly girl obtained. A diamond-shaped crystal floated there. He picked it up and looked at it closely. There seemed to be meteors within and many specks of starlight like the Milky Way. What is that? Lin Fan thought about it for a long while and didn't understand. The ugly girl was able to revive so many times and it should have something to do with this. Based on normal situations, dripping blood and branding are normal methods to identify treasures. He wasn't someone who would be stopped by treasures. He sliced open a wound and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood landed on the crystal and he waited. There was no reaction. Didn't I drip blood? Lin Fan was a little regretful. He didn't expect that dripping blood wouldn't work. It seemed like he had to try something else. He then tried to wrap the crystal with true essence to try to assimilate it but it was useless. She really is naughty. Lin Fan smiled. He had some thoughts about this crystal. Dripping blood and true essence didn't work, so he had to try something else. His spiritual will seeped into the crystal. He cultivated God body and opened the heaven gate. His spiritual will was already really strong. Even if he faced someone like the ugly girl, he wouldn't be afraid at all. It wasn't that he was brave, but that his will had reached a peak. Lin Fan frowned. It was still useless. When his spiritual will wrapped the crystal, he didn't feel any changes. It was like from start to finish he was just thinking too much. Damn. He grabbed the crystal in his hands. He was furious. He had tried all sorts of normal methods but it still didn't work. This doesn't make sense. I'm a person who has a small support system. Logically speaking, I should be the main character. What the hell is this? I finally killed a seemingly overpowered mini-boss and obtained a treasure, but now I can't use it. Lin Fan wanted to laugh but he couldn't. Wait. He thought about something that was easy to forget. Where did he find the treasure? Was there a need to say any nonsense? He definitely found it in the ugly girl's body. When he thought about that, he looked at the crystal in his hand like he was considering whether or not to do that. Do it. Lin Fan opened his mouth. He didn't care whether or not he would choke to death. He directly stuffed the crystal into his mouth. It stuck. Lin Fan stuck out his tongue and pinched his throat. The corner of the crystal was a little rough and it was stuck in his throat. It was really uncomfortable. Gulp. He finally swallowed the crystal. If there is no way, then there is really nothing I can do. He had already thought of all the methods he could think of. If there was still no reaction, then this matter would end here, and there would be no need to talk about treasures anymore. He swallowed it and let it digest on its own. Lin Fan didn't care so much. He looked around. He was really interested in these bugs. If he could bring them away, maybe there would be a different effect. But the possibility was too low. How could he bring these bugs away? Even if he placed them in the dimension, it was useless. What a waste. He felt a little regretful. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body shook. His eyes froze and he felt like his body wasn't right. My stomach hurts a little. He had such a feeling, but maybe because the pain came a little slowly, his actions were delayed. Lin Fan knelt on the ground and pressed his hands against the ground. His expression was calm, but at this moment, he was drenched in sweat. The current situation wasn't faked, but it was really painful. The pain from his stomach wasn't normal pain, but it hurt his will. Is this the correct way to activate the treasure? Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath and bore with the pain. Was there something wrong with his head? Why would he think about swallowing this thing? What would they do if something were to happen? He only realized it after, and it was totally useless. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like everything around had stopped and his brain buzzed. The crystal in his body gave off an eye-catching glow. Shortly after, the light constricted and exploded. It was like the sky was splitting open. God Core, what is that? Lin Fan's brain was impacted and many scenes that he had never seen before appeared. From the noisy voices and images, he knew that this diamond-shaped crystal was a God Core. A mysterious thing that didn't exist in this world. A long time passed. Who knew how long passed? Lin Fan panted and his body was drenched. His face was ashen white. Darkness God Domain. Lin Fan muttered. He wasn't someone who didn't know anything. This God Core was similar to the Chief God Core, but it was different from those who believed in gods. It was the core of a certain domain. But this God Core seemed to have been destroyed and was badly damaged. However, its basic functions were still there. There aren't many explanations. It seems like I have to slowly explore it myself. Lin Fan was helpless. The small support system wasn't strong enough and didn't analyze it. What was this thing? Did he have to slowly cultivate it? It was really a headache. Suddenly, the area around shook and cracks appeared on the ground like it was about to collapse. Lin Fan floated up with a solemn expression. The ocean eye slowly expanded. I can't stay here for long. I feel like this place is about to be destroyed. Is it because I have refined this God Core? He was just thinking about it. He didn't care so much and just flew towards the ocean eye. The ocean water surged towards the cracks. Not only was there a shocking change here, but the world outside was also changing. A ship was sailing on the ocean surface. Instantly, there was a loud explosion that caused everyone on the ship to panic. But when they looked into the distance, all of them were stunned. Fushin Ocean was gone. Right, they didn't see it wrongly. It disappeared. There was no ocean, only a bunch of empty mountains around. The people on the ship sat paralyzed on the deck and their faces were filled with terror. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan looked around and was really solemn. He felt like the situation here was 100% related to the God Core. But there was too little information. He didn't know what the God Core was for. The darkness god domain that appeared in his body was totally empty and only a thin gray energy floated about. Chapter 3:14. If I wasn't sure and didn't move, I would have thought that I was somewhere else. How terrifying. Lin Fan shook his head and felt a little regretful. No matter what, Fushin Ocean was a special place. The green light gave off a terrifying feeling of love. If there was a protector, he would capture Lin Fan as he was destroying a special place. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Lin Fan patted his butt and flew into the air. He noticed that there were ships stranded in the distance and there was more than one. Helping others was a virtue, but if he went over now, he would definitely be noticed. The situation here definitely had something to do with him, so it was best if he retreated earlier. Go home, head to Laoshan City. Old ancestor Wanshan gave him so many spiritual herbs so that he could bring some warmth and help to the experts at the border. As for those stranded merchant ships, there was nothing he could do. Actually, it was a good thing for them to be stranded. Moving goods out, not only could they train their bodies but they could also look at the scenery around. That was such an enjoyable thing. It was much better than being covered by the green mist in Fushin Ocean. Therefore he had done a good deed. Darkness god domain, it definitely isn't a domain. Lin Fan had thought about this god domain that was temporarily useless. Although he hadn't reached the domain realm, he understood that the so-called domain was just a special domain formed by one's will. However, it wasn't a physical body. If the person who created the domain was heavily injured or died, then the domain would dissipate. But this darkness god domain seemed to be a special and independent existence. It was similar to the god domain of the god chief god. To put it simply, it was the darkness chief god's god country. It shouldn't be something from this world. These were all Lin Fan's guesses, but he definitely wouldn't be wrong. He wasn't a native of this world but someone who had read many novels. That was definitely the case. There was no mistake. Fushin Ocean disappeared for no reason and naturally, it attracted the attention of some experts. They had noticed this magical ocean region long ago. In the eyes of the experts, naturally, there was a treasure in Fushin Ocean, otherwise there wouldn't be such a shocking phenomenon. But even if they were strong, they weren't able to find out what treasure was hidden in Fushin Ocean. A long while after Lin Fan left, several people appeared in the sky above Fushin Ocean. Where's the sea? Their first reaction was to ask where the sea had gone. If they remembered correctly, there should be a sea below them, and not these barren mountains that seemed to have been corroded. For some reason, their hearts creaked as if something had disappeared from their eyes. Could it be that the treasure he had been longing for had really disappeared? When they saw the stranded merchant ships, they immediately went to ask what had happened and why the sea had disappeared just like that. He felt as if he had missed something important. A few days later, Lin Fan didn't know about the situation at the border, but he found out from people passing by that King Wutong's army had already occupied 3 strongholds. Even though there was no large-scale war, things seemed to have gotten a little complicated for Lin Fan. External enemies are eyeing us covetously, and internal strife is happening. What an unpleasant situation. That was indeed the case. He wanted to hack all of these troublemakers to death. Instead of living a good life, they had to come looking for trouble. If this wasn't a hole in their brains, then what else could it be? In his words he said, "Let's not play these empty games and directly unite as one. First, we will destroy the external enemies and then slowly fight among ourselves. Isn't that better?" At that moment, Lin Fan noticed that in the distance, there was a streak of light heading forwards. He took a close look. It was a treasure that could carry people. It transported many people towards a certain destination. What are they going to do? Lin Fan was really curious and then followed right away. Although he didn't know what they were going to do, looking at the situation, it didn't seem like anything good. After a long while, on a mountain the ground was empty. There was a bunch of people waiting there. They were all dressed in the same uniform and their expressions were solemn. They looked into the sky like they were waiting for their target. At the same time, many people were discussing softly in the crowd. Giant Sword Sect will be here soon. No matter what, we have to let them know who the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine belongs to. Right, the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine can only belong to our Luiying sect. The reason for the conflict between the two sects was a small Heaven Crystal Stone Mine that was discovered at the border of the two sections. Even if it was small, its value was immeasurable. In order to fight for this stone mine, the two sects decided to have a duel to decide who the Heavenly Crystal Stone Mine belonged to. Very quickly, the people from Giant Sword Sect arrived. Not only were they dressed in the same uniform, but even the weapon on their backs was a giant sword. Lin Fan wasn't a busybody and thought that something huge had happened. But what he heard was that the two sects were in conflict because of a heaven crystal stone mine. He knew what heaven crystal stone was. Wasn't it a precious material that God Essence Realm experts needed to craft weapons? If they could use this motivation to fight the Alliance, then there wouldn't be such a situation. Lin Fan was filled with regret and was a little disappointed. But it was impossible to bring them back to the border. If they went through such a battle, they would be so terrified that they peed their pants. If there were a few more traitors, it wouldn't be impossible. Forget it, since that is the case, then I will let you live. But your actions to snatch the heaven crystal stone mine. Lin Fan didn't say it out loud. The two sides didn't offend him, but he needed rage points. So, he really had to apologize. Even if they hated him, it was okay. Both sides were in an intense battle. Giant Sword Sect people held giant swords, and in terms of strength, they were much stronger than Luoying Sect. Luoying Sect people were also quick and they were on the same level. But what Lin Fan cared about was that the experts from the two sects were at Void Realm and Five Element Realm. At that moment, floating in the air, Lin Fan's might shrouded both sides instantly. The experts from both sides were horrified. The sudden appearance of the pressure made their hearts palpitate. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to appear. As for the disciples who were fighting on the ground, they stood on the spot like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't move at all. Who? The two experts hollered in rage. They felt like things weren't right. Where did this expert suddenly come from, and even used his aura to suppress them? He came with ill intentions. All of you are fighting here. Don't you think about other people's feelings? Lin Fan soared into the sky and walked slowly. He then looked down at the group of people below him. Who are you? The one who spoke was an old man from Giant Sword Sect. He was a little fat and the giant sword in his hand was as tall as him. He was the deputy sect leader of Giant Sword Sect and was at Middle Five Element Realm. Giant Sword Sect wasn't a huge sect and could only be considered average. But even then, they had many disciples, and in this 1,000 miles around, they had a lot of prestige. I heard all of you talk about the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. I am really interested, so I came to tell all of you that I want it. Lin Fan said. He didn't want these things, but he had to make these people angry. The angrier they were, the better. He wanted to give them a shocking amount of rage points. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Perfect. That made them feel really comfortable. They only wanted to say in their hearts that he was bullshitting. He actually wanted to snatch the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine from their hands. Why didn't he just die? Who are you? I am the deputy sect leader of Giant Sword Sect. The fat old man held the giant sword. His palm shook like he wanted to kill Lin Fan with one sword. However, he seemed to have realized that doing so would give the Shadow Stream sect an advantage, so he asked. He announced his identity to let the other party understand that he was facing the deputy sect master of the Giant Sword Sect and that he had to think carefully before doing anything. Lin Fan said, all of you better be well behaved, otherwise you will regret it. However, I can tell you that I don't like to kill people. Damn. Giant Sword Sect deputy sect leader wanted to chop Lin Fan to death. Did he really not hear what he said? Or did he not care about him at all? You can go out and ask how domineering this old man's reputation is. Rage points plus 666. The fat old man was furious. A small flame rose up in his heart and his rage started to burn. But to Lin Fan it wasn't enough. This bit of rage points might have been okay in the past, but now it wasn't enough at all. What he needed were peak rage points. Lin Fan smiled. Looking at your battle, I thought of a phrase. It should be like chickens pecking at each other, and in the end they will become food for others. You should be like that. Look at the giant swords in your hands, they are just too stupid. To say such words against his conscience, his heart hurt. Giant Sword Sect's giant swords were just too overbearing. Such a huge sword would definitely look really majestic. When fighting against enemies, just its weight and size would be able to split them into two. At that moment, rage points surged towards him. The people from Giant Sword Sect were furious. This fellow was insulting their Giant Sword Sect. How despicable. Kid, let me spar with you. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. You insulted Giant Sword Sect, so I want to see how skilled you are. The fat old man was furious. He held the giant sword with both hands and stepped forwards. With a loud explosion, he turned into an afterimage. He raised the giant sword in his hands and slashed down from above. The sword was shockingly strong and the terrifying power tore through the space. Mixed energy broken jade hand. The color of his palm slowly changed. He raised a finger and with a clang, he blocked the giant sword that slashed through the air. With a buzz, a shockwave spread out. How is that possible? The fat old man was shocked. His eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could use one finger to block his giant sword. Not bad, but you are still very weak. Lin Fan smiled and pulled with his finger. A vast ocean-like power surged along the giant sword and passed to the old man's wrist. The old man's expression changed and the giant sword in his hand started to shake. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the power that spread from the giant sword caused it to shake. He released his hand in embarrassment and the giant sword fell to the ground. If he didn't, he would have been injured by the power. If it's a new book from a friend, please add it to your collection or recommend it. Just tip me. Chapter 315. The sword landed. The deputy sect leader, who treated the giant sword as his everything, actually released his hand and gave up on the sword in his hand. What? Lin Fan grabbed the giant sword and waved it a few times. The wind was really loud and it felt really good. He felt like he was developing in an indescribable direction. The giant sword sect deputy sect leader looked at Lin Fan in shock. He looked at his empty hand in disbelief. My sword fell and was taken by him. Rage exploded. The giant sword sect disciples were furious. Lin Fan was slapping their faces. Especially when he had a smile on his face. They felt like the smile was mocking them and that he didn't care about giant sword sect at all. Luiying sect deputy sect leader said, "You are really strong. I have no grievances with you, so I won't disturb your conflict with giant sword sect." He wanted to lead his disciples and leave. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Fan was able to block their giant sword so easily was enough to show that he was much stronger than them. To stay here with the giant sword sect people to fight him head-on? That wasn't a wise choice. Leaving was the best choice. It was best if the deputy sect leader died to their experts. If the Heaven Crystal Stone mine was snatched, then they could only accept it. But giant sword sect, who suffered heavy losses, would become their target. When that happened, giant sword sect wouldn't be able to do anything they wanted. Why are you leaving? Looking at you, I feel like you are despicable and despicable. Are you gloating? Could Lin Fan's words even be spoken by a human? He didn't do anything and didn't provoke him at all. To be rebuked like that made him feel really confused. Shwa. The Luiying sect people were furious. Lin Fan was provoking them and even using such despicable words to insult their deputy sect leader. As disciples, they felt like they lived and died with the sect. Now that their deputy sect leader was being slapped, wasn't that the same as slapping their faces? Rage points exploded out. Lin Fan was satisfied. However, scolding people for no reason wasn't very friendly and it wasn't good for his image. It was easy to create an image of someone who relied on his strength to be lawless and out of control. But he had no choice. Everything was for strength. Furthermore, there was nothing wrong with this. It would increase the other party's tolerance. In the future, when they encountered true humiliation, they would be able to endure it and not become irritable at the slightest disagreement. The Luiying sect's vice sect leader's expression was not right. He was obviously angry. Aren't you going a little too far? My flowing shadow sect has never become enemies with anyone. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully by humiliating me like this? The Luiying sect's vice sect leader wasn't fat. He was skinny and weak and his eyes gave off a strict feeling. Lin Fan smiled. Actually, the best way to prove that you're not easy to bully is to use your strength to charge at me, press me to the ground, step on my head, point at my face and tell me loudly, "Kid, don't be too presumptuous." When these words came out, the deputy sect leader of the Luiying sect was dumbfounded. He felt that these words seemed to be what was going to happen next. And he was the existence that was being stepped on. Calm down, I have to calm down. He was a little impulsive just now. To the Luiying sect deputy sect leader, that was indeed the case. He was just too rash. If they really fought, he didn't dare say that he could suppress him. Instead, there was a high chance that he would be suppressed. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Why aren't you speaking? Or do you really not have any courage at all? Lin Fan asked. Actually, he really didn't want to fight him. He just wanted to use words to infuriate them. Looking at the current situation, the effect was quite obvious. Luiying sect deputy sect leader was furious. He was so furious that his body was trembling. There were so many disciples behind him and he humiliated him just like that. Didn't he give him any face at all? Rage points plus 999 at that moment. The area was slightly silent. The two sects stared at Lin Fan in rage, but they didn't do anything. It was like they were all waiting for someone to attack first. "Return my sword." The fat old man raged. His sword had been snatched away, so the anger in his heart was burning brightly. Where did this fellow come from? If he wanted to snatch the Heaven Crystal Stone mine, then so be it. What was the meaning of this? Just because he was strong, he wanted to humiliate them so arrogantly? Too much, really too much. "I will return it to you later. Your giant sword is not bad, it feels good when I play with it." Lin Fan chuckled. That was indeed the case. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. If it was possible, he really wanted to carry this huge sword with him at all times. When he was fighting someone, he could take out the huge sword and slash at them. That would feel really good. "You," the fat old man gritted his teeth. His face flushed red and he really wanted to suppress Lin Fan to death. How despicable. He actually said that his giant sword felt good when he played with it. To get more rage points, it seemed like he had to continue working hard. This couldn't go on. What is going on? Are all of you really so weak? I am just one person and so many of you don't even dare to say a word. Disappointing, really disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head and said regretfully. His tone of disdain stabbed right into their hearts. The normal disciples were furious, but it was useless. They were just scum. Even the deputy sect leader didn't dare to say anything, so how would they dare to say anything? "Senior, don't you think that this is a little too much?" At that moment, a young man walked out. When the deputy sect leader saw that disciple, he was shocked. "Rongming, what are you doing?" "Retreat." Zhang Rongming was the top disciple of Giant Sword sect, the direct disciple of the sect leader. He was young and his cultivation was decent. Although he couldn't compare to the top disciples of the top sects, his talent wasn't weak. It was just that the sect's ability was limited. Looking at the other party, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. The feeling of being addressed as senior was rather satisfying. As expected, it depended on strength. Youth was just like the clouds. Looking at him, he was much older than him. But no matter what, age didn't matter at all. Cough cough, you junior do have some courage. Your deputy sect leader doesn't dare to say anything, but you dare to. What do you think? Lin Fan asked. He coughed and slightly relaxed the nervousness in his heart. This was the first time he acted like an elder. No, he didn't act like an elder. He really was an elder. These so-called young disciples were unable to sit on the same level as him. Unknowingly, they would always be slightly lower than him. Zhang Rongming was neither humble nor arrogant. At the same time, he was really curious about how old he was and how strong he was. The gap was just too terrifying. Senior, my sect and Luiying sect are fighting for the Heaven Crystal Stone mine. Senior is strong and can take it, but why do you have to humiliate my sect? I, Zhang Rongming, as a Giant Sword sect disciple, can't watch as my sect is humiliated and do nothing. Now I am declaring war against Senior. I don't want to win, I just want to let Senior know that my Giant Sword sect can't be humiliated. King. The moment he said this, Zhang Rongming pulled out the giant sword on his back and stabbed it into the ground. He then looked at Lin Fan with a firm gaze. A shocking aura spread out from his body. This aura might be strong to others, but compared to Lin Fan it was really small. It was so small that it was terrifying. Senior brother is amazing. That's right, senior brother is right. As Giant Sword sect disciples, how can we let someone humiliate our sect? Even if we can't win, we have to have the courage to draw our swords. The Giant Sword sect disciples raised their heads like they had received a huge encouragement. Rongming. The fat old man looked at Zhang Rongming and sighed. He was really happy that Giant Sword sect could have such a disciple. However, he didn't know where this person came from. If he attacked him viciously, then what would happen? No, he definitely couldn't let Rongming be rash. Senior, please teach me. Zhang Rongming hollered in rage. He stepped forwards and jumped up. He raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He squinted his eyes and suddenly opened them. A pressure exploded out. The space seemed to become sticky and many ripples spread out. Zhang Rongming felt this pressure and his expression changed. He landed on the ground and his legs sunk in. The giant sword in his hand felt like it was tens of thousands of kilograms and it trembled. However, he gritted his teeth and gripped the hilt of the giant sword tightly with both hands. Under this pressure, the veins on his arms gradually appeared. Zhang Rongming hollered in rage. His waist slowly bent and he couldn't take it anymore. Interesting. Lin Fan thought about it. This scene made him think about a scene. It was like one of those stories in novels. Instantly, a shocking thing happened. An even larger power exploded out from Zhang Rongming's body. He broke through? The fat old man wanted to charge up and stop Lin Fan, but he didn't expect that under this pressure, Rongming would actually break through and become a grandmaster. The old man was delighted. To become a grandmaster at 25, he didn't dare say that he was the top in the world, but he was definitely a genius. Even top sect disciples might not be able to become a grandmaster at 25. I sense a really strong power. Zhang Rongming's heart was like a flame. He felt the power in his body and he felt like he was invincible. I can do it, I definitely have the ability to fight him. When such an unrealistic thought appeared, Lin Fan taught him a lesson. The aura increased slightly. Zhang Rongming couldn't take it anymore and he was pressed to the ground. Perhaps this was the most tragic scene he had ever seen. Or rather, this shouldn't be the case at all. Not bad. Lin Fan praised. It was indeed not bad. He didn't expect for someone to break through under pressure to actually happen. It wasn't just a rumor and he had learned something new. Chapter 316. Unfortunately, even if he broke through, he was still a little weak. But this fellow was a little interesting. It was different from what he had expected. You. Giant Sword Sect Deputy Sect Leader stared at Lin Fan in rage. At the same time, he was worried about Rongming's situation. Rongming breaking through to Grandmaster Realm was a blessing for Giant Sword Sect. But if he was killed right after he broke through, then he would have no choice but to keep it in his heart. Zhang Rongming climbed up slowly and his eyes were filled with shock. When he broke through to Grandmaster, his heart swelled up and he felt like he was an invincible genius. But very quickly reality taught him a lesson. So what if he broke through? When he had to be suppressed, he would always be suppressed. Okay, let's not talk about you and me. Truthfully, I'm only 20. I'm really young. Don't get complacent just because you broke through. You have to know that there are people better than you and I am that person. Lin Fan said calmly. Lin Fan said calmly. A weird glow appeared in the eyes of everyone present, like they were saying that he really knew how to act cool. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Lin Fan. He didn't know what it meant to act cool and he was just speaking the truth. Also, I am not insulting you, but I really don't have a good impression of you. Let me ask you a question, do you know about the border war? Lin Fan asked. When the two deputy sect leaders heard this, their expressions changed. But for the other disciples, they were lost. What was he talking about? Border war? They had no idea what he was talking about. Your two sects are fighting for the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. If you have the energy, you should head to the border and defend against the Alliance. You shouldn't be fighting here. Looking at your expressions, it is obvious that you know about the Alliance, right? Lin Fan said. The situation at the border made him feel helpless. There were indeed experts defending, but they were too weak. Facing the Alliance's attacks, how long could they last? One city was broken through and all the experts were killed. If all the sects could work together to fight against the Alliance, then there wouldn't be so many problems. He had no more rage points. After this period of suppression, they were all crushed, so he didn't want to continue to piss them off. Okay, I will return it to you, bunch of weak chickens. Lin Fan tossed the giant sword down. It spun in the air and stabbed in front of the fat old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he already had the thought of leaving. The people of the two sects were a bit dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. In fact, they even thought that this person was sick. Was he leaving just like that? In that case, what exactly was going on? Was there something wrong with his brain? Please wait. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Zhang Rongming opened his mouth. He didn't have many complaints about being suppressed by Lin Fan. He just understood what those words meant. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Rongming. What was this fellow thinking? Was it because he had lost face and wanted to fight with his life on the line? Or was it because of the saying, life is full of ups and downs? This sentence was the most frightening. Rongming, what are you doing? The fat old man asked, wanting to stop Rongming. To him, this was Rongming's unwillingness in his heart. He wanted to challenge Lin Fan to the end, but he was too rash. Lin Fan was really strong and even he wasn't a match for him. Zhang Rongming didn't bother about the deputy sect leader and asked, Senior, what is the border defense and alliance that you are talking about? Lin Fan smiled, so you don't know. Okay, let me tell you, it isn't safe now. The border is being invaded by the alliance and they want to occupy our land. When I see all of you fighting for a Heaven Crystal Stone Mine, I find it amusing. If the alliance breaks through the defense line and enters, not to mention the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine, even your sect might not be able to keep it. Of course, if you join the alliance you might be able to live like a dog. If he hadn't personally witnessed what happened at the border, he wouldn't have had such thoughts. But seeing it with his own eyes brought about a great shock to his heart. Those seniors put down their glory and willingly stayed in a city and pretended to be normal people. Even he was tricked. Thinking back to when he was in U City to prove the source of rage points, he purposely scared a stall owner. Now that he thought about it, it was really terrifying. If they were furious they could kill him with one slap. Maybe at that time he was the only weak chicken in the entire city. Senior, who is the alliance? Are they external enemies? Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan said, you can say that they are from the outer region. All of you are enjoying life here while others are trying their best to defend. Okay, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with all of you. Right, who is willing to block the alliance with me? Although he explained it really clearly, many disciples were stunned. They didn't understand what he was talking about at all. The two deputy sect leaders were terrified. How could they block? This was a matter that would cost their lives. The mortality rate was terrifyingly high and they basically had a 90% chance of dying. Kiki, forget it, there is no point in asking. Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. He didn't understand why he was saying such nonsense to them. I will go. Zhang Rongming shouted. The fat old man was shocked. He walked forwards and pulled Rongming. His face was vicious. You are crazy. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at him with a weird expression. He didn't expect that he was the only one with balls. The others who were stronger than him all retracted their necks like they were afraid of dying. Zhang Rongming shook his head. Deputy sect leader, I am not crazy. Although I don't know what the alliance is, it is obvious that they aren't good people. It is hard for me to grow in the sect. If I can raise my strength and also defend against external enemies, I think that is the best choice. Some things have to be done. If you don't do it and I don't do it, then no one will. Papa. Lin Fan clapped. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to meet such a kid. You have ideas and courage, but you are too weak. Even if I bring you there, you won't be able to help. Zhang Rongming retorted, being weak isn't scary. As long as one has a courageous heart, I don't believe that there are no weaklings in the alliance. If I can't kill the strong, then I will kill those on the same level as me. Ah. Lin Fan smiled, not bad, you are right. There are some things that people don't do, so no one will do it. To me, it is a waste of your talent to stay in Giant Sword Sect. Such a cowardly sect actually has someone like you. I feel pity for you, they aren't worthy. That's right, that's right. You. The fat old man was furious. This fellow had underestimated their sect time and time again. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was strong? Actually, in Lin Fan's words, strong people could do whatever they wanted. But at that moment he looked at Zhang Rongming, don't be rash. We don't know who he is. If you follow him, what if something happens? Deputy sect leader, I wasn't rash. Although I don't know who he is, I know that if he wants to kill us, you won't be his match. Zhang Rongming said. The surrounding disciples all gathered over and hoped that senior brother wouldn't be rash. Wasn't it good to stay here? Why take the risk? Senior, please bring me along. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan and said. Then let's go. True essence spread out from Lin Fan's body and wrapped up Zhang Rongming. He then looked at everyone. Tisk, I am not as bold as a grandmaster. He didn't want to see how angry he was and just left right away. Zhang Rongming waved towards the deputy sect leader and the junior brothers. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Tell master not to worry about me and that I will take care of myself. Rongming. The deputy sect leader wanted to stop him, but he knew that he couldn't. Maybe this would be the last time they met. He wanted to follow, but he was afraid and didn't have the courage. He knew that at the border, God Essence Realm was like a dog and Void Realm was just normal combat strength. Grandmaster Realm people couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. In the air. Lin Fan thought about it and said, Oi, I am sorry. I didn't mean to belittle your sect, so don't take it to heart. Zhang Rongming shook his head. If what senior said is true, then I don't think that I am belittling us. After all, it is the truth. The sect is too conservative and doesn't want any losses, so they won't head to the border. However, can senior tell me what my strength is like at the border? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Rongming. This problem was a little complicated. He thought about it for a moment. He decided to tell him. Even if he was afraid, he wouldn't say anything and would just let him go. After all, he was a courageous man. It was just that he wasn't courageous enough. What do you think of my strength? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Rongming said, naturally, I don't need to talk about senior's strength. The deputy sect leader is not your match, so you are definitely an even stronger expert. Lin Fan shook his head. My strength can only be considered average at the border. You can think about it yourself. At that moment, Zhang Rongming's eyes opened wide like he had heard wrongly. He was already so strong, but he was only average. That was just unbelievable. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the senior's expression was so serious and didn't seem to be joking, he would have thought that it was fake. Lin Fan saw that Zhang Rongming was in deep thought and asked, "Are you afraid?" "No, I'm just a little nervous." Zhang Rongming didn't act cool and say that he wasn't afraid at all. He was even a little excited. To anyone, when they were about to head to a place where there were many experts, naturally they would be nervous. If you want to wait until you are stronger before heading to the border, that is possible. Lin Fan said. Zhang Rongming shook his head. "Senior, let's just head to the border. I can be on high alert, and only under high pressure will I be able to squeeze out all my potential." Lin Fan smiled. Felt really good. People who were many years older than him had to call him senior. That felt really good. Chapter 317. Zhang Rongming's departure made Giant Sword Sect lose the mood to fight for the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. They had to head back to inform the sect leader about what happened here. Luiying's sect deputy sect leader was thinking about something. As higher-ups, they knew about the border matter. After all, it caused a huge commotion. Jianghu City was wiped out and numerous experts fell. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Based on what he knew, many of the experts in Jianghu City were top sect elders or top disciples. Decades ago, they didn't care about the sect's obstruction and headed to the border to defend against the alliance. They were chased out of their sects and became traitors. In their words, those top sects were so strong, so why didn't they support them? Why did they send mid-tier sects to die? That didn't make sense. "Senior, can I ask, how do you cultivate?" Zhang Rongming hesitated and felt that it wasn't good to be too direct. However, he really wanted to know. In his heart, he didn't believe it. How could someone so young reach such a realm? That didn't make sense. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and smiled. "Nothing much. I am just a little more talented and hardworking." Even he didn't believe what he said. But he had no choice. He couldn't say that he had a small support system and that cultivation was like drinking water. As long as he got some rage points, he could add them. Zhang Rongming's eyes opened wide and he shut up. He didn't ask any more as such a reply was too shallow. Anyone with a brain wouldn't believe it. "Let's rest here for the night." Lin Fan didn't care whether or not he believed it. No matter who asked, it would always be the same reason and it wouldn't change at all. Talent and hard work. If such a reason wasn't real enough, then what else could be? He landed on the ground. Zhang Rongming went around to find wood to start a fire. Lin Fan didn't need to do anything at all. The fire rose up and chased away the darkness around. At the same time, it brought warmth. Zhang Rongming caught a wild boar, skinned it and barbecued it on the fire. He didn't regret leaving Giant Sword Sect to follow Lin Fan to the border. Even if he was a little nervous and afraid, he quickly tossed it to the back of his head. "Senior, can you tell me about the situation at the border?" Zhang Rongming sat beside the fire and looked at the burning wood. He was really curious. This was the first time he knew about Alliance's existence and he had never heard of it before. Lin Fan wanted to check his rage points. When he heard Zhang Rongming's question, his expression turned solemn and he said, "If I didn't see it personally, I wouldn't be able to imagine it." He looked at Zhang Rongming. "Jianghu City, do you know about it?" Zhang Rongming nodded his head. "I know, I heard people talk about it. It is a poor city and it is located in a remote area." "Poverty? No, actually it's not poverty. It's just that in the eyes of those who don't know the truth, it's poverty. But in my opinion it's the richest in spirit and will. It's not something that can be replaced by ordinary things. Unfortunately, Jianghu City has disappeared. There were many experts in the city, but under the Alliance's attacks, all of them died. I've seen a Yinyang expert fight 1 against 3. After he killed them, he didn't show any fear when facing someone stronger than him. I've also seen someone who was badly injured and unable to fight. To make the Alliance pay the price, he charged into the Alliance and detonated his own true essence to kill more Alliance experts." Lin Fan looked at Zhang Rongming with a deep gaze. What he said shook Zhang Rongming's heart. He imagined those scenes in his mind and said with a sunken expression, "I didn't expect it to be so intense." Right, it was indeed intense, but no one regretted it. With their strength, if they were willing to join some faction, they would be able to obtain riches and power. But they didn't. Instead, they willingly hid their names in the city for decades to welcome the alliance. Lin Fan said solemnly. After fighting with the alliance, he knew that they weren't simple. The alliance didn't lack experts. With his current strength, it was just a dream for him to sweep the alliance. As for getting stronger to deal with the alliance, that was a good choice, but it consumed too much time. It was hard to say what would happen during this period of time. What he hoped to do was to kill the alliance while increasing his strength. Zhang Rongming was filled with respect. He showed the highest respect towards the experts at the border. These were all people who were worthy of his respect. In fact, he even had a feeling that it was something to be proud of to be able to fight alongside them. At that moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. Someone is here. Zhang Rongming was really nervous. He placed his palm on the hilt of his sword and looked into the distance. When one was outside, one had to be careful. Lin Fan didn't care much. He just took a look and lost interest. When he saw Zhang Rongming's nervous expression, he said, "Don't be too nervous, it is nothing." Zhang Rongming nodded his head and slowly relaxed. But his habitual sword-holding posture didn't change. Slowly, two people walked over. They were a little blurry but slowly became clearer. They were two tall girls. It is so late at night, why would girls appear here? Lin Fan didn't understand, but there were only a few possibilities. They were either enemies or strong people. There definitely weren't any good family girls who had entered this place. That was impossible. Very quickly, the two girls saw the flames in the distance. They didn't change their path and instead walked over. "Greetings, young masters. My little miss and I are passing by and hope to stay here for the night." The girl who spoke looked decent and was a beauty. But her dressing was a little immature. Her tone was easy to get close to but also gave off a feeling like she was pushing people away. It gave one a conflicting feeling. Zhang Rongming looked at the two girls and was shocked. Especially the girl who didn't speak. She was really cold and gave off a really strong aura just by standing there. It even made Zhang Rongming feel like he didn't dare to look straight at her. As a top disciple of Giant Sword Sect, he had a strong aura around him. For him to have such a feeling now was just unbelievable. Zhang Rongming didn't reply and looked at Lin Fan. It was best if he waited for Senior to speak. Lin Fan said, "Are you guys good or bad?" "Young master, what do you mean by that?" The immature girl asked and didn't understand what he meant. "It is simple. If you are bad, then I will beat you up. If you are good, then we can sit down and talk," Lin Fan said. If she didn't understand such simple and direct words, then she would be disappointed. It was obvious that Lin Fan's words stunned the girls. Especially that cold girl. Although her expression didn't change, a weird look flashed in her eyes. Zhang Rongming was filled with respect. As expected from Senior, he was inferior to him. If Senior wasn't here, maybe he would have been really passionate. In Lin Fan's words, he was willing to be a happy bootlicker without even knowing it. Lin Fan smelled something from the girl's body. It wasn't a normal smell. From her aura and actions, she gave off a signal that she wasn't a normal person. "Young master, my little miss and I are both good people. Do we look like bad people?" The immature girl smiled. She felt like this person's words were really interesting. She had never met such a person before. "Hard to say." Lin Fan shook his head. Who knew the truth? The young woman smiled faintly and took out a piece of cloth from her bag. She placed it on the ground and asked the young miss to sit down. Then she sat beside the young miss and leaned forward slightly. It was like a protective measure. If there was any danger, she could protect the young miss immediately. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the darkness. He laughed to himself. As expected, to Zhang Rongming, he couldn't sense the situation around, but he could sense that in the darkness, there was an expert looking at the situation. It was quite interesting. He just didn't expose her. "Young masters, my little miss and I came from afar and passed by this place. If we did anything wrong, please forgive us." "Young masters, you don't know our names." "I am." Unfortunately, before she could say the name, she was interrupted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hands. "There is no need to say it. I'm not interested in your names. Moreover, I don't think you will say your real names, so why make me remember two fake names? When the sky turns bright, we will go our separate ways. There is no need to act like we are close." Zhang Rongming was impressed and gave a thumbs up. Senior was indeed a senior. Although he didn't give them any face, it made sense. He felt like he couldn't do that. If he met two such beautiful girls in the wilderness, naturally he would be more considerate. He definitely wouldn't be able to be so cold and calm like Senior. "Senior, the meat is ready." Zhang Rongming took the wild boar down from the fire and placed it on the prepared leaves. He then looked towards the two girls. If Senior wasn't here, he might have asked whether or not they wanted to eat together. Lin Fan saw Zhang Rongming's expression and sighed. This kid was brave and talented, but why did it seem like he had never seen a girl before? Train him, he had to train him well. Lin Fan grabbed the roasted wild boar and tore off the meat. The meat here was the best. In his last life it was tough to eat such meat. After all, there was only a small piece and it was hard to buy. The fragrance spread into his nose. He didn't think about sharing it with the two girls. Their background was unknown and their status was definitely not simple. They looked cold and distant, so he wouldn't lick their butts. His words were a little direct. But just like that, there was no problem at all. The girl thought to herself, what an unmannered guy, isn't he going to ask whether or not they want to eat? The cold girl didn't react much. A pair of bright eyes would occasionally look at Lin Fan. This person wasn't simple. Chapter 318. The night was silent. There were many wild boar skeletons on the ground. He saw that Zhang Rongming actually split the meat he hid with that gluttonous young girl. Damn. As expected, he was a bootlicker. However, he was too lazy to care about it. Young people needed to experience some things before they could gradually grow up. No one was born to be a bootlicker. It was just that some bootlickers would become mentally and physically exhausted before they would suddenly wake up. Zhang Rongming was still deep in it. Although he wasn't really crazy, he had the potential to develop. Lin Fan looked at his rage points. Rage points, 196522. It was not bad to have such numbers. Although it was still a small amount, if he used it well, he would be able to increase his strength once more. Emperor Heaven's scripture had already risen to grade 8 and could continue to improve. If he raised his true essence cultivation, his strength would become even stronger. He consumed 45,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven's scripture, grade 9. Lin Fan suppressed his aura, but it still spread out. The leaves around were blown up by a gentle aura. Such a situation didn't escape everyone's attention. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape like he didn't expect that Senior would actually cultivate here. It seemed like he was about to break through. The two girls remained silent, but their gazes were locked onto Lin Fan's body. They had come from some terrifying place, but it was rare for them to see someone break through so easily. As for the person hidden in the darkness, naturally he was a little shocked. He knew that Lin Fan had noticed him. But he didn't point it out, so he didn't ask. He agreed with Lin Fan's words. They met by chance, so there was no need to be so familiar with each other. As expected, my true essence quality wasn't low. When I cultivated the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture to the max realm, my internal strength had a shocking change. It turned into true essence and its quality increased. Especially when I cultivated each heart cultivation technique to the highest realm and broke through the limits of cultivation. At the same time, I cultivated so many techniques to the highest realm. Thus, the main reason why I was able to cross realms and kill enemies was because of this and not because of those dual cultivators. He thought about it and instantly understood a lot. That should be the case, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Improve. The value of 490 true essence slowly jumped. He did not understand what this value meant, but he was not afraid and continued to increase it. In an instant, true essence floated to 500. True essence rose to middle 5-element realm. A boiling true essence seeped out of his body and slowly spread outwards. He was no longer the Lin Fan of the past. There was no need for a shocking scene to prove how much of a commotion he could cause when he broke through. Everything was calm and peaceful. But to others it wasn't calm at all. In fact, it was shocking. He, the big Missy who had an extraordinary status, looked at the scene before her in shock. Her red lips parted slightly, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she might not have believed it. Miss, is he breaking through? Why does it feel so relaxed? It doesn't seem like it at all. It was indeed so. This kind of breakthrough did not seem like a breakthrough. She had seen many people break through. Whether it was the momentum or the scene, it was extremely shocking. But the breakthrough in front of her was really calm and one couldn't tell at all. Zhang Rongming sensed that the aura from Senior's body had become stronger. The true essence that seeped out from his body seemed really calm, but he knew that the overbearing power within wasn't as simple as he thought. Improve. Consumed 50,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 3, 1. The commotion was a little huge. His body shook and his muscles were like waves, moving round and round. As expected, it is a top body training technique. Lin Fan slowly felt that cultivating the god body wasn't so simple. But regretfully, He had the small support system, so to him, he couldn't feel the bottlenecks he faced when cultivating. It had always been smooth sailing and he was able to improve at will. The darkness god domain in his body was a little interesting. Till now he didn't understand what use it had or how to use it. He is a dual cultivator? If the previous scene had only surprised them, then they were completely dumbfounded by what they saw now. It wasn't that there were no dual cultivators, but there were very few who could reach such a level. Normal people only touched on a little. That was because no one had enough energy to cultivate the body. As for those sick in the head, naturally there was no need to talk about them. Now that one appeared in front of them, how could they not be shocked? He said that he is younger than me. Senior is definitely older than me. Zhang Rongming shouted in his heart. He knew that if one cultivated the body to God Essence realm, one would be able to break the limits of the body and maintain one's looks. But very few people could cultivate to God Essence realm. He was sure that the senior in front of him was an old fellow. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely grumble. Who was he calling an old fellow? Improve. God body numbers slowly rose. A power appeared in his body. This was the power of the God body. Consumed 50,000 rage points. God body, 510 peak 5 element realm. The vibration of his body slowly calmed down. What replaced it was a thin veil that seemed to have merged with his body. Oh. Lin Fan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. With his current God body cultivation, there shouldn't be any turbid air in his body. But now that there was some, it meant that deep within his body, there were still unknown impurities. He thought back to something from his last life. The human body was filled with many secrets. The human body was like the universe and the cells were like galaxies. Our understanding of this was only at the most primitive state. Even the most advanced technology couldn't solve it. If not, with the Alliance's technology, they would have noticed the secrets within. It seemed like if he wanted to get to the bottom of it, he could only rely on himself to cultivate his body to a higher level. Maybe one day he would be able to unlock the deepest secrets in his body. What? Is there a problem? Lin Fan saw Zhang Rongming looking at him with a stunned expression. He smiled and asked, "Kid, what happened? Why did it feel like he was stunned? Say, Senior, you broke through?" Zhang Rongming stuttered and asked in disbelief. Lin Fan smiled, I suddenly felt something, so I cultivated for a while. I didn't expect to break through. That was unexpected." Wow. Zhang Rongming was speechless by Senior's words and he actually didn't know what to say. Suddenly felt something? He really wanted to shout out loud. Senior. Even if he wanted to act cool, he couldn't act like that. Didn't he feel that it was too much? No matter what, he had to consider other people's feelings. The blow was just too huge. Now that he only had 4 rage points left, what a tragic life. But it was worth it. Slowly increasing strength was a form of improvement. God body reached peak 5 element realm and true essence reached middle 5 element realm. He wasn't far from breaking through to yin yang realm. He thought about raising his God body to yin yang realm. But thinking about it, there was no need. Just raising to yin yang realm didn't mean that his strength would reach an unimaginable level. With the current situation, he needed more rage points to prepare for the yin-yang realm. The expert hiding in the darkness didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fan and treated him as an expert. An expert who cultivated both internal and external cultivation was not someone an ordinary expert could compare to. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Fan wasn't that old. Zhang Rongming didn't know how to look at bone age and was unable to estimate one's age. But he could tell right away that Lin Fan's bone age wasn't high and he was really young. For some unknown reason, the person hidden in the darkness leaned forward slightly, as if he thought that no matter when the other party attacked, he would be able to kill him immediately. Now, he had to move a little closer to have the confidence to intercept the other party. "Little miss, he is so terrifying." The girl rubbed her eyes like she didn't dare to believe it. The cold girl didn't react at all. She just compared him to the geniuses in the race and noticed that they didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. Lin Fan looked into the darkness. "I have no ill intentions towards them, so there is no need for you to get so close." "Senior, who are you talking to?" Zhang Rongming was stunned. He followed Lin Fan's gaze and looked into the darkness. He instantly understood. At the same time, his gaze towards the two girls changed. Who knew that Lin Fan's background wasn't simple? Shortly after, he distanced himself from Lin Fan like he didn't want to mix with him. The cold girl was shocked that Lin Fan actually noticed the people behind her. As expected, his strength couldn't be underestimated. The night was really tough to pass. "What are your names?" Lin Fan felt really bored. As for what he said before, he tossed it to the back of his head. Since he was bored, it was better to tease them. The girl asked, "Didn't you say that you didn't want to know our names?" Lin Fan was calm and said calmly, "That is the past. Now is the present, there is no problem." The girl was speechless. She glanced at Little Miss and realized that Little Miss didn't stop them. Instead, she became bolder. "We wanted to tell you our names, but you didn't want to hear it. Now you have to say your names first." Zhang Rongming couldn't help but say, "Miss, I am Zhang Rongming." Lin Fan looked at him with a weird expression. This kid was a little proactive. Who did he like? But it was obvious. The girl's target wasn't Zhang Rongming. She just nodded her head and walked away. This made Zhang Rongming feel a little depressed. Was she so realistic? The girl looked towards Lin Fan and waited for him to say his name. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. Jodafu. Chapter 319. When such an insincere name came out from Lin Fan's mouth, for some reason it made one feel helpless. Was he serious? He even used the name of the jewelry store. Shua. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan. Senior's name didn't seem to be like that. If he remembered correctly, it definitely wasn't. But what was this Jodafu? Was there anyone who could tell him whether or not Senior was lying to the girl? That didn't seem right. "That is your name?" the girl asked with a weird expression. She definitely didn't believe him. Is there a problem?" "Jodafu, rich and noble, there is no problem." Lin Fan was really calm, like it was the truth. The girl said, "I am Huang Li." "Huang Li?" Lin Fan looked at her eyes. She didn't seem to have any emotions, but he could see that it was fake. "I am Pineapple, can't there be more sincerity between people? I am really Huang Li, why don't you believe me?" the girl said. Lin Fan smiled. "You are Huang Li, then is your little miss called Ming Chui Lu?" As expected. The trust between people was just too low. He was slightly disappointed about that. Women, couldn't they be more honest? As for him saying that he was Jodafu, there was a reason. The main reason was that he had too many enemies, so it wasn't good to say his real name. 9 Bug Gang's disappearance made him lose his target. He didn't have the energy to search for King Wudong. There were also some random sections. Oh my god, he really had many enemies. "What nonsense are you saying? My little miss isn't Ming Chui Lu. However, Huang Li rhymes," the girl said. Lin Fan shook his head. "Rhymes? 2 orioles are singing, a row of egrets are flying in the sky." Forget it. With the current situation, you definitely can't communicate with me sincerely. I won't ask. The girl said, "Those 2 lines are so nice, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable." Lin Fan didn't expect this maid to be so talkative. "Your family's mistress is right beside you, but she hasn't said a single word. This family's teachings aren't strict enough." What's the point of learning? Those who are righteous are half loyal and half dog butchers. Those who are heartless are all scholars. Don't talk. Let's spend the night like this and go our separate ways tomorrow morning. He was trying to show off his literary talent, but who knew who said it? In any case, if he said it, then it was him who said it. Zhang Rongming didn't expect Senior to have such literary talent. He was impressed, he was really impressed. He was already starting to fill in the blanks. Senior must have been a scholar in the past, but because of the border defense, he gave up on literature and took up martial arts. Admiration welled up in his heart. He really wanted to be at the border with numerous experts to fight against the alliance. At this moment, "Yin Shen is my name." The girl who had always been cold spoke out her name to Lin Fan. The sound was very pleasant. "Miss?" The young woman was surprised. She didn't expect that the young miss would tell him her name and even take the initiative to talk to him. Lin Fan smiled and said, "This name sounds like a real name. What about you?" The young girl said helplessly, "Yao, After Lin Fan heard this, he laughed out loud. "I told you that your name is definitely fake. You are still trying to argue with me. Huang Li, this name is just too vulgar. But your name isn't any better." Yao said. She was trying to tell him not to laugh at her. Lin Fan didn't know where the 2 of them came from, but for experts to follow and protect them, it was enough to show that their background wasn't simple. "Jodafu is just a nickname. As for my real name, forget it. One day in the future you will know who I am. If I tell you now, it won't do any good for you." He had already thought about it. As long as he chased the alliance away, not only would he chase them away, he would kill them back. Killing their way into the alliance wasn't a place where they could come and go as they pleased. Other people didn't have the courage to do so, but Lin Fan did. Wasn't it just a head-on clash? What was the big deal? Yun Xian looked at Lin Fan for a long while like she was thinking about something but she wasn't sure. She wanted to ask but it was hard for her to open her mouth. In the end she chose not to ask. So mysterious. Yao felt that Lin Fan was too mysterious. If he didn't want to say then so be it. She saw that Zhang Rongming was looking at her and stared at him in rage. Why are you looking at me? Zhang Rongming turned his head in embarrassment and didn't dare to reply. He also didn't dare to look at her. This feeling was really weird for Zhang Rongming. There were many beautiful female disciples in the sect, but he only treated them as sisters and didn't have any weird feelings towards them. Lin Fan started to talk nonsense, because he wants to eat your sister. I don't have a sister. Yao denied it right away. He wanted to eat her sister? She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Helpless. What a naive little sister. She couldn't even understand such direct words. Forget it, let's not joke anymore. But he didn't understand what Zhang Rongming wanted from girls. Yao did look good, but compared to the little miss beside her, the gap was huge. It was hard to describe, so it was best not to say it in case he hurt her feelings. Zhang Rongming lowered his head and glanced at Senior. He felt like Senior's words were a little off. Wait. Rage points plus 111. Where did the rage points come from? He glanced and noticed that Yun Xian's face was a little off. It was a little red but more of it was rage. Pervert. Yun Xian's lips moved and gave out a soft sound. Normal people couldn't hear it and even Lin Fan didn't understand. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. Who knew that the person who understood was this little miss? It seemed like people who received higher education knew more things. Where do you want to go? Lin Fan asked. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze to others, but in Yun Xian's eyes, it was a little perverted. Yao wanted to reply, but Yun Xian interrupted her. Yun Xian shook her head. Her hair swayed and she said softly, he isn't a good person. Lin Fan heard those words and was a little unhappy. What did she mean? What did she mean by he wasn't a good person? It seemed like no matter where an outstanding man was, he would be slandered by others. Yao was confused. Little Miss meant that he wasn't a good person, but till now she didn't see him do anything bad. But she would always listen to Little Miss's words. She turned her head and didn't bother about the two of them. Lin Fan smiled and didn't talk to them. They said that he wasn't a good person but he wasn't a bootlicker. If they ignored him he would bother them. He was willing to talk nonsense with them at night because he was lonely and wanted to find someone to relieve his boredom. Now they didn't give him face at all. Then forget it. Zhang Rongming didn't sense the change. Maybe because he did counseling for a long time he actually had the courage to talk to Yao. But after listening to Little Miss, Yao wouldn't bother about him. So Zhang Rongming hit a wall. But don't underestimate Zhang Rongming, who had the potential of a bootlicker. After a short pause he started to find topics to talk to Yao. Unfortunately Yao looked at him unhappily and asked him to stop talking so much. It was so annoying. Zhang Rongming was a little disappointed and calmed down for a period of time. But in Lin Fan's eyes, he noticed that Zhang Rongming was moving his butt or stretching his back or acting like he was taking something. The only reason he did all of this was to get closer to Yao without anyone noticing. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed to Zhang Rongming. Disappointment, he was really disappointed. He thought that he was a perfect kid with potential, but who knew that he was so tacky? Shwa shwa. Suddenly the situation around wasn't right. There was something wrong with the surrounding situation. The originally quiet night was no longer quiet. Many people with no purpose had appeared. To Zhang Rongming and the others, they didn't know what was happening around. A person hidden in the darkness instantly appeared beside Yun Xian. Uncle Ing, what happened? Yun Xian frowned and asked. Why did Uncle Ing, who was hidden in the darkness, appear? Enemies are here. Uncle Ing was wary and then hollered, since they are here then just appear. Why do they have to be so sneaky? Using the moonlight. On the branches not far away many people appeared. They appeared like ghosts and were silent. If not for their strength increasing, it would have been hard to notice them. These enemies didn't move and just stood quietly on the branches. Looking closely they all covered their faces. Their eyes, which were filled with killing intent, were exposed. The surrounding temperature seemed to be affected by their aura and lowered by a lot. Experts. Lin Fan felt that they were all experts and none of them came to fish in troubled waters. The weakest was at God Essence realm. In the distance, in the dark forest, a person walked out. He walked really slowly like everything was under his control. That person maintained a certain distance from Lin Fan and the others and waved his hands. Kill. Shwa. The person standing on the branch instantly disappeared. "Senior, should we help?" Zhang Rongming asked. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation so soon after coming out. It was a little exciting. The key was that he wanted to show off in front of some people. "The weakest is at God Essence Realm. If you want to help, you can go," Lin Fan said. He was speechless. Zhang Rongming was speechless. The weakest was at God Essence Realm, so what was the point of fighting? One move and he didn't even say a word and he might be instantly killed. Lin Fan shouted towards those people, "Pay attention, I am just passing by and have no conflicts with you. Pay attention when you fight and don't kill the wrong person. If not, I will kill all of you. Don't blame me for offending you." He made things clear to these people. It was late at night and the sky was dark. He hoped that they could open their eyes and not make a mistake. If they killed the wrong person, they would have to pay a price. Chapter 320. Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming up and retreated to the side. He noticed that Yao Er was looking at him like she wanted to ask for help. "Don't look at me like that. We didn't even meet by chance. Till now, I don't even know where all of you came from, so I won't help you for no reason." If one said that Lin Fan was young and rash, that he would be heroic and help out, that was just a dream. He wasn't a fool. If she was a normal girl, naturally he would help. But thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. Would a normal girl be chased by an expert? That was impossible. Before he understood the exact situation, he wouldn't attack. After all, it felt really bad to be used as a tool. "Senior, are we really not going to help?" Zhang Rongming was a little anxious and his eyes locked onto the area ahead. That old man was really fierce. He blocked the enemy alone and nothing happened at the moment. "Don't tell me you really like that little girl? We only met for a few hours." Lin Fan asked. He really had nothing to say. Was he so loving? Zhang Rongming was a little embarrassed. "Senior, don't say any more, I can understand how you feel." Lin Fan was helpless. He could understand him. Not everyone was like him who wouldn't be charmed by beauty. Zhang Rongming was someone who was deeply attracted to beauty. In just a few hours he had a good impression of a girl. Men were really terrifying beings. Shwa. There was movement around. "I told you that I was just passing by, so don't offend me." Lin Fan felt movement beside him. A figure appeared and stabbed towards Lin Fan's back with a dagger in his hand. The masked man's killing intent boiled. But instantly his pupils constricted. A hand reached out from who knows where. With a pada. Lin Fan's fingers covered his face. With a fling of his arm, he pinned him to the ground. He released his hand and stepped on the back of his head. How problematic. Lin Fan didn't bother about the person beneath his feet and continued to look at the situation. The old man was really strong, a domain realm expert. But the enemy fighting with him wasn't weak either. They were on the same level. It seems like my guess is correct. This girl isn't a normal person. Lin Fan noticed the problem from all the details. It was best if he didn't step into this mess. Rage points plus 999 rage points exploded out from the fellow beneath his feet. He struggled, but it was useless. His feet were really solid, so how could he be lifted off just like that? Was a pity. He didn't expect that he would have to do it himself. Once upon a time, when his cousin was by his side, it was always his cousin who beat people up. He never had to worry about it. Who knew how cousin was doing in Martial Path Mountain? "I miss my cousin." All of a sudden, another man appeared beside Lin Fan. He opened up his fingers, revealing his sharp nails that shone with a dark glow. Evidently he wanted to pierce through Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Rumble. Another enemy laid beneath his feet, silently providing rage points. He was thinking that when he returned, he would head to Martial Path Mountain to see cousin. He hadn't seen cousin in a long time and he missed him a lot. Zhang Rongming looked at Senior with his mouth agape. "Senior, what are you thinking about? Was it really good to treat others so superficially?" In his eyes, those attacking enemies were suppressed with a single slap as soon as they reached Senior's side. The efficiency was too fast. Also, didn't you just say that you don't need to care? He really wanted to ask Senior what was going on and whether or not he could tell him. But seeing that Senior was in deep thought like he was thinking about something, he didn't dare to ask. "Ingsan, how long are you going to block me for? With your current situation, it is tough for you to block me. Do you want to block the people I brought? Your master should be." When he looked at the situation in the distance, he was stunned. His eyeballs were about to pop out like he had seen a ghost. Damn, what was going on? He saw that the people he brought were all lying on the ground, stacked on top of one another. There were two people standing there, one of them was rubbing his last subordinate on the ground. Such a scene exceeded his expectations. It had even affected his movements. "Ingsan, it seems like someone leaked news to you. Very good, I will return." The other party didn't say any nonsense. He didn't continue to tangle with Ingsan and just left quickly. With his strength he was on the same level as Ingsan. The main reason was that he wanted his subordinates to capture Yun Xian. Ingsan found it weird. He turned his head and was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? He didn't expect that these two unfamiliar young people would help him. He didn't expect that the young man would actually suppress all the enemies. She had said that it had nothing to do with them. She really thought that they would ignore it, but she didn't expect. Sure enough, Mrs. Charm was indescribable. Even outside, there would be countless people fighting to protect Mississippi Senior. Zhang Rongming didn't expect Senior to act so differently. He said that he wouldn't help, but who knew that he would be so amazing? As expected, he didn't mean what he said. His body was always honest. He shouted that he didn't want it, but his body cooperated. Lin Fan opened his hands. "It really has nothing to do with me. I told them not to offend me, but they insisted. What can I do?" He didn't understand. Were these people sick in the head? Did he look like someone who meddled in other people's business? Or was it a mistake to be handsome? Even guys would be envious when they saw him and then want to kill him? "Thank you for your help. I really thought that you wouldn't help." Yao was grateful. She smiled like she really wanted to say that guys really didn't look like what they thought. Lin Fan said, "I really didn't want to help you. They charged at me, so there was nothing I could do." And Yao nodded her head. Her expression was like she was saying that he was right. "You didn't do it on purpose. They came to you, so you definitely didn't want to save them." What a perfunctory reply. Lin Fan sighed. What else could he say? Since things had already happened, there was nothing he could say. Of course. Fortunately, Dad didn't see this scene. Otherwise, with Dad's way of thinking, he would definitely think that I was interested in that girl. He wouldn't waste any time and would kidnap the girl, strip himself naked in the middle of the night, and throw him onto the girl's bed. Other people couldn't do such despicable actions, but his father definitely would. "Thank you for your help." Ing San didn't hide in the darkness. He walked over and cupped his fists in thanks. He had such strength at such a young age, so his background wasn't simple. Lin Fan looked at him. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. "Forget it, you can think whatever you want." He didn't want to say anything more. Helplessness wrapped around his heart. What else could he say? Ing San wasn't angry. If this kid was so arrogant before, he would definitely be furious. But now, it seemed like he had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, it didn't make him feel annoyed. Instead, he felt like this was his true personality. There was a saying that was right. When one felt good looking at you, no matter what you did, it would be the best. If one felt bad looking at you, no matter what you did, it would be a form of annoyance. "Little miss, this young man isn't easy to get close to," Ing San said softly. Yun Xian said, "Uncle Ing, this place isn't safe. We should leave. Also tell them to leave this place soon." Uncle Ing thought about it and nodded his head. That was indeed the case. He then packed up and the three of them left. When they left, Yun Xian reminded Lin Fan that this place wasn't safe. It was best if they left at night in case they came back. Lin Fan took a look and continued to flip the fire. He didn't want to bother with these people. Since they got benefits, then leave. Did they really think that he wanted to save them? Those idiots were wrong and had to offend him. Yun Xian remembered Lin Fan in her heart. It wasn't because he helped them, but because he was too arrogant. It was like he didn't care about them at all. What an annoying guy. Very quickly they all left. "What are you looking at? He has already left. I think you shouldn't head to the border and follow him. Who knows, you might be able to hug a beauty in the future." Lin Fan noticed that Rongming's eyes were about to pop out. His soul nearly flew away. Zhang Rongming coughed and shook his head. "Senior, I definitely won't waver. It's just that everyone loves beauty. I'm just showing what a man should have. I don't have any other intentions." "Love beauty? Then why do you keep staring at the maid? Isn't the little miss prettier?" Lin Fan asked. Zhang Rongming didn't even think about it and said, "People know their place. Only someone as outstanding as Senior is worthy of her. I'm just worthy of her." Lin Fan smiled. "I don't think you are." The meaning behind his words was a little huge. "Senior, what are you saying? I am a genius disciple of the giant sword sect. Why do I feel like I am not even worthy of a maid when you say it?" Illusion. This was definitely an illusion. His words were a little sad. Lin Fan hadn't interacted with Zhang Rongming for long, but he realized that this kid was courageous. However, he had a bad habit that young people didn't like. He was narcissistic and had wild thoughts. Forget it. There were just too few people like him at this age. Zhang Rongming looked at Senior and blinked. He felt like he had suffered a huge blow and his heart turned cold. In a certain valley. This valley was covered in miasma. There was no one around and no one dared to come here. There wasn't even a single beast. In the deep hole at the center of the valley, there were many poisonous bugs that lived in the miasma. These poisonous insects came in all shapes and sizes, but their ferocious appearance showed that these insects were extremely terrifying existences. Monster Emperor laid in the deep hole and gave off an aura that attracted these bugs. At that moment, a person appeared at the edge of the hole. When he saw the situation, he frowned. Monster Emperor. Chapter 321. Oh, so it is General Xuedu. Monster Emperor was really lazy? He squinted his eyes and teased, "You dare to find me alone?" Instantly, an extremely cold aura spread out and the bugs in the deep hole started to cry out. Killing intent seeped out from Monster Emperor's body and covered General Xuedu. General Xuedu's expression was really ugly. He hated people like Monster Emperor. It was obvious that he wasn't human anymore. Looking at these disgusting bugs, he wanted to take a super strong pesticide and ruthlessly exterminate these bugs. He wanted to spray these bugs to death, not leaving a single one alive. Monster Emperor, I didn't come to be your enemy. General Xuedu suppressed the rage in his heart. He came with orders from the Alliance headquarters. Monster Emperor grinned and laughed coldly. You didn't come to be my enemy? Why does it feel weird? Aren't we enemies? When have we been friendly? General Xuedu didn't like to talk to Monster Emperor. He felt like he was talking to a lunatic. Moreover, this lunatic wasn't weak and his methods were bloody. Thus, when he came to find Monster Emperor, he rejected him. But who else could he send? 8-star generals weren't his match at all. General Xuedu wanted to scold him. He gave him face, but he didn't want it. Did he really think that just because he was strong that he could do whatever he wanted in front of the Alliance? Actually, his thoughts were right. Monster Emperor could indeed do whatever he wanted. He was also a lunatic who wasn't afraid of death. General Xuedu suppressed the rage in his heart and his tone became much gentler. Monster Emperor, let's forget about the past. The Alliance headquarters has sent what we promised you and I hope that you can continue to work with the Alliance. When he said these words, General Xuedu was really annoyed. Working with the Monster Emperor was like placing a bomb beside him. No one knew when the Monster Emperor would go crazy. Monster Emperor said solemnly, "You have to give me what you promised me. Even if you don't, I can take it back with my own hands. Your Alliance knows its place, otherwise I would personally head to the Alliance and let you know what the outcome of lying to me is." General Xuedu frowned. Monster Emperor, don't be too greedy. The Alliance isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. The item is here, so whether or not you want to cooperate is up to you. At this moment, Marshal Xuedu threw out a long, thin tube. Monster Emperor took the tube and placed it in front of his eyes to take a closer look. There were many small black particles in the tube that looked like living beings. We can work together, but I need more things. Monster Emperor asked for more. He needed more of these glass tubes. General Xuedu was furious and said in a low voice, Monster Emperor, don't go overboard. These things are precious even in the Alliance. It is already not bad that you can get one and you actually want more? Monster Emperor tossed the tube into his mouth and bit down. The tube broke and numerous black granules surged into his body. Rumble. Instantly, Monster Emperor's body changed. His fats shook and at the same time, black meridians appeared on the surface of his body. It was terrifying, like there were many earthworms under his skin. What a disgusting fellow. General Xuedu didn't expect that Monster Emperor wouldn't care that there were people around and would just swallow the things he brought. Moreover, he even allowed him to see such disgusting scenes. He wanted to scold this fellow for being a pig. But he knew that he couldn't say such words in front of Monster Emperor, otherwise the outcome would be catastrophic. Not long later, Monster Emperor opened his eyes and slowly stood up. The fats on his body shook like waves in the ocean, one wave after another. Decent stuff, we can continue working together. But you make me really unhappy. Since you are here, then let me beat you up. Hong Long. Monster Emperor rose into the air and gave off a shocking aura as he smashed towards General Xuedu. Monster Emperor, you? General Xuedu was furious. But looking at Monster Emperor, he didn't look like he was joking. If he was careless, he might really die. Hee hee. Monster Emperor's laugh was really dark and sunken. What a waste that Mao Shintai didn't come with you. Long. A battle exploded out. Great General Xuedu even had the urge to die. What a beast. As expected, he was a moody fellow. He actually attacked him when he sent something over. Who knew how long passed? There was a loud explosion. General Xuedu was pressed to the ground by Monster Emperor. A part of his body was stained with a weird true essence that was corroding his flesh. But to Monster Emperor, these were just small injuries. As long as he didn't die, it was just a small injury. Damn. General Xuedu stood up slowly and looked at Monster Emperor in rage. But instantly, Monster Emperor appeared in front of him. With a pung, his fat palms smacked Xuedu's body and sent him flying. Xuedu, you are just SOSO. Last time, so many of you surrounded me and only injured me. I even managed to escape. Now that you have sent yourself to me, I have finally vented my anger. Now we can talk about working together. Monster Emperor tore off the corroded flesh and tossed it to the side. His actions were overbearing and bloody. In the distance, Xuedu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and climbed up slowly. Monster Emperor, what do you want? Monster Emperor looked at Xuedu and laughed coldly. Scram, don't offend me in the future, otherwise I will swallow you up, ha. Rage flashed in General Xuedu's eyes, but more than that, he was shocked. He realized that Monster Emperor had become stronger. Compared to the battle at Migu City, he was much stronger. Go back and tell Mao Shintai that we can work together, but I need more. Monster Emperor looked at Xuedu and didn't have any thoughts of killing him. Maybe he really wanted to take revenge. Okay, Monster Emperor, I admit defeat today, but don't be too happy. General Xuedu retreated into the distance and really wanted to kill Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor looked at that person who was slowly disappearing. He patted his stomach and the fats on his stomach shook like waves. I feel much better. Senior, who do you think those people are? Zhang Rongming asked curiously. At the same time he looked forward to flying. But to fly, one had to be at God Essence realm. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he would need a lot of time to reach that realm. Lin Fan said, I don't know, but they are definitely not normal people. It is best if we don't get involved with them, there are no benefits. Forget about that, mate. The two of you are from two different worlds. Zhang Rongming kept silent for a long while and then said, Senior, although I am a top disciple of Giant Sword Sect, if I can meet her again I will try. The sect seniors won't mind me finding a maid as my wife. I was wondering why you were so confident. What I meant was that the two of you are from two different worlds. Based on what I guessed, the power she belongs to isn't something your Giant Sword Sect can compare to. Moreover, as a mate she needs to be married off. Do you want to snatch her from an expert? Lin Fan shook his head. It was really hard to imagine why men were so confident now. Zhang Rongming, for some reason he had an urge to cry. Senior's words were just too hurtful. Lin Fan felt that he had gone overboard and consoled him. Okay, don't be too sad. Work hard to raise your cultivation. Maybe in the future you will be able to snatch her from that expert. Zhang Rongming said, Senior, you are definitely worthy of that little miss if you and her. Lin Fan didn't give Zhang Rongming a chance to continue and interrupted. You are right, I am definitely worthy, but is she worthy of me? Sometimes, a man has to be confident. He can't always feel whether or not he is worthy. He has to consider whether or not she is worthy of you. It makes so much sense that I'm left speechless. Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming to fly in the air. The wind that blew over made Zhang Rongming more awake. But for some reason, his heart, which was originally very calm, suddenly felt a sharp pain. I reached 5-element realm at this age, so what kind of person do you think is worthy of me? Lin Fan asked. If others heard this, they would definitely say that he was acting cool again. But only Lin Fan knew that he wasn't acting cool. He didn't know what acting cool was and was just speaking the truth. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan in a daze and didn't know how to reply. What kind of person was worthy of Senior? This question was just too deep. Forget it, he would just act like he didn't hear anything. A few days later, Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming towards Laoshan City. He had been thinking about who saved him. But at that time, his consciousness had already dissipated and he couldn't sense it at all. If he knew, he really wanted to ask the other party why they sent him to such a faraway place. To return to Laoshan City would take such a long time. Martial Path Mountain. It was really cold. Huang Boren was filled with despair. As the Huang family young master, investing in Martial Path Mountain gave him much hope. Who knew that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was gone? The deputy sect leader was gone too. Disciple Zhou Zhongmao was gone too. It felt like the sect leader and vice-sect leader had taken the money and ran away, leaving behind a mess here. Go Z, why is the food getting worse and worse recently? Feng Poliu asked. He brought that brat to cultivate and had a good life. He was satisfied with such a carefree life. Go Z said, I have no choice, young master's pet is too big and can't take it. Feng Poliu looked outside. There was already a small hut-sized 9 demon sitting on the ground. Its 9 heads swept the food in front of it and its mouth was covered in grease. Actually, we can give it less food. Feng Poliu suggested. After all, it was a bug and didn't need to eat so well. Gozi shook his head. No, I promised young master that I would make it fat and white. I can't disappoint young master. Feng Poliu was thinking about something. Where did they go? Did they go to the border defense? Liang Yongqi studied the techniques that Zhang Tianshan left and made some progress. Apart from eating, he basically didn't see anyone else. Yuan Tianchu was much thinner and his eyes were a little dark. He sat in front of the table and picked up the cutlery and slowly placed it into his mouth. That was impossible. Where did they go? What was going on? Why couldn't he understand what they were planning? Senior brother? Suddenly, a voice spread in from outside. Feng Poliu's palm shook and he looked outside. There was a person standing there. With a thud, he stood up. Junior brother, you. Chapter 322. Feng Poliu had been thinking about whether or not junior brother had survived, but he felt that the chances were low. After all, the Sword Palace sword had attacked and was really strong. How could one block it so easily? Shortly after, he saw a woman and an old man standing beside his junior brother. Especially that old man, he gave Feng Poliu a terrifying feeling. From this, one could see that the girl standing in front of the old man wasn't simple. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to be here. Yanjiu said excitedly like he was filled with disbelief. Feng Poliu didn't hide anything. Junior brother, why are you here? Seeing that junior brother wasn't dead, he was at ease. Senior brother, let me introduce you, this is... Yanjiu had many things to say, but thinking that it wasn't the right time, he could only keep it in his heart. However, the girl beside him wasn't simple. Before he finished, she interrupted him. Zhao family Zhao Qingma. Zhao Qingma said. Feng Poliu's expression changed. Apart from that Zhao family, how many other Zhao families could there be? Little Miss Zhao, I am Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu cupped his fists. Zhao Qingma said, I know you, Insect Valley's master killer traitor. Don't worry, I never snitch on you. You can hide here and I won't tell anyone. Feng Poliu's expression changed but he didn't react much. Some things didn't need to be said. When she talked about killing his master, Yanjiu struggled a little. He wanted to personally ask senior brother what had happened. He didn't believe that senior brother would do such a thing. At that moment, Zhao Qingma's eyes locked onto the giant 9 demon. This is... She felt that it was foreign but she felt like it was a beast. After all, she had never seen it before. Yanjiu saw 9 demon right away. He knew what it was but he didn't say it. It belonged to gang leader and he brought it out from Insect Valley. Who knew that it would hatch and grow so big? Little miss, if I am not wrong, this should be a beast from Insect Valley. The old man standing behind Zhao Qingma said. Beast? Zhao Qingma was interested. 9 demon who was eating seemed to have sensed it. It raised its 9 heads and stared at Zhao Qingma with its 18 eyes. It bared its teeth and gave out a terrifying sound. It was like it was warning her not to place her impure thoughts on it, that she was a bug that she couldn't get. Feng Poliu, I am interested in this beast, give me a price. Zhao Qingma said. This isn't mine. Poliu said. Zhao Qingma laughed. What a joke. As an Insect Valley disciple, apart from you, no one else knows what this is. Are you joking with me? This is my young master's pet. What do you want? Gozi blocked in front of 9 demon and looked at them warily. Although he not he master he who mastered Ju not Poliu not young he master he young Poliu he young master he had master not. This, Zhao asked. Qingma. Feng. He. Feng not. The Zhao family was a colossus. Even some of the top sects might not be stronger than the Zhao family in terms of top combat power. At the same time, the Zhao family also possessed secrets that ordinary people did not know. That was where the dragon was. Zhao Qingma said, let's not talk about that for now. I'm afraid it's impossible for me to fail because I, Zhao Qingma, have never failed when I set my eyes on something. Feng Poliu frowned. Actually, he didn't have any conflict with the Zhao family. However, the crux of the matter was that Lin Fan had a conflict with the Zhao family. He had beaten the Zhao family's young master to the ground and taken away the purple gold dragon essence pill. If the Zhao family found out who did it, it would be troublesome. He guessed that Zhao Qingma was here to investigate the purple gold dragon essence pill. Otherwise, there was no reason for the noble Miss Zhao to come to this remote and desolate place. Feng Poliu was really calm. Miss Zhao, this isn't something you can decide. Naturally, you aren't familiar with his young master, but I think everyone knows about his young master's father. If your father finds out that you want to forcefully buy his pet, Miss Zhao will fall out of favor. Hearing that, Zhao Qingmo raised her finger and placed it on her lips, smiling. So powerful. I want to know who it is. Anyone who had the slightest self-awareness would know how terrifying the existence of the Zhao family was. She didn't believe that such a small martial path mountain would have someone that the Zhao family didn't dare to offend. Even the old man behind her smiled like he was amused by Feng Poliu's words. To him, Feng Poliu was once the Insect Valley Grand Disciple. Although he was chased out at a young age, he should have seen a lot. Feng Poliu noticed the teasing smiles on their faces. He didn't want to say who it was. But he had no choice. You City Linwani, Feng Poliu said. Instantly, the smile on Zhao Qingma's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of astonishment. The old man behind her was the same. How is that possible? Feng Poliu, you don't have to lie to keep this beast, right? Zhao Qingma said. Go Z, move aside. Feng Poliu reached out. Since that is the case, then Miss Zhao will snatch the beast and I will tell him the truth. However, I want to remind you that the Zhao family has many children and the competition is intense. If you offend someone that even the Zhao family old ancestor doesn't want to offend for no reason, then please think about the consequences. At that moment, Zhao Qingma stood on the spot and didn't move. She took in a deep breath. Are you so sure that I don't dare to move? Feng Poliu said, I won't say anything more. It all depends on what Miss Zhao thinks. Zhao Qingma was a little furious. She felt like Feng Poliu was threatening her. Although it was very vague, the literal meaning was very clear. Just as Zhao Qingma wanted to say something, the old man behind her coughed. Little miss, this matter is important. The old man was a domineering person who felt that he had a firm footing. Now that he heard Lin Wani's name, he didn't dare to say anything else. Little miss was too young people were rash. If she didn't have a way out, he was afraid that she would forcefully take the beast away. If that happened, she would offend someone she shouldn't offend, and that wouldn't do her any good. Zhao Qingma wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. Since she had a way out, then she would just go with it. She didn't want to be entangled with the beast. Feng Poliu looked at junior brother. Why are you with Miss Zhao? Yanjiu said, Senior brother, I am now Miss Zhao's right-hand man. I will be working for her from now on. Feng Poliu sighed. He didn't expect that his junior brother, who had a low position in Insect Valley, would work for someone else. Just thinking about it made him feel really bitter. Senior brother, have you seen this person before? Yanjiu took out a portrait and showed it to Feng Poliu. The person on the portrait was Lin Fan. Yanjiu had seen him before. He was the young man who was with senior brother. At the same time, he was the target that Miss Zhao was looking for. Snatching the Zhao family purple gold dragon essence pill was a huge matter. But he didn't say anything and acted like he didn't know anything. Feng Poliu noticed that junior brother's gaze was really calm. I have never seen him before. Zhao Qingma said, let's head to Jianghu City. Yanjiu, you can chat with your senior brother. After this ends, come to Jianghu City to find us. Yes, 8th Mississippi, Yanjiu replied. Marshall Path Mountain Foot. I know who he is, Zhao Qingma said. The old man found it weird. Little miss, what do you mean? The one who took the purple gold dragon essence pill should be Lin Wani's son. His son is definitely called Lin Fan. When I showed the portrait to Yanjiu, he actually said that he didn't recognize him. This person looked exactly like an enemy of Nine Bug Gang. As someone from Nine Bug Gang, how could he not know? Zhao Qingma said. If you don't believe me, you can take the portrait and ask in Jianghu City. Zhao Qingma could totally confirm who the person who took the purple gold dragon essence pill was. The old man praised, Little Miss is smart, I respect you. Marshall Path Mountain within the room. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me now what happened back then? How could you kill Master? There is definitely a problem here, right? Yanjiu asked. Feng Poliu looked at junior brother. He got up and walked to the door. He raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Junior brother, I killed Master. Yanjiu sat there, and when he heard this, his hand that was holding the teacup stopped. I don't believe you. I killed him. Feng Poliu said. Suddenly, A dagger appeared in Yanjio's hand and he pressed it against Feng Polia's waist. "Senior brother, do you know what you are saying?" Feng Polia didn't move at all, his voice was still calm. "I know I killed Master. If you want to take revenge for Master, you can kill me now." Yanjio's eyes turned red, the hand that held the dagger was trembling. The dagger stabbed into Feng Polia's back and sliced his skin. "Senior brother, let me ask you one last time. Tell me what happened, why did you kill Master? As long as you tell me, I can forgive you." "Junior brother, there is no reason. I killed Master because I was greedy for Insect Valley's bug controlling technique." Feng Polia didn't want to say anything more. "Impossible, you are Master's top disciple. Other people can't learn bug controlling technique but you can. I don't believe your reason." Yanjio's breathing became rushed and he wanted to know the truth. "I know from 9 Bug Gang that Monster Emperor also cultivates bug controlling technique, but it is different from Insect Valley. You were shocked when you found out that I was in 9 Bug Gang. Tell me, is there a connection?" Feng Polia didn't say anything. "Master." Suddenly a person ran over. It was the brat that Lin Fan and Feng Polia saved. Yanjio looked at her and then at senior brother. He kept the dagger and walked out. "I will come back to find you. Be careful of second senior brother and third senior brother." Chapter 323. "Senior, we are so far away from Laoshan City, so how did you get here?" Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan squinted. This was a long story. Could he say that he was nearly beaten up by someone? That was simply impossible. Although he didn't like to act cool, he didn't like to put himself down. Lin Fan smiled. "This is a long story. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You won't understand." Zhang Rongming wanted to diss. "Senior, if you didn't tell me, how would I understand? But if you told me, maybe I would understand. Could you stop underestimating my intelligence?" "Forget it. Since that was the case, then he shouldn't ask. If Senior didn't want to say, then so be it." At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking about something. He was thinking about where Yun Xian and the others came from and where they went. Following in the footsteps of the mysterious person meant that he had a high chance of meeting good things that made one greedy. What a waste. He wasn't interested at that time, and now that he thought about it, it was a little too late. It was basically impossible to search for them. Damn. He felt like he had been living in regret for a long time. Let's not talk about all this. He was just thinking about the border situation. What a headache. If he was strong enough, he would have killed all of them. He wouldn't have given them a chance to behave so arrogantly. Another few days passed. Lin Fan didn't notice anything special along the way. Everything was really calm, and it was just a coincidence that he was able to bump into things. Many enemies were recorded in his little notebook. He remembered those top sections. Once he dealt with the Alliance matter, he would turn around and deal with them. It was the same for those enemies. "You city." Lin Wani was holding his extremely precious book, Spring Colors. This was a very good book. In a tense atmosphere, it could properly relax the brain, making the body and mind extremely happy. Not long later, Lin Wani placed it down and took out a puppet from the dimension. The puppet was a little old and had a sense of time. "Haze, I wonder how Fanner is doing." To Lin Wani, the person he couldn't let go of was this unfilial kid. He did nothing every day and didn't even have a skill. It was just so worrisome. Forget it. Lin Wani didn't expect Lin Fan to cultivate to such a level. Since he didn't like to cultivate, then he wouldn't. It was good for him to live a normal life and not have to take on so many things. "Master." Old Wu's voice came from outside the door. Lin Wani quickly put the things away and pushed the door open. "What's wrong?" "Master, go ahead and take a look." Old Wu's expression was solemn. Very soon. When Lin Wani arrived, Zhu Shen and the others were already waiting there. When they saw Lin Wani walk over, they said anxiously, "Master Lin, take a look. The Alliance seems to be gathering people." Lin Wani's vision was even further than theirs. The Alliance's energy was like a rainbow, lighting up half the sky. It was obvious that they had gathered many experts and their auras were all gathered together, forming a shocking phenomenon. "Master Lin, they want to chase us back to U City." Zhu Shen held a machete and stared furiously into the distance. He wanted to fight to the death with them. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion manager Zhang Sheng said, "We can't retreat. We occupied their main camp in U City and restricted them such that they don't dare to send troops to attack. If we are forced back to U City, then all our hard work will be wasted. The situation at Maigu City will change drastically. No matter which line of defense it is, it will be a huge pressure." Lin Wani looked into the distance and said slowly, "We can't retreat. Even if we die we can't retreat. How many 9-star generals did they send over? What he cared about the most was how many 9-star generals they sent over. Only 9-star generals could give him pressure. Old Master, I am not sure. Last time, they probably didn't expect Old Master to attack and kill so many of their 9-star generals. The Alliance headquarters probably sent many. Old Wu said. Old Master was just so fierce. He killed so many in one go and crushed the Alliance's morale. He took down the Alliance's U-City main camp. 20 years ago, Old Master's name was like thunder in the ears of the Alliance and he was a legend. Now 20 years later. As long as the Alliance headquarters weren't fools, they would naturally know how terrifying Old Master was. But the Alliance headquarters was too confident. Even if they were worried about Old Master, they only sent a few 9-star generals. That wasn't even enough for Old Master to kill. Zhu Xin said, I can restrict one 9-star general. If I go all out, I can restrict 2 and drag 1 down with me. It won't be a loss. Zhang Xing said, me too. If I can draw the Alliance 9-star generals to my side and self-destruct, I won't dare to say that they will die, but I can definitely make them lose their ability to fight. To them, death was a normal thing. Other people struggled to survive, but they didn't fear anything. Okay, let's not talk about such heavy topics. If the Alliance wants to fight, then fight. We will kill as many as they send. As long as we fight to the end with a clear conscience, it is fine. Lin Wani said. Guys, if you are in my formation, I can buff you, but I am worried about something. Zhang Tianshan looked at them and said, do you remember the battle 20 years ago? The Alliance had a terrifying weapon that ripped open half the sky with one cannon. Even domain realm experts were turned to dust. Everyone was stunned and instantly recalled. That was indeed the case. That was a really terrifying weapon and it could be said to be a punishment from the heavens. But they also knew that the Alliance paid a huge price to use that weapon. They didn't think that the Alliance didn't have that weapon anymore. Maybe they were just waiting for a chance. The Alliance headquarters paid a lot of attention to the U-City situation. Lin Wani and the others defending this place was really tough for the Alliance headquarters. It was like there was a blade hanging on their necks. If they wanted to show off, they had to push the U-City defense back. This was why the Alliance headquarters started to send experts over. Today there were already 6 9-star generals over and it wasn't over yet. The Alliance headquarters continued to send people over and the number of experts would only increase. They felt like they wouldn't stop until they chased Lin Wani back. Why are my eyelids twitching so quickly? Lin Fan muttered and felt like something was about to happen. The left eye twitches for wealth, the right eye twitches for disaster. Senior, which eye are you twitching for? Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan said, both eyes are twitching. Zhang Rongming sucked in a deep cold breath. That isn't good. Senior, you have to be careful in case something happens. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. He had really misjudged him. He didn't expect that after Zhang Rongming opened up, he wouldn't be a proper person. That made sense. If he was a proper person, he wouldn't fall for a girl in just a few hours. A few days later. Senior, is that Laoshan City? Zhang Rongming saw a city at the border. Lin Fan said, that is Laoshan City. This journey was really far. Although it wasn't a month long, it took around 20 days. Zhang Rongming was really nervous and emotional. He was finally here. From today onwards he would be fighting with all the experts here. Lin Fan looked below and noticed someone familiar. He waved his hand. Hu Luo. Hu Luo, who was checking the situation around, raised his head when he heard that familiar voice. He saw the person who descended from the sky and was delighted. Brother Lin. Why is he back? Lung San looked at that person and felt helpless. This was someone who could suppress him so much that he couldn't breathe. Towards Lin Fan's return to Laoshan City. His heart wasn't willing to. He looked towards Lu Siki and felt like he was about to get jealous. What an annoying guy. Hu Luo, how was the time I wasn't here? Lin Fan asked. Hu Luo smiled. It was okay. Those Alliance people attacked a few times but they were all blocked. Yang Shun grabbed his black hat and smiled. Brother Lin. Long time no see. Lin Fan replied and walked over to Lung San. Just as he was about to pat his shoulder, he realized that Lung San's left sleeve was empty. He was stunned for a moment. Your arm? Lu Siki's eyes turned red and tears flowed down. He was sliced off by the Alliance because he tried to save me. It is just one arm, it is nothing. Lung San said. He was still that vicious person who didn't speak much. Although Lung San didn't say how terrifying the process was, Lin Fan could sense it. He patted his shoulder. Good job. Tiske. Lung San lifted his shoulder and pushed Lin Fan's hand away. It is just normal. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He remembered it and would definitely take revenge. Alright, let me introduce you to a new friend. Giant Sword Sect disciple Zhang Rongming, initial Grandmaster. He came to Laoshan City to help out. Hu Luo was shocked. So amazing he was at initial Grandmaster at such a young age. But when he thought about Brother Lin's cultivation, he was really pale in comparison. But as long as one came to defend against the alliance, then they were on the same side. Brother Zhang, I am Hu Luo. Hu Luo greeted. Yang Shun smiled. Yang Shun. Lu Siki. Lu Siki wiped away her tears. When she saw that Lung San didn't bother about him, she said, he is Lung San. He might not be willing to speak, but he is actually a good person. When Lung San heard this, his heart shuddered. Lu Siki actually said that he was a good person. His face turned red, but he acted like he was calm. However, deep down he was laughing. I am Zhang Rongming, you don't have to call me Brother Zhang. Just call me Little Zhang or Rongming. All of you are heroes at the border and I can't take on that title. Zhang Rongming cupped his fists. He felt like his glorious life was here and he was really excited. Lin Fan returned to the city with them and listened to Hu Luo describe the few attacks that happened recently. The alliance's attacks became weaker? It seemed like they were probing? Lin Fan felt like there was something wrong with this. After returning to the city, he found Zhao Lishan and took out the herbs that old ancestor Wanshan gave him. These were really useful to Laoshan City. But Lin Fan also found out from Zhao Lishan that the alliance's attacks became more intense. The alliance sent out many 9-star generals and it seemed like they wanted to take down Yu City. This shocked Lin Fan a little. Moreover, such frequent and intense attacks had lasted for many days. Lin Fan wanted to head back to Yu City right away. Whether or not he could turn the situation around wasn't important. But with his current strength, naturally, he would be of great help in Yu City. Chapter 324. Zhao Lishan didn't know where Lin Fan had been during this period of time. But old ancestor Wanshan knew him and he was a decent person. When the alliance attacked, old ancestor Wanshan paid a huge price. The spirit herbs that he had brought back were not the icing on the cake, but the timely help that he had received. There were so many people in Laoshan City and as long as the alliance attacked, numerous people would be injured or die. With these elixirs, those who were seriously injured would be greatly beneficial to them, as they would be able to recover at a faster rate. You said that you want to return to Yu City? Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan. He had high hopes for this young man. If this young man was given enough time, he would definitely grow into someone who would give the alliance a headache. Now he wanted to head to Yu City. Zhao Lishan didn't understand. Yu City's situation wasn't good and who knew what was wrong with the alliance to gather so many experts to attack. It seemed like they wanted to chase Lin Wani out of the alliance's territory and even wanted to destroy the Yu City defense. I want to head to Yu City. Lin Fan nodded his head without hesitation. When he heard that the alliance had gathered more experts, he knew that no matter what, he had to return. Zhao Lishan said, with the current situation, if you return to Yu City, the danger you will face will be really high. I have high hopes for you. If you can bear with it for a period of time, your future achievements will be limitless. To Zhao Lishan, he really didn't want Lin Fan to head to more dangerous places. When he reached there, life and death would be hard to predict. Maybe he would be killed the moment he arrived. Thank you for your concern, Senior Zhao, but I have made up my mind. Lin Fan said firmly. He definitely wouldn't change his mind. He had really decided to return to Yu City. Now he just wanted to tell Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan, patted him on the shoulder and sighed, if you've really made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Just be careful, don't force yourself. If you die now, it'll be a huge loss for us. He had never seen such a talented person. If he hadn't been able to see his bone age, he wouldn't have dared to believe that someone at such a young age could reach such a cultivation. No. One could say that he had never seen such a person before. Senior Zhao, don't worry. I understand. I'm not someone who would let others chop my head off. Lin Fan felt like these people didn't understand him at all. Did he really think that he was a hot-blooded young man? No, all of you are wrong. Actually, not only am I hot-blooded, but I am also arrogant. If the alliance wants to kill me, it depends on the situation. Whether or not I have nowhere to retreat to. As long as there is a way out, even if it is a closed and dry crack, I can squeeze out of the ocean. Don't ask why he's so powerful. He was just that domineering. Zhao Lishan felt that he was getting old. He couldn't figure out the thoughts of young people these days. If he had met this young man earlier, he really wanted to properly groom him and do his best to groom him. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Sword God, have a safe journey. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan shuddered. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic towards the title of Sword God. Sword God? Sword Seed? Oh my god, I didn't feel that there was any problem at first, but now that I think about it, that Sword Palace heart technique was a little overbearing. To think that it would be called a Sword Seed. Scary, really scary. He left the shrewd mansion. When the passers-by saw Lin Fan, they would all smile and greet him. Who in Laoshan City didn't know the title of Sword God? That beautiful sword caused the Alliance to suffer huge losses. Sword God. Sword God, come back. Sword? Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. He didn't want to say much more about such a situation. Since that was the case, then he would let the title of Sword God remain in Laoshan City forever. He swore that when he returned to U City he wouldn't use it anymore. If he did, then there would be no little G. Don't ask whether or not it was believable. He was the one who said it and no one could change it. Sword God, when did you come back? At that moment Old Shin walked over and waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw that Old Shin's face was a little white and asked, Old Shin, what happened to you? Hi. Old Shin smiled. Nothing, those few Alliance dogs were a little cunning and actually sneak attacked me. I heard Huluo say that you were back, so I came to take a look. I brought many herbs from outside, you can take some to heal. Lin Fan said. He realized that there were much fewer people in the city than when he was here. It was obvious that the battle with the Alliance was too intense and many people were sacrificed. Those damn fellows. Old Shin waved his hands. It is okay, it is just a small injury. Leave the herbs for those who are seriously injured. Don't waste them on me. They were all really strong people. If they didn't defend the border and went to any sect or family, they would be like gods. Especially in some mid-tier sects, they would be able to stand on the same level as the sect leader. Even if they went to the top sects, they would be top elders. Old Shin, I am prepared to return to U City to say hi to Huluo and the others. I won't talk to you anymore. If we have a chance, I will drink with you. Lin Fan said. Ah. Old Shin touched his mustache. Okay, no problem. I will wait for you to drink. But be careful when you head to U City. The situation there is worse than any other border city and it has become a disaster area. If it wasn't for Lin Wani and the others, the city would have been wiped out. Out of all the border cities, Lin Wani was more like a leader. The Alliance wiped out Maigu City, so Lin Wani wiped out the Alliance's main camp in U City. He stepped right into Alliance territory like he wanted to see what the Alliance was thinking. If they wanted to fight head-on, then they would give it a try. Because of that, it dragged on for such a long time and the Alliance didn't dare to do anything. But to the Alliance, they couldn't sit still and do nothing. If they just worked together, it would be too slow. Thus, the Alliance left many backup plans. This gathering of experts to wipe out U City was what they had the highest chance of succeeding. When he heard Old Shin's words, Lin Fan had a deeper understanding of his father. So, his father was so amazing. He even had the guts to say that even if he waited to die with his father's strength, he would definitely be able to ensure his safety. Ah damn. How could he have such trash thoughts? Was that even something a human could think of? He shook his head and tossed aside all those impractical thoughts. Lin Fan said goodbye to Old Shin and came to Huluo's house. Zhang Rongming mingled with them. Maybe this was where Zhang Rongming could show off his skills. After Zhang Rongming entered the city, he looked at the people who passed by. They didn't dress well and to him they didn't look like experts. But he knew that each and every one of them was strong, emotional, pumped up. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would see so many experts. Moreover, many of them were famous in the past. It was just that they had hidden their names for decades and their fame had gradually dissipated. But to some of the truly old experts, their names were still as resounding as thunder in their ears, unforgettable. Brother Lin, you want to head to U City? Huluo looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually want to head to U City, where the situation had become really dangerous. I came to say hi to all of you. I will head out soon. Lin Fan said. Huluo kept silent for a moment and then said, Brother Lin, be careful. He wanted to say that it was best if he didn't go, but he didn't say that. He stayed at the border to defend against the Alliance, so he could not go there just because it was dangerous. Senior, if you leave, then I? Zhang Rongming asked anxiously. He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with this place. Without Senior's guidance, he was a little afraid. Lin Fan said, just follow Huluo. Zhang Rongming's cultivation was decent, but he couldn't head to the battlefield. Any aura that leaked out could suppress him. He could only clean up the surrounding small battlefields like Huluo and the others. Okay, then I will leave first. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Lin Fan saw worry on their faces, like they were thinking that something would happen if he went there. Lin Fan could only say that. You guys are really thinking too much. How could I possibly die? Lin Fan rose into the air and slowly disappeared from their eyes. Senior? Zhang Rongming looked at the disappearing back view. For some reason, it was like his father had left and he was going to face life alone. That feeling terrified him. Lin Fan left Laoshan City and headed into the distance. Martial Path Mountain. Go Zi's daily matters were really simple. He would clean up Martial Path Mountain, buy vegetables and cook for everyone in Nine Demon. These days were very leisurely. At that moment, Gozi slowly climbed up the stairs. That girl who came to Martial Path Mountain last time didn't come anymore. She wasn't in the city and who knew where she went. But that was good too. Young Master's pet wouldn't be coveted by others. He returned to the mountain to wash vegetables. Suddenly, Gozi felt a familiar feeling spread towards him. He turned his head and noticed that a person landed from above. Looking closely, wasn't that Young Master? Guangdang. The basket in his hand fell to the ground. The winter melon in the basket smashed onto his toes. So painful. But to Gozi the pain wasn't much. Young Master, you are finally back. Gozi was really excited. Young Master left for so long and was finally back. It was just so emotional. Gozi, don't be so emotional. How long has it been? Lin Fan said. However, he felt that Martial Path Mountain was a little cold. Gozi was really emotional. He looked up and down. Young Master, you have become thin. Without me by your side, you definitely didn't eat well. Lin Fan looked at his body. He didn't become thin, instead he became fatter. Gozi, where is my cousin? Lin Fan asked. Gozi said, Young Master, Teacher Zhou left Martial Path Mountain a long time ago. I don't know where he is now. Lin Fan was stunned. Cousin went out? With cousin's intelligence, if he went out and met bad people, wouldn't he be cheated by them? Dong dong. Just at that moment the ground shook. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Where did that sound come from? Or was it an earthquake? When he looked at the scenes in the distance, he exclaimed, Damn. An insect the size of a house strode on its thick legs, swung its 9 heads and quickly ran over as if it was saying. It was asking for a hug. Lin Fan slapped out in shock and sent the insect flying. He was so scared that his little heart was pounding. Damn it. Where did that fellow come from? Young Master, that is your pet. Gozi said right away. Lin Fan was stunned. This was the 9-headed bug? Oh my god. He hadn't seen it for a while, so how did it become so big? Did it eat hormones? The 9-headed bug sat on the ground and shook its 9 heads. It was really dizzy and gave off a pitiful look. Chapter 325. Gozi, did you feed him pig feed? Why did he become so fat? Lin Fan recalled. He remembered that when he left, the 9-headed bug was only the size of a puppy. Damn, how did it turn from a water gun to a tank? The change was huge and he nearly couldn't recognize it. Gozi scratched his head and said helplessly, Young Master, I really didn't feed him pig feed. He eats the same as us and his appetite is huge. The money you left was mostly eaten by him. Lin Fan looked at 9 Demon. With its size and 9 heads, normal people wouldn't be able to handle it. Why did you feed him so much? Just make him something simple. It seemed like Gozi thought that this was his pet and he couldn't treat it badly. Which was why he made it so good, causing it to become so fat. If 9 Demon could speak, it would definitely argue that it wasn't fat but that it was growing from an infant stage to an adult stage. It was just that he had become stronger, not fatter. Young Master, now that you are back, you shouldn't be leaving, right? Gozi asked. Lin Fan retracted his gaze. Yes, I will leave in a while. Gozi didn't expect Young Master to leave right after coming back. What happened? He felt like he was useless. Apart from cleaning and cooking, he had no other skills. In the past, he wanted to cultivate. But he realized that he wasn't suited for it and had no talent at all. Young Master, where are you going? Gozi asked. Lin Fan said, I just had something to do and will need some time to return. Martial Path Mountain will depend on all of you. Alright, tell Young Master Huang that our sect has a lot of potential. Tell him not to worry. Once things are solved, I will develop the sect. He could only apologize to Young Master Huang. The initial investment could only be wasted. He couldn't be anxious, there was nothing to be anxious about. Cough cough. At that moment Feng Poliu walked over from afar. When he saw Lin Fan he coughed like he had something to say. Beside the cliff. You went to the border? Feng Poliu asked. Actually, he didn't need to think much and felt that the kid definitely went there. You can even see that? Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu with a weird expression. He didn't expect this fellow to guess correctly. Feng Poliu said, I sense that the situation at the border is a little tense. Are you heading back to U-City? He realized that the aura that Lin Fan was giving off was already very mysterious. It made him feel as if he was someone from two different worlds. It was a very mysterious feeling. This could only mean that this kid's strength had become even more terrifying, to the point where it was impossible to guess. Terrifying. How long has it been? He remembered that when he first met this kid, his cultivation level was not very high. To him this was unrealistic. Lin Fan looked at Feng Poliu and said, I really didn't expect your guesses to be so accurate. But don't tell anyone, I do want to return to U-City. The alliance there is too strong and I am worried about my father. Also, with my current strength, I don't even need to attack. Just my aura alone can crush you. I'm really strong now. At the start, Feng Poliu was slightly touched. As expected from a filial son. But right after that, he felt that something was wrong. What did he mean by crushing me with his aura? Did I ask about your cultivation? I didn't even ask if it was good or not. You were the one who said it. Was there a need to stab me in the back when we were parting? The good impression I had of him just now instantly vanished. Not even a speck of dust was left. Feng Poliu said, I didn't say that it was dangerous. Actually, with your cultivation it is not bad outside, but if you go to the border it might not be enough. Although I didn't participate, based on what I know, there are many experts there and they are really terrifying. Kiki, you make it sound like I am not terrifying. Forget it, I don't want to show how strong I am in front of you. I feel like there is no need. Lin Fan wanted to let Feng Poliu see how strong he was, but forget it. He wasn't someone who liked to show off. What was the point of showing him? Would he even applaud him? Feng Poliu kept silent for a moment and said, if the border is broken, I will bring them to the imperial dynasty. Lin Fan raised his hand. Wait, why do I feel like you are saying that the U-City border will definitely be broken? Feng Poliu, you are such a jinx. Just in case, who can say for sure? Feng Poliu said. Although he didn't join in the battle, he paid attention to the border. The situation at U-City was really intense and it wasn't optimistic. Many battles had occurred and the outcome wasn't decided yet. No one knew what the outcome would be. Lin Fan nodded his head. If it is really wiped out, remember to inform the Jianghu city people to retreat. Of course. Feng Poliu said. However, when he thought about Junior Brother, his expression dimmed. He didn't expect that Junior Brother would actually become the guest of the Zhao family 8th Mississippi. In the future he would have to work for her. The key was that the battle between the younger generation of Zhao family was really intense and Junior Brother might not be able to handle it. Lin Fan returned to Marshall Path Mountain to take a look at the situation. It was still okay. Cousin left Marshall Path Mountain and he didn't know where he went. However, to him, although Cousin was a little dumb, he was decent and should be fine. You aren't going to stay for a period of time? Feng Poliu asked. Lin Fan waved his hands. No, I am staying now. Don't tell them that I am going to U-City. Feng Poliu said helplessly, go, your life is more important. I will take care of Marshall Path Mountain, but when will you give me my monthly salary? Where is the silver? Lin Fan rose into the air and headed towards U-City. Then a voice spread out. No. You. Feng Poliu looked at the disappearing back view and wanted to scold. However, forget it. He looked into the distance and muttered. Were the young people so fierce now? He felt like he was old and couldn't keep up with the times. Where is my young master? Gozi ran over and asked. Feng Poliu kept silent for a moment and then opened his arms. He left with the wind. When Gozi heard that, he wanted to smack Feng Poliu's head. What was he saying? You are the one who left with the wind. Then do you know where my young master went? Gozi asked. Feng Poliu said, I don't know. Gozi wasn't dumb and wouldn't believe Feng Poliu's words. Only a fool would believe him. However, he understood that young master didn't want Feng Poliu to tell him. When Yuan Tianchu knew that Lin Fan had returned, his heart jumped. He was thinking about what Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan were thinking. He felt like the two of them were gods fighting and mortals suffered. He was the mortal. He snuck out and saw Lin Fan and Feng Poliu talking. Not long later, Lin Fan flew into the sky and left. What? Those scenes caused Yuan Tianchu's mouth to open wide. What was going on? Why did he leave right after coming back? His mind was in a mess. In the past he could guess what Lin Fan and Zhang Tianshan were planning, but now he couldn't even guess the beginning. Everything was just too weird and mysterious. Liang Yongqi was really afraid of Yuan Tianchu. Although as the senior brother he had the ability to manage second junior brother, he didn't dare to. He felt like Yuan Tianchu was becoming more and more abnormal. Sometimes when he got closer, he could hear Yuan Tianchu muttering to himself. How did this happen? Why? I don't understand, I really don't understand. After hearing those words, Liang Yongqi snuck away from Yuan Tianchu. He was really afraid that if he angered Yuan Tianchu he would be slashed to death. If that really happened he would die for no reason. Nine Demon didn't receive Master's love and care, so it was a little unhappy. Its 9 heads moved about in the air like it was sniffing something. Gozi stood at the side and was stunned. He was thinking about where young Master went. Suddenly, he cried out in surprise. 9 Demon bit his clothes with one of its heads and threw him onto its back. Then it ran down the mountain with large steps. 9 Demon, where are you going? Gozi hugged 9 Demon's neck and shouted in panic. However, 9 Demon didn't care and didn't stop. Just ran into the distance. Lin Fan left Martial Path Mountain and looked solemnly into the distance. You city, I am back. Although he didn't reach peak realm with his current strength, he would be able to shock his father. What kind of expression would his father have? He thought about it for a long while and couldn't think of a specific expression. However, he would definitely be shocked. He had a lot of cultivation techniques now. When he used all of them he could even beat a yin-yang realm cultivator. After transforming into a worm, his overall quality would be greatly improved. Just thinking about that power made him feel a little swollen. The journey from Martial Path Mountain to U City would take half a month if one rode a horse. But with Lin Fan's current speed, it would only take a day. It might even be faster. There weren't many people left in U City and they were all below God Essence realm. Their cultivation wasn't weak outside, but in U City they could only stay here. As for the Alliance, they were all God Essence realm and above experts. Damn, these people are getting stronger and stronger. They want to break through U City. If not for Master Lin blocking, we wouldn't have lasted for so long. In U City many people were discussing furiously. At the same time they had to take care of the injured. These people were all sent back from the Alliance. They were injured in the war and their injuries were all really heavy. Let me go, I can still fight. A middle-aged man's chest was a bloody mess and one could even smell the rotting smell of blood and flesh. The people beside him pressed him down. Don't move, your injuries are too serious, otherwise you will die. When they saw those scenes they were filled with rage and sadness. They really wanted to charge into the Alliance's land but they were too weak and couldn't even fly. Even if they went, they wouldn't even be able to do anything. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the city and exclaimed, "Not good, young Master Lin is back." Those people were stunned like they didn't expect it. The middle-aged man who wanted to fight said, "Help us into the room and close the door. We can't let young Master Lin find out. Master Lin only has one son, so he can't be left here. Go to Lin Manor to inform Manager Chen to welcome us at the city gate." At that moment, those who were badly injured and could only rely on shouting to reduce the pain bit their weapons in their mouths. Their eyes opened wide and their foreheads were covered in sweat. They bore with the pain and didn't make a sound. Lin Manor. When Manager Chen learned that young Master was back, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Old Wu and the others were all in Alliance territory and there was no one. No, he definitely couldn't let young Master find out. He had to send young Master away. Manager Chen headed towards the city gate. He had to rush there before young Master reached the city. If he really couldn't, he could only knock young Master out and then send him away. Lin Fan landed from the sky. He walked on foot and looked at the not-so-majestic U City in the distance. I didn't expect that I would return so quickly. Lin Fan smiled. But he knew that after he returned, naturally he would have to join the Alliance battle. That really made him nervous. City gate. Manager Chen sneakily looked on. When he saw young Master he became nervous. Old Wu wasn't here and he was alone, so he really couldn't hold on. There were very few people on the streets but many of them set up stalls to sell. Right as Lin Fan was prepared to enter the city, Manager Chen casually walked out. When he saw Lin Fan he was shocked. "Young Master, why are you back?" Lin Fan smiled. "Why? Are you surprised to see me?" Continue acting, continue acting. I want to see how long you can act for. Do you really think that I didn't notice anything like last time? Young Master, how can I not be surprised that you are back? Old master has been thinking about you every day. Manager Chen smiled and replied. He panicked more and more and didn't know what to do next. Lin Fan walked towards the city. Manager Chen followed beside him. He was so anxious that his palms started to sweat. He shouted in his heart. What to do, what to do? Someone save me. Lin Fan looked at the situation in the city. There were much fewer people and there weren't many stalls. Many shops were closed. It was already so obvious and they still tried to hide it. Okay, let's see what kind of god-grade acting skills they had to be able to bluff him until now. Manager Chen, what is the situation in the city? Why are there so few people? Where did they all go? Lin Fan asked curiously. He wanted to see how Manager Chen was going to make up a story. Manager Chen was a little stunned and quickly thought of something to say. Young master, there is a large-scale event in the neighboring city and many people went to watch. Oh. Lin Fan replied. He really didn't believe him. How could he say such words to coax a kid? It seemed like Lin Fan's intelligence was in the negatives in their hearts. Stall owner, your vegetables don't seem to be selling well. Lin Fan walked in front of a stall and looked at the vegetables on it. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He wasn't that old but half of the hair on his head had already gone bald. Young Master Lin, these vegetables really aren't selling well. The stall owner smiled. Below the stall, there was an injured person who bore with the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. As he was in a rush, he didn't have time to move it in and could only hide below. Lin Fan said, it definitely isn't selling well. Look at how rotten your vegetables are. What a scammer. The moment he said that, he continued to walk forwards. The stall owner lowered his head and saw that the vegetables were all withered. He instantly felt that things weren't right. Did Lin Fan notice anything from him? Manager Chen, why isn't the meat stall open? Lin Fan asked. Manager Chen's palms started to sweat more and more. Young master, he should have gone to visit his relatives. It has been a while. Lin Fan didn't say much and continued to walk forwards. When the people on the street saw Lin Fan, they would respectfully move aside. At the same time they would give out respectful expressions. They seemed to remember when Lin Fan fought with the Yuan and Liang families in the past. Good acting skills. Lin Fan was impressed. As expected, they were amazing. If he hadn't spent time in other border cities, he might have been fooled by them. Manager Chen followed behind. Not only were his palms sweating, but even his forehead had beads of sweat. What should he do? What should he do? If he returned to the manor, he would definitely be exposed. At that moment, Manager Chen looked to the side and noticed that everyone raised their hands and gestured at the back of their necks like they were telling him not to worry so much and just knock him out. Manager Chen shook his head. He didn't dare as he was afraid that he would hurt young master. The people around winked at him like they were telling him that if he didn't attack, once he returned to the Lin Manor, let's see what he would say. Would he be able to explain himself? He thought about it for a long while. Manager Chen made his decision. Since that was the case, he could only knock young master out. If not, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Manager Chen nodded towards the crowd. He looked at young master who was walking in front of him and raised his hand. He didn't dare to use too much strength and just wanted to knock young master out. Shwa. Manager Chen was really quick. He waved his arm and a hand knife landed on the back of his neck. With a smacking sound. Based on normal situations, young master would cry out and fall to the ground. If he helped him up, that would be perfect. However, the situation was a little off. His hand knife landed, but young master was actually perfectly fine. Lin Fan touched the back of his neck and turned around. He squinted his eyes. Manager Chen, what is the meaning of this? Young master, I? Manager Chen was so shocked that cold sweat dripped down like he had just bathed. His hands and feet felt cold. He didn't expect this to happen. He didn't use too much strength, but it wasn't light either. With young master's situation, how? Peng. Just as Lin Fan turned around, the expert who pretended to be a passerby raised his hand and landed on the back of Lin Fan's neck. This strength was much stronger than Manager Chen's. If it was a normal person, they would have fainted for at least a day. If the alliance didn't attack and everyone was still hiding, then this guy was in charge of carrying goods. At that moment, the guy lowered his head and looked at his hand before raising his head to look at Lin Fan. His expression was a little complicated, like he was in a stunned state. That can't be right. The strength of his hand chop just now was not small. Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath. That's enough. You are still using hand knives. I really want to see what you are thinking. Just as Lin Fan turned around and looked at the guy behind him, another person who didn't believe it struck and was prepared to do another chop. What? Lin Fan didn't even look. He raised his hand and grabbed that person's wrist. Enough, how long do you all want to continue acting? Isn't it just the alliance? Act. If I wasn't smart, I would have been lied to for the rest of my life. Uproar. The surrounding people were all shocked, revealing expressions of disbelief. They didn't expect young Master Lin to actually know. Manager Chen was shocked. Young Master, you knew? Lin Fan looked at him. What do you think? Young Master, this has nothing to do with me. Old Master wanted to hide it from you, but this place is really dangerous. If you don't want Old Master to worry, then leave you city. Manager Chen said. He knew that Old Master's only weakness was Young Master. Now, only the Young Master could distract the Old Master. Okay, let's not talk about all this. Where are my father and the others? Lin Fan asked. Manager Chen didn't hide anything. Old Master and the others have passed the border and are blocking the alliance. We are too weak and can only do some logistics. Lin Fan nodded his head. As expected, it was no different from what he had heard in Laoshan City. Father really fought his way to the alliance. I know. Also, all of you are really amazing. Your acting skills are amazing. I was even tricked by you. Lin Fan felt a little afraid when he thought about it. The people living around were all acting. Maybe they realized that this wasn't possible, which was why they sent some normal people to U City. It was hard to guess whether it was real or fake. Young Master, this? Manager Chen scratched his head and felt a little awkward. He didn't know what to say. Okay, no matter if it is real or fake, all of you are good people. Lin Fan said. They were really amazing. If he didn't know about the alliance from other places, he really wouldn't have known that U City existed to fight against the alliance. Those people who were hiding and bearing the pain cried out when they learned that young Master Lin knew the truth. Some of their injuries were really serious. It was so painful that they were about to go crazy. Lin Fan saw many injured people. Their injuries were really terrifying. If normal people were in their shoes, they would have died from the pain. Young Master, since you are back, then first? Manager Chen didn't even finish his words and fell to the ground. He looked at the sky like he had seen a ghost. He didn't expect young Master to fly. Wasn't that an ability that only God Essence Realm cultivators had? When young Master left U City, his cultivation was really average, right? Land of the Alliance. Lin Wani, the Alliance will give you one more chance. Join the Alliance and we promise that you will become the new ruler of the Imperial Dynasty. This is the biggest concession that the Alliance headquarters can give you. An Alliance 9-star general said. Nonsense, why are you talking so much nonsense? Did the Alliance send such trash over? Lin Wani floated in the air and raged. The Alliance sent 12 9-star generals and that was enough to show how much importance they placed on the U City situation. Master Lin, the Alliance really takes care of us. Zhu Shen smiled. The machete in his hand was already shaking and he couldn't take it anymore. Zhu Shen, who was known as the top blade of the Imperial Dynasty, had terrifying strength. He had once sliced the sky, sliced the earth, and sliced the air. Lin Wani conquered him and he stayed in U City to wait for the Alliance. Just like that, he had been waiting for several decades. He could not wait any longer. Master Lin, Zhu Shen and I will restrict the 4 9-star generals. Zhang Xing said. As the manager of Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, he had done business for so many years. If the Alliance didn't come, he would have really thought that he was opening a restaurant. Old Wu said, Master, I can also restrain the 2 marshals. Lin Wani said, you can't, you can at most handle 1. 2 is too much for you. Zhang Xing smiled, Brother Wu, listen to Master Lin. As long as you can hold one of them back, leave the rest to us. Ah, that's right. Brother Wu will split the remaining 7 marshals. The other old men standing on the other side laughed. U City's combat strength was really strong. Zhu Shen, Zhang Xing, and the others weren't the only ones who could fight against 9-star generals. What was the purpose of them concealing their identities until now? It was to defend against the Alliance 9-star generals. Of course, there might be a slight gap between them and the marshal, but fortunately there were many of them. If 1 wasn't enough, then 2 would fight. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, a dull sound came from afar. Lin Wani's expression was solemn. His target wasn't the 12 9-star generals but the true experts sent by the Alliance headquarters. Right then, the muffled sound was like a clap of thunder that resounded in everyone's ears. A person slowly walked over. The Alliance members all opened up a path and respectfully welcomed the expert. Their eyes shone with respect. One of the strongest Alliance 9-star generals. Lin Wani looked at the person in the distance and his breathing became rushed like he had met his mortal enemy. A beast-like roar came from his throat. Zhu Daoxin. At that moment, the U-City experts were stunned. It was obvious that Zhu Daoxin's name made them feel that something was off. Alliance 9-star General, one of the strongest in the Alliance. This person was much more famous in the Alliance than the other 9-star generals. Lin Wani, I came from the Alliance headquarters to find you. Zhu Daoxin's voice was thick, and when he opened his mouth, it felt like the space was being squeezed, forming shockwaves that spread out. Zhu Daoxin's body was really strong, and as he cultivated his body to a really high level, he maintained his middle-aged looks. Actually, he was much older than Lin Wani. At that moment, Zhu Daoxin floated up and the 12 9-star generals opened up a path. Although they were all 9-star generals in terms of status and identity, they were much weaker than Zhu Daoxin. Lin Wani, the Alliance headquarters really values you, otherwise I wouldn't have been sent here. You are a genius who has grown up. Unfortunately, you are so stubborn, defending this place that has no spirituality at all. You are just so stupid. Zhu Daoxin squinted his eyes and smiled. Then he looked at the ground not far away, feeling slightly displeased. Gang Xiong, what are you doing? Scram out. Long. The ground shook. The Alliance's strongest land 9-star general came out from underground. Although he was annoyed by Zhu Daoxin's words, he didn't dare to go against him. Tell me, what are you doing hiding underground? Zhu Daoxin asked. Gang Xiong felt like he had lost all his face. This fellow didn't give him any face at all. He was hiding underground, so couldn't he tell what he was doing? Nothing. Gang Xiong said. Zhu Daoxin took a look. Scram. No one is allowed to interfere in my battle with Lin Wani, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Even if Gang Xiong was really unwilling, he could only back off. Lin Wani's eyes locked onto Zhu Daoxin. 12 9-star generals along with Gang Xiong, a total of 13 9-star generals wouldn't give him any pressure at all. But now that Zhu Daoxin appeared, he had to go all out. Zhu Xin, be careful. Gang Xiong isn't weak. Lin Wani reminded. Zhu Xin nodded his head. Understood, we will restrict them. Master Lin, be careful. Lin Wani looked at him. We will take revenge. I have waited many years for you. Lin Fan came to the border, and as expected, he saw a crack there. His heart was beating really quickly. He was about to see his father, and he was really nervous. When he stepped into the Alliance territory, he felt a terrifying might enveloping the sky, suppressing him to the point where he found it hard to breathe. He raised his head and looked out. He was filled with shock. In the distance, the sky flickered with resplendent light. Everywhere the space was torn apart like a dense spider web. Father. Lin Fan looked into the distance. That was the person he was looking for. At this moment, his father was fighting with someone else. That area belonged to them and no one could get close. Many shocking phenomenons that he had never seen before exploded in that space. The void was like a piece of paper. The terrifying dimension current was like a toy that was forcefully taken out and used as a weapon. That area had been flipped. Even if Lin Fan entered, he would be instantly ripped into pieces. The U-City experts and the Alliance clashed. Corpses fell from the sky like dumplings. There were also fireworks that exploded in the sky, forming terrifying shockwaves. This was a chaotic battle, a terrifying chaotic battle. I can't wait like this, I have to help. Lin Fan kept silent for a moment and clenched his fists. What should he do? He had the technique that covered the widest area. He could only refresh. Dragon Elephant Sword Technique, 10,000 Sword Technique, and Great Sumeru Sword Technique didn't reach the returning to true realm. He was relying on the refresh to raise these 3 sword techniques to the highest realm. The sword seed in his body trembled, and 3 types of extremely strong sword Wei Qi swept over, wrapping around the sword seed and constantly strengthening it. It's just as I thought. As for the person who said that there was no little GG when using the sword, it didn't matter. He wouldn't lose his life anyway. Lin Fan raised his hand and touched his stomach. Sword seed. Shwa. A sword seed floated out and floated behind him. He wasn't in a rush to head out, as this wasn't enough. He needed to become stronger and use his unlimited true essence to create the strongest sword seed. Shwa. Shwa. At that moment, many sword seeds floated behind Lin Fan's back. Because the sword intent around him was too terrifying, it formed a sword intent storm. The number of sword seeds went from dozens to hundreds, then to thousands, then to tens of thousands. To normal people, one sword seed was the last method to die together with the enemy. But to Lin Fan, this was just one of the most destructive moves. At that moment, The sword seeds floating behind Lin Fan reached a terrifying number. The ground was ripped apart by the sharp sword intent. Even the space couldn't take it and started to crack. He activated his cultivation technique and infused all his special internal strength into each sword seed. Different colored lights flowed about. All sorts of terrifying auras wrapped around him. If someone saw this, they would definitely exclaim, "I want to report someone for being so shameless." Long. Lin Wani and Zhu Daoshan were on the same level. It was really intense and both of them were slightly injured. Suddenly, a familiar voice spread into their ears. "Father, I am back." Lin Wani's expression changed and he turned around like he had seen a ghost. When he saw that person, he was emotional, but then he raged, "Unfilial kid, why did you come back?" When he heard that familiar title, Lin Fan was about to cry. It had been a long time since someone called him an unfilial kid. "Father, I am back to help you fight against the Alliance," Lin Fan shouted. "Young master." Old Wu turned around and his expression changed. Why did young master return at such a time? Lin Wani was so furious that he nearly slapped the unfilial kid away. "You came back. Unfilial kid, run." The moment he said that, he saw people from the Alliance attack Lin Fan. Lin Wani was so shocked that his face turned ashen white. But suddenly, the area shook. Ah! Lin Fan opened his arms and green veins popped up on his forehead like it was really tough for him to do so. Damn. There were too many sword seeds and the pressure was huge. He was about to die from it. Shio. A sky-covering sword seeds flew over from the distance. They were like a Milky Way waterfall that hung upside down in the sky. Terrifying sword intent roared and slashed. It had already condensed into physical form. The Alliance members who were attacking Lin Fan stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were stunned like they had seen a ghost. "Father, I am here to help." "Go." Lin Fan pressed down with his palms. It contained the strongest move that he had learned in his life. No, not just one but many. At that moment, be it the people from U City or the Alliance, they were all shocked by the scenes in front of them. Shio. The sword seeds moved really quickly. In the blink of an eye, they slashed through the air and pressed down on the battlefield. "Young master?" Old Wu's eyes opened wide. In his heart, the young master was someone who did nothing and waited to die. But the young master who appeared terrified him so much that he nearly fell to the ground and exclaimed that it was impossible. Very quickly, a strong wind blew over and blew onto everyone's body, making them feel really uncomfortable. This was a sword intent storm formed when sword intent was condensed to a certain level. What a terrifying sword intent. When the Alliance 9-star generals sensed the sword intent, they just frowned. But very quickly they thought about something terrifying. As 9-star generals, these small tricks weren't worth mentioning. But other people might not be able to block it. "Retreat, all of you retreat." Some 9-star generals hollered in rage. He already understood how terrifying this attack was. But the moment he opened his mouth, countless sword seeds appeared beside him and exploded with a loud explosion. Damn. That 9-star general was fine, but the explosion totally infuriated him. Sensing the strength of the explosion, he was shocked and turned his head. He realized that numerous sword seeds had entered the battlefield. Those sword seeds seemed to be controlled and sped past the U City people. Their target was the Alliance. How was that possible? To be able to control so many sword intents, how thick was his true essence? "General Zhu, the sword intent is really strong. They won't be able to block it." Some 9-star generals hollered. Zhu Daoshan frowned. He raised his hand and slashed down. Instantly, a black light seemed to split open the sky and slashed between the Alliance and U City experts. Explode. Lin Fan didn't expect the Alliance 9-star general to be so strong. He waved his hand and slashed open the dimension. But before it formed, self-destruction was still useful. Long. All the sword seeds entered the dimension and exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out. The dimension that wasn't fully formed shattered like a mirror. Numerous shards struck towards the Alliance members. There were screams. Chapter 326. The shattered dimension turned into shrapnel that spun and flew backwards, slicing apart the bodies of the Alliance experts. Some were lucky and only their skin was sliced open. On the other hand, some experts were not so lucky. The void shrapnel stabbed into their bodies and tore open huge wounds. Fresh blood flowed out. There was no need to talk about the God Essence Realm and Void Realm experts. Their cultivation was really strong outside, but at this moment they were like cannon fodder and had no way to fight back at all. Countless experts of these two realms were killed or injured. Although it was just a dimension shrapnel, when the sword seed exploded, the impact was really terrifying. It caused the dimension shrapnel to scatter really quickly and caused irreparable damage to them. As for the 5-element realm experts, many of them were injured. Some were unlucky and their heads were sliced open by the dimension shrapnel. The U-City experts looked at those scenes with their mouths agape. Suddenly, they hollered excitedly. Amazing, really amazing. Young Master Lin is so amazing. I actually didn't notice it in the past. He hit it so deeply. Haha, to those sons of bitches, they probably didn't expect things to turn out like this. The U-City experts felt really good. It felt like celestial energy entered their bodies and all their pores opened up. When the Alliance 9-star generals saw the situation, they were instantly furious. They didn't expect that the Alliance would suffer such heavy losses. They really deserved to die. Shwa. The Alliance 9-star generals locked onto Lin Fan. Their deep and furious gazes seemed like even the space around couldn't take it. The praises from the U-City experts made Lin Fan feel a little uneasy. He didn't like to show off, and what he did just now was just the basics. Suddenly, his body shook and he felt numerous gazes lock onto him. He followed their gazes. The Alliance 9-star generals had vicious expressions on their faces. Their gazes seemed like they wanted to swallow him up. Waves of frightening killing intent surged, interweaving into a huge net that enveloped the heavens and earth. The Alliance is just so strong. With my father here, who dares to hurt me? Lin Fan didn't hesitate and ran towards the back. What happened just now was too arrogant and caused everyone to be furious. His rage points were like a rocket, swiftly increasing. He knew himself. Whether that move just now was cool or not, there was no need to say. It was definitely cool, but what was the use of being cool? He didn't see that the 9-star generals were perfectly fine. There were even many 5-element realm people who survived. If it wasn't for that fellow who could form dimensions with a wave of his arm, the Alliance's casualties would be terrifying. Now he knew that he had incurred the wrath of the masses. If he continued to jump on the table, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Wani looked at his monkey-like unfilial son. All of a sudden he felt really complicated and didn't know what to say. But now he knew what to do. Clang. Lin Wani stabbed the halberd into the air and numerous cracks appeared. He hollered, "Who dares to harm my son?" His domineering aura was unparalleled. "Protect the young master." Old Wu disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was blocking the way. As long as a 9-star general dared to come over, he would be able to stop them. Zhu Shen and the others did the same and locked down all the paths. They felt that U-City had obtained a huge victory in this battle. Although they didn't kill any Alliance 9-star generals, they dealt heavy losses to the Alliance. Numerous pillars were wiped out. To the Alliance, it wouldn't be so easy for them to attack U-City again. "Young master, when did you become so amazing?" Old Wu turned his head and asked. Till now he was still really lost, like he was dreaming. Lin Fan said calmly, "I have always been so amazing. It's just that all of you didn't notice." Old Wu had nothing to say. He really wanted to say that young master was joking with him. Didn't notice? He was bragging again. He wanted to see old master's expression, but old master's expression was the same as before and there was no change at all. He was thinking in his heart. Young master was already so amazing, so why wasn't old master excited at all? Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly and one could even say that he was suppressing himself. "Good, this is really good. Like father, like son. Lin Wani, it is really good that you have such a son. He actually brought so much trouble to the Alliance. But don't worry, the Alliance will let you send off your son." Bullshit. Listening to the first half of your words, I thought that you were still a human and spoke like a human. But are the latter half of your words still human? Even the dog knows who gave it food and will wag its tail and whimper. Lin Fan scolded Zhu Daoshan. He didn't care whether or not Zhu Daoshan was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance. To him, all of this wasn't important at all. Anyway, since he was back in U-City, he felt really safe. Not only could he kill enemies, but he could also scold them without any fear. "If you are unhappy, then come and hit me." Rage points flew towards him. Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan coldly. "Kid, don't be arrogant. In my eyes, you are just a pitiful ant." "So what if I am an ant? If you have balls, then come and hit me. If you have balls, then come at me. Don't talk about ants. If you don't dare to touch me, then aren't you worse than an ant?" Lin Fan didn't fear anything. He didn't care about life and death and just scolded him if he was unhappy. Lin Fan was really strong. But so what? Zhu Daoshan was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and no one dared to say such words to him. Even when he faced Lin Wani, he treated him with a solemn expression. But now, a kid actually insulted him like that. It infuriated him. Damn. Zhu Daoshan couldn't take it anymore. His voice was dark and terrifying. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and then he reacted, damn. Instantly. The entire place was silent. Zhu Daoshan and Lin Wani's son scolded one another. This was something that no one expected. They opened their mouths and looked on with their mouths agape. It was obvious that they didn't expect that one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, Zhu Daoshan, would actually curse because of young Master Lin. What made them respect him more was that young Master Lin wasn't afraid at all. He just scolded Zhu Daoshan without any fear at all. Old Wu said softly, "Young Master, be low profile, be low profile." Lin Fan said, "Old Wu, what is there to be low profile about? Look at him, he is so dumb and dumb. Only he is an alliance 9-star general. In my opinion, the alliance doesn't have many people like him." Rage points plus 999. Rage points plus 999. Take a good look at the domineering rage points. He relied on this to earn a living. When he was in Laoshan City, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, there weren't many people to protect him. But it was different now. He was in his own territory, so how could he be afraid of them? Old Wu was speechless and he was in a state where he doubted his life. Ha! Zhu Shen held the machete and laughed out loud. Young Master Lin is right. One of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance, Zhu Daoshan, is indeed a dumb person. Shua. Zhu Shen's words infuriated the alliance members. Lin Fan was a little unhappy. What did he want to do? He was here to attract rage points, so why did he interfere? I remember that you are not a pig killer? Lin Fan shouted. Zhu Shen said, "Young Master Lin, you have a good memory. I am a pig killer and my secondary job is to kill the alliance." Lin Wani didn't move at all. The fighting intent in his body didn't stop, but a smile appeared on his face. Zhu Daoshan saw that smile and he was so furious that he nearly exploded on the spot. He was too careless. He let Lin Wani's son use such a strong move to deal a fatal blow to the alliance. But even then the alliance wouldn't retreat. General Gang Xiong walked beside Zhu Daoshan and said, "We have suffered heavy losses. Although no 9-star generals have been sacrificed, we are being held back by them. Even if we fight to the end, the alliance will be the ones who will have to sacrifice the most." His suggestion was to retreat. "Are you ordering me?" Zhu Daoshan looked at Gang Xiong. The strong could do whatever they wanted. Even if Gang Xiong was called the strongest 9-star general on land, it was useless. Damn it. Gang Xiong really wanted to press Zhu Daoshan to the ground and hammer him. He even wanted to holler, "Do you really have no brains at all?" Didn't he look at the situation? If they fought head-on as 9-star generals they might be fine, but it was hard to say for the others. No. Gang Xiong replied. Naturally he didn't dare to fight Zhu Daoshan. Zhu Daoshan was stronger than him and he was a really domineering person. "Scoff, it is best if you don't," Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Gang Xiong didn't want to say anything more. What happened next would depend on what Zhu Daoshan thought. If they continued to fight, then they would. But now that the core strength of the alliance was at a disadvantage, the final outcome might be that apart from 9-star generals, everyone else would have to die here. Retreat. Zhu Daoshan raised his hand and told the alliance members to retreat. Even if he was furious, he didn't lose his rationality. The current situation wasn't good and if they continued to fight with the U City experts, the outcome would be bad. Gang Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily they retreated and not fought head-on. Otherwise he really wanted to slice open Zhu Daoshan's head and see whether or not it was filled with mush. Lin Wani, don't be too gleeful. The moment you stepped into the alliance land your outcome was decided. Zhu Daoshan said coldly. Scoff, if you have balls then come. Lin Wani replied. The fighting intent in his eyes didn't decrease at all. Lin Fan definitely couldn't see the alliance leave. Why are all of you so cowardly? Didn't we just lose some people? If you have balls then continue. Why do you want to run? Lin Fan shouted. Old Wu pulled his young master. Shush, young master, softer. The current outcome is for the best. There is no need to fight to the death with the alliance. Lin Fan still wanted to say something, but it was as if he had understood something. He nodded his head and agreed with Old Wu's words. Alliance trash, listen up. I will let you off today, but if you dare to come again, I will break your limbs. Lin Fan hollered. The battle didn't continue, but he definitely couldn't stop talking. He scolded them. He gained a wave of rage points. Chapter 327. The Alliance 9-star generals remembered Lin Fan in their hearts. Lin Wani's son. Good, this was really good. A new target had appeared. As long as they captured him, they would be able to restrict Lin Wani and even make him submit. Tisk Alliance. Lin Fan glanced in disdain. These Alliance people were really cowards. They knew that the situation wasn't right and retreated. They really had no courage at all. At that moment, Lin Fan's body shook. He felt a father's love spread from behind him. He had left U City for so long, and now that he was back, he really missed it. You unfilial kid, why did you come back? Lin Wani's expression was really strict and his tone was filled with rage. It was different from what he thought. Father should have been too emotional when he saw him return, or should have been so excited that his face changed when he saw that his cultivation had risen to such a realm. What a waste. It was different from the scenes that appeared in his mind. Father's unfilial kid pulled him back to reality. He knew that it was impossible. Father, I just came back. Lin Fan sighed. He turned around and looked at his father, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Maybe because of the pressure from the long battle, he felt that his father was much more haggard than before. Lin Wani said, "Who told you to come back? What can you do? What is the use? What can you help with?" He asked 4 questions at once. This made Lin Fan feel like his father was a little too much. He definitely came back by himself. He definitely came back to fight the Alliance. As for the last 2 questions, they were a little repetitive. Wasn't it obvious that he was useful? The Alliance was chased away by him. Lin Fan said, "Father, you saw it too. I am quite useful." These words were absolutely true. Lin Fan had always been quite useful. Otherwise, who knew how this battle would have been resolved? But this was also because he caught them off guard and the Alliance 9-star generals didn't notice. Otherwise, with their strength, they could have opened up a dimension and absorbed all of Lin Fan's attacks. What a waste. It was too late to say anything now. Scoff. Lin Wani scoffed. He was still angry. "I told you to leave U City because I didn't want you to be dragged into this. Now that you are back, the Alliance will remember you. Don't think about having a peaceful life." Lin Fan said, "If it isn't safe, then so be it. With such a thing happening, as long as one has a bit of guts, they wouldn't want to live. You can be at the border, so why can't I?" "You still?" Lin Wani was about to explode from Lin Fan's actions. Just as he was about to scold him, Old Wu rushed up to calm him down. "Old master, young master is already back. If we chase him away and he bumps into the Alliance, then what should we do?" Lin Fan smiled and secretly smiled at Old Wu. As expected, Elder Wu was still the one who spoke up for him. Lin Wani's face was cold and he didn't give Lin Fan a good look. "I will deal with you later." Father headed forwards to take a look and ask about the casualties. Due to Lin Fan's arrival, there weren't many U City experts who died. But there were many who fought too intensely with the Alliance and suffered heavy injuries. This will be a tough battle. Lin Fan looked around and understood that U City's defense line was probably the one that was going to face the toughest out of all of them. However, Lin Fan's return shocked many people. They could be said to have watched Lin Fan grow up, so they knew what he was like normally. He was just a person who ate and waited to die. But the current situation shocked them so much that their eyeballs almost popped out. Damn. This change was just too huge. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. "Young master, what have you been through during this period of time?" Old Wu asked with concern. The change was huge. It wasn't that young master had changed, but that his strength had changed too much. Lin Fan said, "I have been through a lot and it isn't something that can be explained in a short while." Old Wu looked at young master and felt heart-pained. During this period of time, young master must have suffered a lot outside. Lin Fan thought about it. Did he suffer outside? He didn't seem to have suffered much. No, he had suffered a lot. He had been wanted for a long time and he had almost been beaten to death. If he wasn't lucky, he wouldn't have been able to return. "It is okay." Lin Fan said, "I found out about the situation in U City from somewhere else, so I rushed back. Now that I am back, I don't want to leave. Old Wu, you have to help me, otherwise my father will chase me away." Old Wu sighed, "Young master, actually, I want you to leave. We are fine here, but since young master has asked me, how can I not agree? Old master doesn't want you to stay here, not because he doesn't like you but because he is afraid that something might happen to you." But it is good that young master is back. I'm not afraid. Kiki. Old Wu didn't say what it was like. He felt that it wasn't good to say it. He knew what old master wanted to do. At the crucial moment, old master would stop at nothing and even sacrifice his life to kill someone. But young master's return could calm old master down. There were gains and losses. There were pros and cons. Lin Fan nodded his head and understood his father's thoughts. However, he had already decided to fight to the death with the alliance in Yu City. At the same time, he would gain some rage points to raise his cultivation. As long as he raised his cultivation to the peak, he would have enough capital to challenge all enemies. Defense Alliance main camp. This place had been taken down by Lin Wani. The reason why there were so few people in Yu City was because most of them had moved here and could fight with the alliance at any moment. At that moment within the room. You unfilial kid, why did you come back? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan said, I came back to fight the alliance. Lin Wani smiled. His smile made it seem like he was looking down on him. Fight? Just you? How strong are you? Can you beat an alliance 9-star general? Father, you don't need to care about whether or not I can. Since I am back, I won't leave. Even if you chase me away, I will head to another border city. No one will protect me there, so I will just charge forwards. If I die, then so be it. Anyway, no one will take me in. Lin Fan's words sounded like he was a rascal. He directly told his father that if he didn't take him in, then he would be sending himself to death. If Lin Wani's body wasn't that tough, he would have been so infuriated by Lin Fan. Old Wu stood at the side and said, Old master, I think it is better for young master to stay here. Firstly, he can take care of him. Secondly, young master's strength is not bad. If young master goes to another border alone, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen. Zhang Tianshan, that bastard, he can't even do such a simple thing. Lin Wani was so furious that he turned his rage onto Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan, who was laying out the formation outside, sensed something. He raised his head in confusion like someone was saying bad things about him. What a weird thing. However, when Lin Wani heard old Wu's words, he understood that this was the only way. With this unfilial son's temper, what wouldn't he do? What happened to your cultivation? Lin Wani asked. When Lin Fan heard this, he was instantly excited. Father, this is a long story. Your child's innate talent is already considered top-notch. There is no need to doubt this. After leaving Yu City and coming to Martial Path Mountain, I started to cultivate and went through many difficulties. However, I feel that my luck is really good. Last time when I was walking on the road, I noticed a bottle of medicine on the ground and ate it. After that, my cultivation increased. There was also a time when I didn't do anything and a heavily injured old man fell from the sky. He said that he couldn't take it anymore, so he transferred all his cultivation to me. Then, there was another time when I was cultivating. Suddenly, I felt like my soul was being pulled by something. At that moment, the Tao of heaven and earth appeared in front of me. Before Lin Fan finished bragging, Lin Wani interrupted him. Okay, you unfilial son, shut up. What are you talking about? Lin Wani stared at this unfilial son who was full of nonsense. If he could believe these words, then he, Lin Wani, would really be sick in the head. Old Wu smiled. He didn't believe what young master said at all. However, there was a voice in the depths of his heart that reminded him. Actually, he could choose to believe it. Lin Fan said helplessly, Father, you are the one who asked me. I told you, so how can you blame me? Although most of what he said was fake, some of it was true. You just stay here. If you dare to go out and cause trouble, I will break your legs. Lin Wani scoffed and left with his arms by his back. Young master, you should rest. Old Wu smiled. Seeing young master return, he was really happy. Although he was worried, since things had reached such a stage, hiding it and forcing him away wasn't realistic. He could only accept reality. In another room. That damn kid. Lin Wani was so furious that he sat on the chair. His face was cold, but very quickly he thought about something and laughed. He is actually so amazing. Old Wu smiled. Old master, you are really happy. After all, young master's cultivation isn't weak. In my opinion, no one in the younger generation can compare to him. Lin Wani smiled. Of course, the younger generation doesn't even have half of his ability. When these words came out of Lin Wani's mouth, he was filled with pride. Old Wu felt that old master just wasn't telling the truth. In front of young master, he acted so solemn and didn't care at all. But when young master wasn't here, he was so delighted. This is why I said that young master is really outstanding. Maybe when he was in the manor, he was already working hard to cultivate. Now that he went out and obtained a fortuitous encounter, his strength directly increased and he is no weaker than some of the older generation experts. Old Wu said. Lin Wani nodded. Brother Wu, I will pass the heavy responsibility of looking after him to you. The Alliance definitely won't let this go. Don't worry, old master, I won't let young master get hurt. Old Wu said firmly. Chapter 328. When the surrounding environment wasn't so dangerous and there were people protecting him, it was easy for him to fall. It was comfortable and carefree. Why do I feel like I can still live the life of a rich family young master? Pui. Lin Fan tossed such impractical thoughts to the back of his head. He was shouting in his heart. Lin Fan, I beg you to be a better person. He felt that his father was definitely happy but he didn't show it. Who knew that his father was actually unable to see his true feelings at such an age? How helpless. He looked at his rage points. Looking at them, he was filled with emotions and found it unbelievable. The Alliance members were indeed overbearing and hated him to the extreme. If not, they wouldn't have provided him with so many rage points. His current situation was a little complicated. Normal people couldn't touch him and even geniuses couldn't compare to him. He cultivated many cultivation techniques and basically all of them reached the return to true realm. There were strong and weak cultivation techniques, but the realm wasn't something that could be reached just by cultivating. Especially the return to true realm, that was close to the understanding of the Tao. With just a wave of his hand he would be able to use the cultivation technique to the extreme. This was why even if it was a simple cultivation technique, it wouldn't be hard for true experts to reach the peak. But to reach return to true realm wasn't something that could be reached with just hard work. One needed comprehension. This was why Lin Fan's own cultivation techniques had mostly reached the return to true realm. When they were merged together, the strength that they gave off was extremely terrifying. It is time to cultivate. My rage points are enough to raise my realm. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and sat cross-legged. He started to organize what he had learned and hoped to improve. Land of the Alliance, the newest main camp of the Alliance. Zhu Daoshan's face was cold and he didn't say a word. When he passed the Alliance members, they felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped by a lot, like they were in an ice cave. They knew that the Alliance had suffered a huge loss in the battle with the natives. The Alliance experts who returned were all injured. Some were really serious and half their bodies were pierced. Fresh blood flowed down like a fountain. If they weren't strong they would have died long ago. Some young Alliance members looked at such tragic scenes and their eyes turned red. They were heartbroken and tears flowed down their faces. To them it was just too tragic. He took a picture of the scene and posted it on the Alliance network. Title: Alliance Heroes on the Front Lines. This earned a wave of tears on the internet, causing many Alliance citizens to be furious. 14 9-star generals weren't able to take down U City and they weren't even able to chase them out of the Alliance border. Who do you think will be responsible for this? Zhu Daoshan looked at them and asked. In this battle, the Alliance sent over 12 9-star generals. Gang Xiong was the local 9-star general and he, who was known as the strongest 9-star general in the Alliance, actually lost at U City. If this matter were to spread outside, it would be like a slap to the face. It was very painful to hear the popping sound. General Zhu, we were too careless this time. We didn't expect Lin Wani's son to appear. Moreover, his moves were so strong and injured so many people. Marshal Gang Xiong said. Indeed, we were careless. So what if he's Lin Wani's son? To us, that level of cultivation is nothing but an ant. But why didn't you react in time? If I hadn't slashed open the dimension and absorbed most of the attacks, how many of our core forces would have died? Zhu Daoshan asked. Gang Xiong looked at Zhu Daoshan and cursed in his heart. Scram, his words were even better than his singing. If you hadn't slashed open the dimension, you wouldn't have been able to react. You didn't even care about it at all. If I hadn't reminded you, you would have just been watching the show. General Zhu, the situation isn't optimistic. I suggest that the Alliance headquarters send more experts over to wipe out all the natives. A 9-star general suggested. Zhu Daoshan squinted and said in an unfriendly tone, So, what you mean is that I can't kill Lin Wani? The 9-star generals were helpless. Damn it. Could they still converse? Could they not act cool? Could they kill him? Did they not know what they were talking about? If he was so easy to kill, they would have killed him long ago. But they had no choice. Although they were 9-star generals, they still had to lower their heads in front of Zhu Daoshan. Send the portrait of Lin Wani's son to the Alliance headquarters and let everyone remember his face. I want him to be hated by everyone, Zhu Daoxuan said. General Gang Xiong had nothing to say. He had always admitted that Zhu Daoxuan was stronger than him, but in terms of intelligence the gap was huge. It was a battle and either he died or he died. But Zhu Daoxuan made him come out from underground. He was just so dumb. True Heaven Body Secret Technique. As expected, it is an extraordinary body training technique. It is really amazing. The fourth stage consumes 60,000 rage points. This wasn't a normal number. In the past, it would have been enough to raise his cultivation by an entire realm. But even then it wasn't enough. His god body had reached peak 5-element realm and he would reach Yin Yang realm with just one more step. He thought that it wouldn't be difficult. But looking at the situation, it wasn't enough and he needed to continue improving it. He felt that if he could improve, then his god body would reach a terrifying level. Improve. He consumed 70,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique 1. Lin Fan could feel a gentle power coursing through his god body. Maybe it is enough. His cultivation was just so simple. As long as he had enough rage points, then everything else wouldn't be a problem. Improve. God body's 510 points jumped and he started to cross into a new realm. To experts, Yin Yang realm was just SOSO, but to Lin Fan it was a huge step forward. His god body cultivation was already peak 5-element realm, so why not enter Yin Yang realm to raise his strength? When his god body jumped to 520. Yin Yang initial formation. Onglong. The Yin Yang ocean that was opened up a long time ago instantly expanded and turned into a vast ocean. He clenched his fingers and he could feel the power in his body boiling. The space between his fingers was shaking. Whew. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and opened his eyes. A weird glow shone in his eyes. It was really eye-catching and filled with a godly light. As expected, amazing, he exclaimed. If he didn't personally feel it, he wouldn't have been able to imagine how strong this power was. However, he wasn't someone who would easily sink into power. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal appearance. Wasn't it just an increase in cultivation? There was nothing to be excited about. Now it was time to raise his true essence realm. His true essence realm was a little behind and was only middle 5-element realm. Looking at his current rage points, he might be able to reach Yin Yang realm. Improve. Consumed 50,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven Scripture, Grade 10. Improve. Emperor Heaven Scripture. The next day. Yu City. When Liang Yichu heard that Lin Fan had returned and was shining brightly on the front lines, he was totally shocked. Damn. That was just too terrifying. Liang family had said, I didn't expect this kid to hide so deeply, to have such cultivation at such a young age. Father, to be able to reach such a terrifying realm at such a young age, apart from him, is there anyone else in the world? Liang Yichu asked. He started to doubt life, like he didn't live in the same world. Old Master Liang said, I have never heard of or seen such a thing. Even Lin Wani wasn't as terrifying as him. That was indeed the case. Liang family and Yuan family's role in Yu City was to send resources over. The two of them had long expanded their business to other cities. At this time they were really useful. Liang Yichu and Qin Yifei were together. When Yu City entered a state of defending against the alliance, some normal people were chased away. Qin Yifei was one of them, but because of Liang Yichu she had to stay. Old Master Liang didn't say much and just let his eldest son do whatever he wanted. Whether or not Yu City would still exist was a problem, so why think so much? Lin Manor. Young Master, what are you doing? Old Wu asked. Since young Master returned to Yu City, he had been by his side. When he saw that young Master wanted to move the chair that he often used to the back courtyard to the Alliance land, he was a little lost. Lin Fan said, I want to stay there for a long time, so I need to find something that I have feelings for. Actually, the main reason. That was because he still wanted to live the life of a rich family young master. It was just that he brought it to the Alliance land. When he had nothing to do, he would lie on the walls and look at the Alliance. Old Wu arranged for people to listen to young Master and move whatever he wanted. Brother Lin. Just at that moment, Liang Yichu appeared. When he saw Lin Fan he smiled and walked over. I heard people say that you are back. At the start, I didn't dare to believe it, but I didn't expect it to really be true. Brother Liang, long time no see. Lin Fan smiled. Liang Yichu asked, Brother Lin, is my third brother okay? Although his third brother was a little conflicted with him and he hated him in the past, no matter what, he was his biological brother. Good, very good. He followed me to Martial Path Mountain and is now the eldest disciple. He has huge potential and I have high hopes for him. Lin Fan said. As for the exact truth, it was hard to say. That's good, that's good. Alright, Brother Lin, why don't we go drink a few cups? Liang Yichu invited. Lin Fan didn't reject. Since that was the case, then he would go drink a few cups. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Brother Lin, I thought that we wouldn't be able to meet in this life. Come, let me toast you. Liang Yichu raised his cup. He was a little melancholic, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. Lin Fan smiled and replied, Brother Liang, I didn't expect you to have changed so much from before. I feel like you have become greasier. He thought about the past. Liang Yichu was really dumb. He had ideas but didn't know what to do. After Lin Fan's comments, he was enlightened and had many ideas. Liang Yichu smiled, I have a heavy responsibility and am slightly pressured, but I don't regret it. My Liang family and Yuan family are in charge of transporting resources to the city. In the past, I didn't understand why father wanted to impose such heavy taxes and why he chased away the refugees. So, it was all for today. However, father underestimated the tolerance of the commoners. Although his methods are vicious, the human heart is really complicated. Alright, I already have a wife. She is a maid in my family. I thought that father wouldn't agree, but who knew that he didn't say anything. Now, I just want to send my wife away. The more she stays here, the more she will realize that death is actually really close. Who knows when the city will be wiped out? Lin Fan wanted to brag to Liang Yichu about the outside world, but who knew that once Liang Yichu opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. It was like he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He felt like Liang Yichu was under too much pressure. Thinking about it, it made sense. He was young and didn't have much cultivation. Staying in this place where he didn't know when he would be wiped out, the pressure in his heart was definitely huge. On this day. In the end, Lin Fan wasn't drunk but Liang Yichu was. He sent Liang Yichu back and the person who came out to welcome him was his wife. Old Master Liang smiled when he saw Lin Fan. He smiled back. He just felt a little awkward. In the past, he was really good at arguing with Old Master Liang. And also on this day, Lin Fan was a dual cultivator who reached Yin-Yang realm. The next day, the scenery was really good. Lin Fan stood on the wall and looked into the distance. In the extreme distance there was a blurry image. That was the Alliance's New City main camp. As for the old camp, it had already been occupied. Old Wu, when do you think the Alliance will come? Lin Fan asked. He felt like he had to cause some trouble for the Alliance. It wasn't a good idea to just live peacefully like this. They couldn't be the one to attack each time. That wasn't a big deal. He wasn't someone who would sit there and wait for others to bully him. Usually, they would be the one to attack first and then he would be the one to attack. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't let them have an easy time. Lin Fan estimated that the new Alliance main camp was at least 30 miles away. To normal people it was a little far, but to Lin Fan it wasn't that far. Old Wu said, Young master, that is hard to say. If I were to say, we can't just sit back and wait for our enemies to attack us. The only way is to strike them down and scare them off. If we wait for them to attack us every single time, we won't be able to gain any advantages. That was what he felt. When the Alliance attacked, that would be when the Alliance was most prepared. That wasn't good for you, City. If he had his father's cultivation, he wouldn't have hesitated and would have attacked right away. Young master, actually, it isn't that we don't want to fight back, but some things aren't as simple as we think. Now all the border defenses are really tense. Migu City being broken is like a bolt from the blue to us, which was why Old Master tried his best to break the alliance at U City to level the scales. The current situation isn't good for us. The various sects are just watching, and if we lose one at the defense, our strength will be weaker. When Lin Fan heard what Old Wu said, he slowly understood. Then can't we disturb the alliance and not give them enough time to rest? That was what he was thinking about. Anyway, they were going to fight. Even if they didn't fight head-on, they had to discuss the alliance a little. Old Wu smiled. Young master, this matter is hard to say, really hard to say. We don't even know how to disturb them. Leave this to me, I will deal with it. Lin Fan patted his chest. It seemed like he had to think about what was the best method to use. Lin Fan laid on the chair. Old Wu, let me think for a while. If you have something to do, then go do it. Old Wu looked at young master and left with a smile. He didn't know what young master was going to do, but if he really had a plan, then it would be great. To Lin Fan. If he couldn't kill them with strength, then he had to rely on something else. It wasn't a good thing to let them bully him. Chapter 329. The sky slowly turned dark. Lin Fan laid on the chair and was really bored. He laid on the wall and looked at the light in the distance. Pada. He grabbed the edge of the wall with both hands and suddenly, a terrifying true essence spread out. The bug controlling technique became stronger and the special internal strength spread out. It wasn't as small as before, but it became much wider. Let me test your wariness first. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and looked into the distance. His long hair danced in the wind. The ground outside the base camp began to tremble slightly, as if something was about to come out of the soil, pushing out mounds of earth. There were many bugs around. Although they were all normal bugs, under the buff of the special internal strength, they weren't normal anymore. Go have some fun with the Alliance members. To other people it was really tough to control so many bugs. The true essence needed was just too thick. Normal people wouldn't even be able to do anything before their true essence was used up. Alliance. Team after team of Alliance members were patrolling. They gathered here from all over the Alliance to attack the rich land. Beneath their feet there were numerous bugs crawling about. It was just that they didn't notice them. Within a dorm. The bugs bit open a crack in the metal floor and then surged out. They were really dense and formed into a ball. CSI. There was a small sound. The bugs seemed to have mutated. They actually grouped together and formed a bugman that was half the height of a human. His two scythe-like arms were really sharp. The Alliance member who was sleeping sensed something and opened his eyes. When he saw the terrifying being he wanted to scream, but the moment he was about to, Pucci. Fresh blood splattered onto the wall. Within the Alliance 9-star General's room. Great-grandfather, when are you coming back? Her misses you. Within the room, Zhu Daoshan smiled and looked really benevolent. The equipment in front of him projected a person. It was a little girl hugging a teddy bear and wearing pajamas. Zhu Daoshan said lovingly, be good. Once I am done I will head back. This was totally different from Zhu Daoshan on the battlefield. Oh. Then Ku'er will wait for great-grandpa to come back. The little girl in the projection said happily. At this time, another voice came from the projection. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't disturb great-grandfather's rest. The smile on Zhu Daoshan's face didn't disappear. Suddenly, he frowned and sensed that something had happened in the main camp. Okay, bring Ku'er to sleep. I still have something to deal with here. Zhu Daoshan said. In the projection. Great-grandfather, good night. Zhu Daoshan waved his hand. Sleep well. Great-grandfather will be back in a few days. Patter. The projection turned off. Zhu Daoshan got up and retracted his smile. His expression was dark and sunken and a terrifying aura spread out. The space in front of him ripped open and he stepped in. Help. What kind of monsters are these? Don't panic. Kill these things. The Alliance was in a mess and many technical members of the Alliance had been killed. They weren't strong and some of them were still in deep sleep. When they faced these unknown bugs they couldn't defend at all. Of course there were some experts who noticed that something was wrong. They attacked right away and killed many bugs. Smelly bug, don't come over. Someone save me, I don't want to die. The alarm rang out. Numerous Alliance members who were fine but were in deep sleep were woken up. They didn't know what had happened, but the alarm meant that an enemy had invaded. When they came outside they saw countless black things moving in an overwhelming manner. On closer look they didn't expect them to be bugs. Long. Many terrifying auras exploded forth and crushed down, causing those bugs to explode. Where did these come from? General Gang Xiong's expression was solemn and he didn't expect such a thing to happen. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to clear out all these bugs. All the 9-star generals attacked at the same time. A terrifying aura that normal people couldn't touch swept the entire camp. The aura was like an invisible blade. With a Pucci. Many human-shaped bugs were wiped out and not even bits of them were left. Not long later. All the bugs in U City Alliance's camp were killed. Some of the dead bug liquid gave off a weird smell that spread in the air. It made one feel like vomiting. Zhu Daoshan came out with a cold expression. What is going on? Why did so many bugs enter this place? Are the patrolling people dreaming? When the terrified Alliance members heard the 9-star generals holler, they lowered their heads in fear. At the same time they were roaring in their hearts. That's right. Were those patrolling people dreaming? So many bugs attacked and there was no alarm at all. They were so terrified that they were about to collapse. Especially those who were in the toilet. Suddenly they realized that their butts were cold and they lowered their heads to take a look. Damn. The toilet bowl was actually filled with bugs and there were many bugs with big pincers, making kacha sounds. If one's reaction was not fast enough, it was very likely that the thing would have been broken. At this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat were dripping from the foreheads of the patrolling members. "General, we didn't notice anything weird at all." They were very scared. They really couldn't be blamed for such a thing happening. They didn't know where these fucking bugs came from. Someone from the bug clearing team came to report. "General, based on our search, we noticed that these bugs came from underground." A guy reported the situation. His expression was a little unnatural. He saw that the people who were killed by the bugs died so badly. If one's heart wasn't strong, one would have vomited on the spot. How is that possible? The ground is made of alliance alloy and it is really tough. How can these bugs break it? General Gang Xiong said. "General Gang Xiong, that is really the case. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. The alloy has been bitten open." The guy said. There were some things that couldn't be easily blamed. Even if one was a 9-star general, it still wouldn't work. "Those you city people are attacking?" Zhu Daoshan said coldly. To him, without even thinking, it was definitely done by the natives. Otherwise, who would dare to attack them? If my guesses are correct, they should be similar to Monster Emperor. General Gang Xiong found it weird. Monster Emperor? How is that possible? Monster Emperor is working with the Alliance and is far away in Maigu City. How can he come to you city? How are the casualties? Zhu Daoshan asked. I don't know yet, but it seems like they noticed it early and didn't cause many casualties. However, it dealt a huge blow to some of the Alliance's researchers. General Gang Xiong said. That was really the case. Those researchers were indeed scared out of their wits by this scene. Or rather, they had never seen such a horrifying scene before. They were used to dealing with clean equipment, but they had never experienced such a terrifying scene. Zhu Daoshan's face was cold and he didn't say a word. It was obvious that he was furious deep down. Oh my god, I didn't expect them to notice so quickly. So many bugs died. Lin Fan was filled with regret and helplessness. He thought that he could play for a while longer, but who knew that they wouldn't give him a chance at all. When the bugs were crushed by the 9-star generals, he sensed that his connection with them was cut off. So boring, I will come tomorrow to play with all of you. He left the city wall and walked towards the resting area. The next morning. Young master, breakfast is ready. Old Wu's voice spread in from outside. Lin Fan woke up. This was the most comfortable night he had ever slept and he didn't need to worry about anything at all. I am coming. To him, this was like returning home. No, he was at home, just that the territory had changed. He wasn't in Yu City but in the Alliance's territory. He came to the dining area. Old Wu, where is my father? Lin Fan asked. Old Wu said, Old master woke up and went to check on the situation. Lin Fan didn't say much and just continued to eat. He still had things to do later. Since he returned to Yu City, he couldn't just wait quietly. He had to cause some problems for the Alliance. The Alliance's situation last night seemed to have spread to them and many people were discussing it. They heard that something happened at the Alliance's side which caused some chaos. After the meal, Lin Fan casually strolled around. The experts here all knew Lin Fan. After all, they were once people of Yu City. He couldn't remember them but they remembered him. Young Master Lin, where are you going? Someone asked. Just casually looking around. Lin Fan smiled and continued to walk forwards. Suddenly he saw someone and shouted, Zhang Tianshan. Zhang Tianshan pushed a small cart and strengthened the formations around. He also laid out some new ones. Who's calling me? When Zhang Tianshan heard someone call him, he raised his head and saw Lin Fan right away. He knew that the kid was here yesterday but he didn't want to meet him. Who knew that he would bump into him just like that? He felt a little helpless. Why are you here? Zhang Tianshan asked. Lin Fan giggled. You are asking me why I am here? I should be the one asking you. I didn't expect that you would actually have the courage to come here. Zhang Tianshan said, Kid, what do you mean by that? You make it sound like I am a coward. Pay attention to the way you address me. Who is in charge of Martial Path Mountain? Lin Fan realized that Zhang Tianshan was jumping up and down. He actually called him Kid. In the past he called him Sect Leader. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands. Okay, what Martial Path Mountain? Those few disciples are just playing house. Your father and I are good brothers, so I have to call you nephew and you have to call me uncle. As for Sect Leader or not, let's not talk about it. Oh my god. He really didn't expect that. In a short 1 to 2 months, Zhang Tianshan became so arrogant and didn't care about him at all. But before he could say anything more, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Tianshan said, I heard that something happened at the Alliance last night. Did you do it? He really doubted it. Before the kid came, everything was calm and nothing happened at the Alliance. But now that the kid came back, something happened at the Alliance. If one said that it had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Yes, it was me. Lin Fan didn't hide anything. There was no need to hide anything. He did it himself, so he had to let others know how overbearing he was. You really are bold, aren't you afraid that the Alliance will beat you to death? Zhang Tianshan was impressed. He was really impressed by this kid. Lin Fan smiled, you make it sound like if we didn't do that, the Alliance wouldn't beat us to death. Zhang Tianshan thought about it and felt that it made sense. Let's not talk about all this. Zhang Tianshan, I remember that you aren't that strong and only know how to deal with Yin demons. Where did you get the ability to come here? Lin Fan asked. Speaking of Yin demons, when he returned to Yu City, he saw that there were Yin demons in the forest. He was no longer the greenhorn he had been in the beginning, and he had long since learned many secrets. The Yin demons were there to block the Alliance. Actually, this wasn't blocking, but rather they didn't reject anyone. As long as someone stepped into their territory, they would be attacked by the Yin demons. Zhang Tianshan looked at Lin Fan and felt like this kid had been underestimating him. That made him slightly annoyed. Kid, strength doesn't mean everything. My strength isn't in my arms and legs but here. Zhang Tianshan pointed at his head. His words nearly made Lin Fan spit out a laugh. If he pointed at his crotch, he might be able to tell. Now, if he pointed at his head, could he slice it open? Do not believe me. Next time the Alliance attacks, I will let you see my strongest ability. Zhang Tianshan didn't want to be too direct. Lin Fan was lazy to say more as he had other things to do. Let's go, let's go. Another place. Lin Wani was in deep thought. Brother Wu, who do you think was last night? Old Wu thought about it and said, logically speaking, I don't know, but thinking about it, I think that young master has the highest chance. Based on what I know, the Alliance was attacked by bugs and apart from Insect Valley, only Monster Emperor can control them. But Monster Emperor is in Migu City and he won't help us. A long time ago, didn't young master cultivate Insect Valley's bug controlling technique, which is why I think that young master has a high chance. Old Wu's guess wasn't wrong at all and it was all true. Lin Wani frowned. That's impossible, I trashed his bug controlling technique internal strength, so how can he still cultivate it? To him it was just too confusing. Since he couldn't figure it out, he had to ask. Lin Wani wouldn't guess with Lin Fan and had to ask. He was even a little angry and felt that the kid didn't listen to him and actually dared to cultivate bug controlling technique. Although he wasn't sure, to Lin Wani he was sure that the kid was the one who did it. He searched for a long time but didn't see any signs of the kid. He went to ask and found out that the kid actually went to Yu City. Forget it. Lin Wani didn't want to ask more and just let him be. Even he wasn't sure how long Yu City could last for and whether or not it could last forever. But he felt that the chances were low. As long as the Alliance made up their mind, then Yu City would face the most terrifying scene. Within the city. Brother Lin, what are you looking for? What do you need? Just tell me and I will definitely do it for you. Liang Yichu asked. He had accompanied Lin Fan for a long time and didn't know what he wanted. If he had a clear goal, then it would be easy. I'm looking for a toilet. Liang Yichu was shocked and then said, Brother Lin, you should have said so earlier. I would have brought you to the manor. No, I am looking for a toilet that everyone uses. Lin Fan said. He lived in Yu City and didn't know where the public toilet was. Liang Yichu didn't understand what Brother Lin wanted to do. But he still led the way. Follow me. Not long later. The two of them stopped in front of a toilet. Even from outside one could smell the stench within. It was said that the reason one could smell it was because there were feces floating in the air. When one entered the toilet, one couldn't see it with the naked eye, but actually, everyone was surrounded by feces. If the smell was pungent, then it meant that the feces floating in the air were thick. It really stinks, Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu didn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking about, but he still said, it definitely stinks. This is a toilet. But Brother Lin, can you tell me why we are here? Apart from feces, there was only feces in the toilet. There were no treasures. Lin Fan didn't have the courage to enter and just said, Brother Liang, I have a favor to ask of you. Liang Yichu said, please speak. Please find some people to collect all the feces in the city and place it in a vat before sending it to my side. Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape. Oh my god. What kind of request was that? He had never heard of someone actually having such a request. But to Lin Fan's baffling request, he really agreed to it. Okay, leave it to me, Liang Yichu said. Although he didn't know what Brother Lin wanted, as long as he didn't eat it, then everything was fine. Lin Fan couldn't take it. It was just too heavy. He thought about what he had to do next. He felt like the burden on his body was really heavy because he would be beaten to death. But in order to fight against the alliance, so what was the big deal? Brother Liang, you have to be quick. This is a really important matter. Also, don't say that it is feces. I have already thought of a code name. Once it is collected, just transport it to the alliance city walls. I will wait for you there, Lin Fan said. Liang Yichu saw that Brother Lin's expression was really solemn. He nodded his head solemnly. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I will do this quickly. I will arrange people to clean all the toilets in the city. Although he didn't know what Brother Lin's goal was. But from his expression one could tell that this was a really important matter. Lin Fan smiled. He was looking forward to what was going to happen next. Chapter 330. After Lin Fan and Liang Yichu went their separate ways, the other party started to gather manpower and started to move the rice in the city. Lin Fan returned to the Alliance's main camp and continued to lie on the chair. There were no fruits and no one to serve him. As expected, you're still used to enjoying life. Lin Fan sighed. He missed the days when Go Zi was by his side. They were carefree and didn't need to worry about anything. Go Zi could handle everything perfectly. Now, what he regretted was that he didn't know where his cousin had gone. He would rather have his cousin by his side than let him wander outside. The outside world was too dangerous, and if one didn't have any tricks up their sleeves, they might not be able to win against others. Looking into the distance, Lin Fan's heart gradually calmed down without much of a fluctuation. He had yet to figure out what the god territory in his body was for. It was the same as before. Apart from a wisp of gray fog floating in the air, there was nothing strange about it. It was very vexing. If he could activate the miraculous effects of the god domain, he would definitely have more tricks up his sleeves. He hoped that he would discover the usefulness of the god's domain after some time. It did not matter if it was possible. There's nothing wrong with giving yourself a little confidence. Young master, you're here. Old man Wu appeared beside him. Old master has been looking for you for a long time, but couldn't find you. Lin Fan smiled and said, Why is my father looking for me? Are you going to ask me if I was the one behind the alliance? Yes, that's what master wanted to ask. Old Wu said. Since young master was so calm, it was obvious that young master did it. Yes, I did it. I couldn't beat them and I didn't dare to take the initiative to enter their territory. I could only discuss them a little. Lin Fan was helpless. He wanted the alliance to know that he was the one who did all of this and that they should hate him. If you don't hate me, then what are you doing? Old Wu was very curious. Young master, I remember that old master trashed your bug controlling technique internal strength. How can you still cultivate it? Old Wu couldn't figure it out. That was impossible. Once old master made a move, there wouldn't be any so-called miracles. Normally, if it was gone, then there was no need to think about it. Lin Fan said, I just continued to cultivate. Actually, I didn't face any obstacles. Old Wu looked at young master in shock. He actually didn't know what to say. Young master made it sound so simple, but he knew that it was impossible. Old Wu, are you busy right now? Lin Fan asked. Old Wu said, Young master, this old servant has nothing to do at the moment. Lin Fan smiled, That's great. I don't want to move for now. Can you help me get some fruits and a cup of tea? All right then, please wait a moment, young master. This old servant will get it done right away. Old Wu had many questions in his heart, but he didn't ask too much. Young master had his own thoughts and it was best not to probe further. Lin Fan lay on the chair and stretched his body. What a dispirited day. Very soon. Old Wu carried the food over. It was all Lin Fan's favorite food. In the past, Go Zi did all these things and he wasn't used to doing it himself. Young master, it is best if less people know about Insect Valley's bug controlling technique. Old Wu reminded young master. What he said was the truth and he hoped that young master could remember it. Yes, I know. Lin Fan replied. Although he said so, he actually had no idea in his heart. If they knew, then so be it. Cultivation techniques were meant to be used. To be sneaky wasn't like his style. Eating fruits and drinking tea, the days were much more leisurely. In Laoshan City he had to be serious. But in Yu City it was different. He could release himself and do whatever he wanted. Would the Alliance let him off just because he didn't offend them? That was impossible. This was why he had to offend them in such a way. Offending them until they exploded would be the best outcome. Old Wu told Old Master the news that he got from Young Master. After Lin Wani heard it, he was shocked. How is that possible? Old Wu said, Old Master, are you sure he was trashed? Of course, how could I let him cultivate the bug controlling technique? Lin Wani said. He thought about it for a moment and shook his head. It seems like this kid hid many things from me. Maybe Old Master making Young Master leave U City was the right choice. Otherwise, Young Master wouldn't have become so outstanding. Old Wu smiled. Lin Wani shook his head. Hayes, what is the point of saying all this? Didn't he still come back? Who knows what this kid is thinking? Old Wu smiled. Young Master came back because he was worried about Old Master. He was reluctant to leave Old Master. At least this kid has a conscience, but I hope that he can listen to me and not come back. Lin Wani had a thought. No matter what, he wouldn't let this kid die here. It wasn't late, but it was already dusk. Brother Lin. Not far away, Liang Yichu used a cloth to cover his mouth and nose. Oh my god, this smell was just too smelly. He nearly vomited. Here, move it here. Lin Fan waved his hands excitedly. In a while, a shocking battle was about to take place. Just thinking about it made him emotional. Very quickly, a stench spread out. Those people moving the vats nearly couldn't take it and fell to the ground. It was just too smelly. To them, shit was already smelly, but who knew that when so many were mixed together, the stench would be even more shocking? No matter how strong one was. Even if one's nose was blocked, one would cry from the smell. What is this smell? Why is it so pungent? What are those people moving? I feel like it is smelly tofu, but the smell is much thicker than that. They raised their heads and looked at Young Master Lin on the city walls. They didn't understand what it was used for. Very quickly, vats after vats of things called rice fields were moved over and placed all over the city walls. Liang Yichu said, Young Master Lin, everything is prepared, but what is it used for? He just wanted to know what the fuck it was used for. He was really curious. Secret. Lin Fan acted mysteriously. Liang Yichu was eager to know what this mysterious hook was used for. Thank you all for your hard work. The people moving the vats were all you city experts. Their cultivations might not have been high, but they had contributed to this battle. No, not only them but everyone in the city, their contributions were all condensed in these vats. Young Master Lin, why do you need these? That's right, the surroundings are so smelly. They didn't understand. Even if they used their brains to think about it, they wouldn't be able to understand what it was used for. Lin Fan didn't say much and told them to leave. What happened next wasn't a good thing. Liang Yichu wanted to stay here, but looking at Brother Lin, he didn't want anyone to stay here. This made him feel helpless. Everyone had left. Lin Fan raised his hand and the lid flew up. He bore with the smell that surged into the sky. Then the sword seed appeared and he tossed it into each vats. If people saw this, they would definitely point at Lin Fan and scold him. This was an insult to the sword path. How could he taint such a sincere sword path? He wasn't worthy of using the sword. To Lin Fan, wasn't this a sword? What was the big deal? As long as he could use it, then it wasn't a problem. If the sword seed had intelligence and could speak, it would say, WQNMLGB. In case the vats leaked out and stained the land, he could only use true essence to seal the lids just in case. Alliance, I have prepared a gift for all of you. Please accept it. Lin Fan looked into the distance. In a while, there was going to be a battle with a smell. If people could remember it and spread it down. He hoped that the name of the battle would be, U City Shit Battle. The Alliance was a little far from here, but that wasn't a problem. Lin Fan was a dual cultivator and had shocking strength. Just his strength alone would be able to toss the vats over to the Alliance. Let's go. He didn't say much and started to move. He tossed the vats into the distance and all of them turned into shooting stars and disappeared. Alliance. They were attacked by bugs last night and were still cleaning up. Each corner of the room was covered in bugs and it was just disgusting and terrifying. At this time it was time for dinner. The Alliance members lined up and took their food. As the place where they ate was occupied by bugs, they were cleaning up the corpses and disinfecting them. Everyone ate in the empty space outside. A bunch of people gathered together and chatted with one another. Although they were all Alliance citizens, they came from all over the world. My friend is at Jianghu City and he told me that Jianghu City is really comfortable. He doesn't have much to do every day, just watch movies and listen to music. Occasionally he would even gain a lot. How is it like us? How did you all come to U City? Were you assigned here? The college assigned me here and I hope to train and strengthen myself. Who knew that the frequency of battles in U City would be so high and the death rate would be so terrifying? It is glorious to fight for the Alliance. Glorious, they said in unison. To them, the situation here was really dangerous. It was indeed honorable to fight for the Alliance, but they also told their friends about the situation here and told them to be careful and not choose U City. The intensity of the battles here was dozens of times that of other places. Especially last night, it was like a nightmare that wrapped around their hearts. Those disgusting bugs appeared beside them for no reason at all. It terrified them so much that they were about to explode. To experts, naturally they didn't fear anything. But to some researchers, in front of those bugs they were defenseless. You look in the sky, there seems to be something. Someone raised his head and noticed that there was a black shadow in the clouds. However, it was really blurry and they couldn't see it clearly. Everyone held their bowls and raised their heads. They looked on curiously. Slowly all of them were engrossed. It really does seem like it. It seems like it is going to rain. The moment he said that, voila, thick rainwater fell. It was yellowish in color and there were some unknown lumps of unknown things. One of the researchers looked on in confusion and muttered to himself, "Yellow rain, could it be some kind of radiation?" He thought about it and didn't understand. With a smack, a pile of shit smashed onto his face. He reached out and grabbed it. He lowered his head and looked at it. What was that? He smelled it. It was so smelly. Then, his body trembled violently as if he had thought of something terrifying. His body was trembling and his hands were trembling. His entire body was screaming in agony, as if he had suffered some kind of serious injury. Someone lowered his head and ate. Yellow rainwater dripped into his bowl. It was just rain, so he didn't care much about it. But very quickly, that person smashed his bowl on the ground. What is going on? The rice is smelly. Shit. This is rain shit. Long. A loud explosion spread out in the sky like thunder. Sword seeds exploded. The vats all exploded and the rice inside fell from the sky like a flood. When Gang Xiong heard the commotion outside, he was shocked and charged out. It was a mess outside and he hollered, "You all, put on." A yellow liquid mixed with a sticky substance was poured onto Gang Xiong's body. General Gang Xiong's expression changed. He sniffed and a weird smell swept over, filling up his nose. He then lowered his head and noticed that there was something on his clothes. His brain seemed to have been emptied. He didn't dare and wasn't willing to believe all of this. The disgusting smell caused Gang Xiong's urge to vomit to the max. He bent down and vomited. "Gang Xiong, what is going on outside?" Zhu Daoshan frowned and was really unhappy. What was going on? "Don't come out." When Gang Xiong heard the voice behind him, he turned around and waved his hands to stop him from coming out. But as he used too much strength, the unknown liquid on his fingers and a sticky thing that was the size of a fingernail splattered onto Zhu Daoshan's face. There was also a small piece that splattered onto the corner of his mouth. Zhu Daoshan's face was calm but his heart was filled with rage. He raised his hand and wiped it off. Maybe because he had destroyed the stability of the unknown substance, its structure collapsed. A pungent and disgusting smell exploded out. This is the smell of shit. His breathing became rushed but he suppressed the rage in his heart. He looked outside and saw that there was dirt all around. On the buildings and on everyone's bodies. A group of people were running in the yellow rain, while another group of people were holding their heads and screaming for their parents. At that moment, on the empty ground, a young man was very good looking and could be said to be very handsome, but at this moment his entire body was covered in sticky stuff. His hair, face and body were all covered in sticky stuff. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. His body was trembling as he walked forwards. Shoo! A pile of stuff landed on his head and smashed into pieces. But he was expressionless and didn't react at all. He just walked forwards like that. He then called the signal. The moment a question spread out from the other side, the calm and handsome guy hollered, "Professor, I want to go back. I don't want to stay here. I want to die, I really want to die." Wow, calm down. You have to calm down. You are my best disciple and this is the best time for you to gain merits. I believe in you. No difficulty will make you retreat. The professor on the other side sensed the disciple's holler and was instantly confused. What was going on? Wu Hao said in a frenzy, "Professor, this isn't difficulty. This is hell. Last night when I opened my eyes, there were bugs in front of me. Now it is raining shit and I am eating under it. I'm going crazy. I want to go back, I don't want to stay here. The other side was silent. Not long later, he said slowly, everything is for the Alliance. Damn the Alliance. Pata. He hung up the signal. Wu Hao raised his head and hollered in rage. Rain fell into his mouth. He fell to the ground. Regretfully, another one went crazy. After a long while, the rain stopped. A rare 7-colored rainbow appeared in the sky. It was really beautiful. A thick smell spread in the air. This was a smell that could make one collapse. Even people who loved to eat smelly tofu found it hard to accept. General Gang Xiong's face was dark and sunken. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He was like a furious lion. Gang Xiong, go take a bath. At this moment, the rage in Zhu Daoxuan's heart was no less than Gang Xiong's. As one of the strongest 9-star generals, he was actually tainted by such a dirty thing. But he couldn't be angry. Looking at those members, they were about to go mad. General Gang Xiong was provoked by those words. His eyes turned red and he hollered in rage, "Native, I will fight you to the death." The alloy ground cracked. Gang Xiong dashed into the distance. All of this was done by the natives. How disgusting, how despicable. Gang Xiong. Zhu Daoxuan saw that Gang Xiong wasn't in a good state and hollered right away. But Gang Xiong didn't care about him and just disappeared. Stupid thing, you were just asking to die. Zhu Daoxuan chased and spread his voice, all 9-star generals follow me. General, organize people to clean up the area. Those 9-star generals were still in a stunned state. Thousands of curses flashed across their hearts. Damn it. Was that even something a human would do? When they heard Zhu Daoxuan's voice, they followed closely. It was obvious that the people from Yu City had seen the situation. When they saw the situation on Gang Xiong's body, they were all shocked. Damn, Gang Xiong was drenched in shit. Oh my god, if this gets out, I'll lose all my face. Do you think General Zhu was drenched? They discussed softly and felt that there was a possibility, otherwise why would they be so furious? Actually, they felt fortunate that they were in the room and not outside. Otherwise, if they didn't pay attention, they would really think that it was rain and not shit. It was really smelly. They didn't dare to chase Gang Xiong as he was too smelly. If they stood beside him, they would be surrounded by shit. On the city wall. What happened? Lin Fan was waiting for the situation to continue. Maybe they would feel really happy. Suddenly, he saw movement in the distance and didn't dare to hesitate. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Father, come out quickly. Someone is attacking us. The moment he said this, Lin Wani appeared beside Lin Fan. Lin Wani appeared beside Lin Fan. He was so quick that one couldn't react at all. Perhaps this was a father's love that had a telepathic connection. Long. The other experts instantly came out. Damn, is the Alliance dog so arrogant? Do they really think that I am easy to bully? Zhu Shen was really annoyed and he couldn't take it anymore. Gang Xiong was furious. He wanted to kill these natives, but when he got close to the Yu City experts, he saw Lin Wani from afar. He stopped and didn't head forwards. Lin Wani squinted. You want to fight now? Zhu Daoxuan said coldly, Lin Wani, you have balls. The current situation was a battle between two elders. Lin Fan felt much better and much safer. He wasn't afraid and he was perfectly fine. Lin Wani frowned and didn't understand what he meant. Why? Now you know that I have balls? Good, very good. I didn't expect you to actually do such a thing. I really didn't expect that. Zhu Daoxuan said. What? Lin Wani was even more confused. What was he talking about? He didn't understand at all. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like he couldn't just not say anything. Some things had already been done, and it was a matter of principle for his father to stand up for him. Father, I admit that I did it. I gathered all the shit in the city and transported it to their side. I gave them a shit rain. Look at that General Gang Xiong, his body is covered in shit. Guys, when we fight, you must pay attention to this shit person. Don't let him touch you. You should spit shit. The moment Lin Fan said these words, the air seemed to freeze up. Everything became really silent. Everyone's gazes landed on Lin Fan. Their gazes were a little strange. Rage points plus 999, rage points plus 999. Why are all of you looking at me like that? I just sent some shit to the Alliance, I didn't send any treasures. Lin Fan was a little nervous. Not only were the Alliance members looking at him, but even his father and the others were looking at him like he had given them something precious. He was innocent. He just sent some shit. He really didn't give anything else. Chapter 331. The rage points that the 14 nine-star generals gave him were a lot. He loved such an environment. He looked at him in rage, but there was nothing he could do. Especially General Gang Xiong, the rage aura he gave off had a weird smell to it. One could smell it from so far away. He acted like he was fanning himself, like there was a stench coming from him. When Marshal Gang Xiong saw Lin Fan's humiliating actions, he was instantly enraged. Damn it, damn it. He really wanted to step on Lin Fan, to crush his head and crush his body. You unfilial kid, you are just so disgusting. Lin Wani kept silent for a long while before saying those words. Those words had no substance at all, and it made Lin Fan a little sad. What? He really wanted to ask, Father, do you know what you are saying? None of your words are encouraging. Do you know how much of a blow it has dealt to my heart? Can't you just praise me? Lin Fan retorted, Dad, I don't agree with what you said. I'm just watering them, fertilizing them. Although it looks disgusting at first glance, after a period of time, they'll realize that they've already grown up. Look at that guy who's been watered, he's obviously grown up. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid and didn't know what to say. Till now he didn't understand what the kid was thinking. Was there a need to be so vicious? Even suppressing them to the ground would have been better than this. In the past, Lin Wani felt that he was one of the people that the 9-star generals had to kill. But now things had changed and the target was his son. As expected, it was passed down from generation to generation. Ha ha ha. Zhu Shen laughed maniacally. Young Master Lin is right and you did well. Gang Xiong, you should head back to take a bath. Whoever dares to attack you has turned into a shit person. They don't even want to talk to you. What is the saying? Alright, it is called spitting shit. Ah. Zhu Shen is really knowledgeable. Everyone laughed and mocked in an unrestrained manner. To them, to be able to see the Alliance 9-star generals lose face, naturally they had to take the chance to mock them. Even if they didn't attack, they had to make them feel disgusted. Shut up. Gang Xiong roared angrily. The rage of a marshal was terrifying. The world itself was trembling. But to the U-City experts, the angrier Gang Xiong was, the happier they were. Maybe he was unhappy and wanted to fight them. Lin Fan said solemnly, Be careful, General Gang Xiong wants to spit shit the moment he opens his mouth. The stench is so strong that normal people will have to avoid him. Young Master Lin is right, everyone be careful. Ha ha ha, Alliance's strongest General Gang Xiong actually became like this. It seems like we need to promote it and let more people know. General Gang Xiong was the most tragic one out of all the generals. He wanted to shout. Just who did I offend? Why is it that when I come out, shit and piss fall from the sky but nothing happens to them? Right now, it was these natives who were bullying others. What were they doing? All of them acted as if this matter did not happen to them and did not care about it. Was this the kind of friendship they had? The current situation. This was the first time Gang Xiong felt despair. He looked at the people around him. Their faces were expressionless. In fact, it seemed to him that some of them were trying to hold back their laughter. It was as if his current appearance was really very funny. Gang Xiong calmed down. Zhu Daoshan consoled him. He understood that General Gang Xiong's mentality had collapsed. Not to mention that a general's will was greater than the heavens, that was all nonsense. He could only blame the U-City natives for going overboard. They were just too despicable. Lin Fan said casually, General Gang Xiong, how can you calm down? They're just here to watch the show. If I were to say you should just fight and explode. Take out all your strength and hammer me, the main culprit, to death. Then you will be able to calm down. If not, you will be a black mark for the rest of your life. It seemed like he was consoling him, but actually he was provoking him. Lin Wani looked at this unfilial kid and felt a little furious. Rage points plus 66. He was the one who did it and said those words. If there really was a war, they would be the ones to fight. As expected, he really planned it well. Gang Xiong, calm down. Don't be affected by his words. Zhu Daoshan didn't expect this kid to really be able to sow discord. If Gang Xiong couldn't take it and a war broke out, should they fight or not? If they didn't, Gang Xiong would definitely die. But if they did, Gang Xiong wouldn't be the only one who would die. Lin Fan continued, Hayes, what a fake brother relationship. If my friend suffered such humiliation, he wouldn't be able to calm down. He would definitely sacrifice his life to gain face for his brother. At that moment, Zhu Daoshan looked at Lin Fan like he was saying, Damn, can you shut up? He noticed that Gang Xiong's emotions weren't calm. It was like he was really provoked by Lin Fan's words. Old Wu looked at Young Master's performance and was shocked. Young Master was really amazing. Society, it was just too society. Gang Xiong, turn around and look at your brothers. They are all expressionless and some are even suppressing their laughter. Do you think they care about you? Actually, to them, the more humiliated you are, the happier they will be. If you die, they will unscrupulously spread the news of you turning into a shit person. If you don't believe me, then take a look. Lin Fan really hoped that Gang Xiong could suppress the rage in his heart and explode with his most terrifying aura. Then, his father and the others would kill him. Rage points plus 999. Rage points started to explode once more. The Alliance 9-star generals looked at Lin Fan in shock. Their thoughts were simple. This kid was really cunning. The person who had been secretly smiling now held it in. His expression became very serious, and when Marshal Gang Xiong looked over, he said seriously, "Gang Xiong, we can understand your situation. If you want to attack, we will definitely attack together with you." It wasn't that they were afraid that Gang Xiong would see them cause trouble. But when Zhu Daoshan's gaze swept over them, their bodies shook and they were actually a little nervous. "Hey's how fake. Gang Xiong, if you have balls, then attack and see whether or not they will attack." "Don't worry, I definitely won't attack," Lin Fan said. Damn. Of course he wouldn't attack. Weren't the people beside him humans? Moreover, the current situation didn't give the Alliance 9-star generals much of an advantage. If they really attacked, then this would be U City's territory. With U City's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill some 9-star generals. Lin Wani, you better control your son. People who are too arrogant won't have a good ending. Zhu Daoshan's tone became dark and sunken. It was obvious that Lin Fan had angered him. If Lin Wani and the others weren't here, he swore that he would definitely let this kid know what true terror was. At that moment, Lin Fan looked at his father and realized that his father's gaze towards him was a little off. "Father, is something the matter?" Lin Wani sighed and didn't want to say anything. He felt that this unfilial kid was really bold and dared to mock everyone. Now that the 14 9-star generals were right in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. As expected, he was really bold. Gang Xiong really wanted to attack. The rage in his heart was boiling. But for some reason, Gang Xiong didn't rage like what Lin Fan expected. He didn't care about anything and just charged towards Lin Fan. "Brat, remember this. I, Gang Xiong, can do nothing in this life, but I will definitely take your life." The atmosphere was a little suppressed. This was the oath that an Alliance 9-star general said. If a normal person was stared at by a 9-star general, they would probably pee their pants. They might even cry for their parents and beg for their lives. Unfortunately, his target was Lin Fan. "General Zhu, let's go. The Alliance will definitely flatten U City. Just wait and see." Gang Xiong's eyes turned red and his tone became really hoarse. Zhu Xin stood beside Lin Fan and told him that he would protect him. Zhang Xing and the others also stood to the side. They noticed that young Master Lin's expression was solemn and thought that Gang Xiong's words stunned him. They understood. After all, this was a 9-star general and not a normal person. But, Lin Fan said calmly, I am waiting to see. Since that is the case, then let's head back to shower." If not, this shit will solidify and it won't be easy to wash it off. The U City experts looked at Lin Fan with their mouths agape. "Dear young Master Lin, is this for real? Do you really want to anger Gang Xiong to death?" They thought about it from a different perspective. Not to mention Gang Xiong, if they were in his shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to take it. Gang Xiong's expression changed once more. If Lin Fan was one of the people he hated the most, but if he wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be Lin Fan. Zhu Daoshan walked beside Gang Xiong and wanted to pat his shoulder. But he thought about something and retracted his hand. "Gang Xiong, just remember him. In the future he will be someone that the Alliance has to kill." Damn. The smell was too fucking strong. He choked so badly that tears flowed down. He couldn't take it. But Zhu Daoshan couldn't retreat, otherwise, Gang Xiong would know that he was right and that they all despised him. He didn't expect this kid to be so vicious. His methods were really vicious and he was just killing people. A shit rain crushed everyone. Now that he was here to console Gang Xiong, he didn't know what was going on at the main camp. "Father, why don't we attack?" Lin Fan said softly. He didn't have the strength, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until now. Lin Wani stared at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. This unfilial kid really knew how to cause trouble. They had already reached their goal of defending here, which was to restrict the Alliance. They definitely wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Lin Fan sighed, "Old Wu, why don't we attack?" Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. This made Lin Fan feel really awkward. Based on the situation, he probably wouldn't be able to attack today. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't he just doing something? Not long later, Gang Xiong and the others left. Lin Fan was really reluctant. Even if he continued to mock him, he didn't turn his head. But he could sense that his killing intent had locked onto him. Only when he disappeared did Lin Fan sigh helplessly to express his regret. Who knew that only 14 9-star generals would come? At that time he really thought that the alliance would go all out to suppress him and kill him. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. Young master, you are amazing. Old Wu smiled and was impressed by young master's actions. He was really impressed. Normal people wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Moreover, no one thought of such a method. Although it was a little disgusting, it was really effective. Lin Fan said, "How is that amazing? It is just SOSO. They are just so cowardly. I bullied them and they didn't do anything at all." After saying this, he shook his head like he was really unhappy. Old Wu felt that young master had become mischievous. In the past, young master wasn't like this. Maybe it was because he didn't walk into young master's heart. Zhu Shen smiled. "Young master Lin, I really admire you. I didn't expect that so many of us wouldn't infuriate the alliance. Instead, young master Lin managed to infuriate the 14 9-star generals. I am impressed." Lin Fan waved his hands and said humbly, "It is okay. Actually, their internal situation is worse." "Father, why did you hit my head?" Lin Fan hugged his head and looked at his father in confusion. He had just done something huge and it was okay if he didn't praise him, but why did he even hit him? That was just too much. Lin Wani's face was cold. "You unfilial kid, you can still smile. Now that the alliance has locked onto you, unless the alliance is wiped out, you... Hayes, forget it, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Take care of yourself, I won't care about you anymore." Lin Fan replied simply, "Don't care about me?" It was obvious that he was lying. If he really didn't care, then would he have appeared by his side right away? Who knew that his father was such a playful person and wasn't good at expressing his feelings? "Father, let me ask you something," Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said coldly, "Speak." It was a simple and clear word, but it revealed Lin Wani's unrestrained personality. "Father, actually, you can open up your heart and release yourself. Is it so hard to praise me? I know that you are really happy and want to praise me, but maybe because of your pride, you think that I am more outstanding than you. Actually, I understand that feeling. But as the saying goes, the disciple surpasses the master. You should feel proud. Come, open your heart and say something. Son, you are amazing." The entire place was silent. Old Wu lowered his head and pursed his lips. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. His face flushed red and he was really amused by young master. He had never seen young master say such words to old master before. Not only did old Wu want to laugh, but even Zhu Shen and the others were the same. Zhu Shen didn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "Master Lin, young master is right. You should praise me. I'm really outstanding." "Father, what are you looking for?" "I will help you find it," Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani looked left and right. "I am looking for a stick. Where did it go? I remember that it is still there." "Father, I suddenly thought about something. I will leave first." Lin Fan felt that things weren't right and fled right away. He didn't expect that such a terrifying father wouldn't be able to face his true self. In the future, a heart demon would form. Chapter 332. Lin Wani looked at the unfilial kid and a happy smile appeared on his face, but he quickly hid it. Shortly after, he was solemn and a little worried. This unfilial kid had gone overboard. It seemed like it was fun, but the alliance really remembered Fan, especially since he was remembered by one of the strongest 9-star generals in history, Zhu Daoshan. From now on, it would be tough for him to have a peaceful life. Old master, young master is really outstanding. He caused a lot of problems for the alliance today. Old Wu said. Outstanding, but he nearly got himself killed. He doesn't do proper things and just does such evil things. He should just focus on cultivating. Lin Wani was unhappy. Old Wu smiled. Young master was right. Old master didn't want to speak the truth, but he had no choice. Old master was just like that. Moreover, he noticed that young master's cultivation seemed to have become stronger. Although he didn't know the exact situation, the feeling that young master gave him was much stronger than before. Alliance main camp. When Zhu Daoshan and the others returned, the stench was really disgusting. When people entered and didn't touch anything, it felt like they had fallen into a pit of shit. The scene was really chaotic. Many Alliance members were crying and crying like they had suffered an unforgettable humiliation. Zhu Daoshan's face was cold as he questioned an 8-star general. "Didn't I tell you to clean up? What is going on now?" "General, you can't blame us for this. They have all broken down and aren't listening to orders." The 8-star general's face was bitter and he was about to cry. His nose was suffocating and apart from the stench, he couldn't smell anything else. It was just too intense. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. "Drag those people away and find someone who is still sane to clean them up." "Go," Zhu Daoshan said. He didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to do such a small thing. This was why generals would always be generals and they wouldn't be able to become 9-star generals. Yes. The general accepted the order. If they didn't act, the 9-star general would be furious and the outcome would be catastrophic. Some of the more determined members of the alliance became the main force. They didn't care about the loot on them and started to clean up the scene. At the same time, they received orders to drag away the guys who were wailing in the middle of the field. The two most ordinary members of the alliance looked at each other. Seeing that the person in front of them should be a high-level researcher, they grabbed his legs without saying anything and dragged him outside. "Who am I? Where am I? This is a sea of excrement, save me." This member of the advanced research team seemed to have gone mad. He spoke in a language that no one else could understand, and no one knew what he was thinking. He felt so weak. However, these two ordinary members were expressionless and fearless. They were even secretly delighted. In the past, when he met these high-level researchers, he felt like he was inferior. But now it was like they were dragging a dead dog. He was secretly delighted. "Did you just get drenched in shit?" Yes, it was just a drizzle. When I was young, I was playing with my friends and ran too quickly. I rushed into a pit and it even reached my nose. If not for my mother jumping in to save me, I might have died. Then I am slightly better than you. But my family is poor, so when I was young, my dad and I collected these things to exchange for money. I was able to graduate from college because of this, so I didn't feel much about it." The two of them looked at one another. They didn't expect that they would have such an experience. Their relationship started to warm up. When the general saw how hardworking the two of them were, he felt much happier. Compared to others, these two kids were much more outstanding. "Don't the two of you think that this is disgusting?" The general appeared in front of them and asked. When the two of them saw the general, they were so emotional that they didn't know what to say. They looked at one another and said in unison, "Disgusting." "Then why didn't you resist?" the general asked. The two of them said respectfully, "Everything is for the alliance." This reply was perfect. Moreover, the two of them didn't say that they were familiar with it because they had dealt with shit in the past. Instead, they said it in a righteous manner. The general was satisfied. "Very good. Once this matter is over, the two of you can report to me." "Yes, General." The two of them were really pumped up. They didn't expect that their days of success would come just like that. General Gang Xiong's face was cold as he returned to his room to shower. The hot water couldn't wash away the smell on his body. He poured a full bottle of shower gel on his body and rubbed it really hard. But when he washed it away with water, it still smelled. Bah! Gang Xiong slapped the wall. He didn't use much strength, otherwise the entire room would have collapsed. His eyes turned red and green veins popped up all over his body. "Kid, one day I will kill you." Who said that Iron Men didn't cry? It was just that they weren't hurt yet. But now they were hurt and tears flowed down his cheeks. "Thank you." Zhu Daoshan stood with his arms behind his back. His expression was cold. The situation outside was really complicated. Looking at the current situation, it was just too tough to clear out the main camp. Also, this matter had a huge impact on those members. "General, the Alliance headquarters is looking for you." Zhu Daoshan nodded and wanted to report the situation here. At the same time, the appearance of Yu City's Lin Wani's son meant that the Alliance was in control of the situation. The next day, Migu City. Pata. Mao Shintai's expression was really ugly. "Damn Monster Emperor, that jerk." "What?" General Xuedu frowned and asked, "Did Monster Emperor go back on his word?" "No." Mao Shintai passed the news from the Alliance headquarters to Xuedu. "Take a look. Doesn't this person look familiar? Monster Emperor spoiled our plans." Great General Xuedu's calm expression gradually changed as he read the message. It is him. He recognized him. Right, it is him, Lin Wani's son. If we captured him, then Lin Wani would have been killed by us. Mao Shintai regretted it. Why didn't he react then? Monster Emperor, that jerk. General Xuedu was furious. Lin Wani was an obstacle to them entering the rich land. If they could wipe him out, then everything would become much easier. The current situation wasn't clear. The alliance broke through Maigu City and did have the advantage. But if they gathered all the troops to Maigu City and started to push forward, Lin Wani would bring people over and enter the alliance headquarters. The casualties they would cause wouldn't be small. So, to the alliance, the best way was to take down Lin Wani. Suddenly, General Xuedu frowned. Do you think that Monster Emperor did it on purpose? He knew that he was Lin Wani's son, which was why he took the risk to save him. Monster Emperor actually allied with Lin Wani and was just pretending? Mao Shintai thought about it. The possibility isn't high. Don't forget that Monster Emperor has blood on his hands. If he was on Lin Wani's side, he wouldn't have killed so many people. No, I think that it is possible. No matter which side Monster Emperor is on, he is a lunatic. There are some things that others can't do but he can. General Xuedu started to suspect Monster Emperor. That makes sense. Be careful in the future and don't trust him. Let's see what he wants. Mao Shintai felt that General Xuedu's words made sense. Yu City Alliance main camp. Zhu Daoshan frowned and listened to his subordinate's report. He started to face the consequences of what happened yesterday. How many people want to leave? Right, there were alliance members who wanted to leave this place. Many. Some experienced yesterday's events, and their minds have completely collapsed. They are muddle-headed as if they have lost their souls. The man who reported the situation was thin and wore glasses. Under the lenses, his eyes were very deep. General, these researchers don't have high cultivation and their willpower is weak. After the bug and shit rain matter, their willpower has been destroyed. Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while. I didn't expect that we would underestimate the natives. I thought that it was just a disgusting method, but who knew that there would be such consequences? Is there anything else? The guy said, yes, many students have requested to return home. Some said that something happened at home and some brought their holidays forward to leave this place. Zhu Daoshan smacked the table in rage and then clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth. Which college are they from? Can't they take a bit of difficulty? Did they forget the vow they made to fight for the alliance? The guy in glasses said, General, this is just one of them. Who knows who sent this to the alliance platform? The headquarters blocked it, but it was too late. The news has already spread out. The news from the headquarters is that many people are protesting. At the same time they are saying that General. Speak. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly. For such a thing to happen, he would definitely be questioned. They said that General's ability is limited and you aren't able to take charge here. They hope that the alliance headquarters can persuade you to send someone else. The guy in glasses lowered his head. He had a deep understanding of what happened here and it wasn't something that normal people could take. The scenes yesterday were just too shocking. Even after a full day of cleaning, this place was still filled with a disgusting stench. No one went to the empty space outside. Everyone hid in their rooms and didn't dare to come out. They were afraid that something terrifying would fall from the sky. Zhu Daoshan took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. He couldn't be angry because of this. That was true. The alliance had been conned by Yu City and it was by a kid who hadn't even grown up yet. What a humiliation. General, actually we can give them a taste of their own medicine. Since the natives are doing that, why don't we try? The guy in glasses said. Zhu Daoshan stared at him until he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Zhu Daoshan. A long while later, Zhu Daoshan said coldly, do you want to start a shit war between the alliance and the natives? After dozens of years, hundreds of years, it will be recorded in history. Will I, the strongest general of the alliance, play shit with the natives? General, please calm down. I didn't think it through. The guy lowered his head and admitted his mistake. That was indeed the case. The other party was shameless, but the alliance couldn't be either. Especially since he was the strongest general of the alliance. Zhu Daoshan waved his hand. You can leave. Let whoever wants to leave. Pick more people from the alliance headquarters. Those who want to leave, remove them from their original positions. Those who quit schools and those who do research will be locked up and treated as traitors. Yes, General. The guy in glasses replied. He wanted to make an example and let all the alliance members who attacked the border know what the consequences of backing out was. But truthfully, he felt that using the same method to deal with Lin Fan was effective. But since the general didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do. Liang Yichu's eyes opened wide. When he learned that Brother Lin used shit to teach the Alliance a lesson, he was totally stunned. How could he even think of such a method? He even made an Alliance general covered in shit to charge over in exasperation and then leave. Just what kind of operation was this? That was just too terrifying. He had never thought that such an inconspicuous thing could actually have such great destructive power. In Yu City the news spread. Young Master Lin used shit to cause the Alliance to collapse. At the same time he doused General Gang Xiong in shit. Such a thing caused a huge uproar. The people who stayed in the city weren't strong and were basically below God Essence realm. Of course there were God Essence realm, but there weren't many of them. They stayed here to be wary of whether or not there was an enemy attack. If there was, they would inform them right away. Oh my god, doesn't that mean that we have a part of the credit too? Right, young Master Lin said that and said that it was all our credit. Amazing, this is just too amazing. I knew it. At the start, I thought that the Liang family was just cleaning up that place to make the environment better. Who knew that there would be such a use for it? Unfortunately, I wasn't there and didn't manage to see those scenes. The people in Yu City discussed excitedly. They were all really interested in this matter. Who knew which talent led the way to start a shit trend in Yu City, like they wanted to contribute to the fight against the Alliance? Some people drank cold water and then hot water to make their stomachs hurt. Some people were more vicious. They directly ate croton. That day, Yu City became smelly. There were even some puffing sounds. There were long queues at the few toilets. Some of them had to queue several times a day, causing many of them to smile as they entered the toilet. Then their faces were ashen white as they held onto the wall and exited. But they were complacent and proud of themselves. They were already satisfied that they were able to contribute to the fight against the Alliance. When Lin Fan learned of the news, he was totally stunned. Oh my god. What were they thinking? That was just too sick in the head. He didn't dare to believe it. He even wanted to tell them to stop. Don't come anymore. That move wouldn't work. But he knew that passion wasn't something that could be settled with just a few words. Since that was the case, then he could only let them continue to be crazy. Ace, life is sometimes lonely. Lin Fan laid on the chair and looked at the Alliance main camp. Even from so far away he could smell it. But he wouldn't look down on it. That was because they were still there and hadn't left. Look at the rage points. There weren't many, just around 50,000. It was still too little, so little that it was really pitiful. But this wasn't much. When the next war erupted, it would be time for him to collect rage points. A few days later. During these few days there were battles at the other border cities. Fengyue City's battle was the most intense. Qiu Dao was a terrifying expert and naturally he was really calm when he was in charge of Fengyue City. But the Alliance wasn't simple either. The 9-star generals they sent were all more vicious than the last. Swordhead also met his enemy. Maybe he shouldn't have called him his enemy. To suppress Swordhead, the Alliance specially sent a sword-using general. His understanding of the sword was no weaker than Swordhead's. To the Alliance, the natives of the rich land were much stronger than them. Unfortunately, the natives of the rich land weren't united, and the infighting was fierce. If they could be united, then the Alliance wouldn't be able to do anything. At the start, Swordhead didn't pay much attention to the Alliance's sword path general. But slowly as the battle went on, he realized that his understanding of the sword was unique and it wasn't weaker than his. In the end, Swordhead released the massacring sword path. That day, be it the Alliance or Fengyue City experts, they all felt a terrifying killing intent cover the sky. Swordhead who released it wasn't the Swordhead of the past. Although he was still rational, he was really murderous. His methods were really vicious and when he slashed, blood would definitely be seen. At that time, Qiu Dao's face turned ashen white. He was afraid that Swordhead would go mad and that it would be an unimaginable disaster for Fengyue City. But luckily, Swordhead suppressed his madness and became rational. In the end, he forced back the Alliance's attacks and they were able to take a breather. King Wudong entered the 3 fortresses. Lu Xian learned that during this period of time, King Wudong often woke up at night and found it hard to sleep. The maids thought that there was something wrong with his body. But Lu Xian smiled calmly as if everything was in the palm of his hand. He definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Entering 3 fortresses was a joyous matter. If he was King Wudong, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep either. But what he didn't know was that it wasn't because of that King Wudong couldn't sleep. It was because he really didn't know what to do next. His past experiences couldn't help him at all. The Alliance's cooperation brought him onto a path that he couldn't turn back from. Brother, why don't we just forget it and let me go back? I'm under a lot of pressure. King Wutong teared up. He felt like he wasn't faking it and that he was being forced to. What he was most afraid of was the Alliance envoy coming. That was because he didn't know how to reply. Or did he really have to turn it into reality and make the Alliance trust him so that he could walk step by step into the abyss and sacrifice himself for the greater good? He wasn't sure. He didn't want that to happen either. What was his brother thinking? He found it hard to guess and felt that something wasn't right. What King Wutong didn't dare to believe was that during this period of time, many sects came to join them. Although they were small and mid-sized sects, they made him realize that the alliance wasn't weak at all. Maybe what appeared now was just the tip of the iceberg. The true terror was still hidden in the darkness. Lin Fan laid there leisurely and had nothing to do. The alliance didn't attack and that made his life a little lost. He had been thinking about how to play with the alliance. But what happened recently definitely made the alliance wary. It would be tough to succeed, so he decided to wait a little longer. However, he thought of an idea. Demons were in the forest outside of the city to help defend against the alliance. Although he couldn't provoke them too much, if he controlled himself and harassed them, maybe he would gain something different. Young master. Suddenly, a familiar voice spread out from behind him. Lin Fan turned around and when he noticed the two of them, he stood up and was stunned. Why are you all here? He didn't expect Go Zi and the nine-headed bug to actually come. Go Zi walked beside Lin Fan excitedly. Young master, after you left, I asked Feng Poliu where you went. He didn't say anything, so Nine Demon brought me here. Lin Fan thought that it was Feng Poliu who told him and wanted to say that he would teach him a lesson when he returned. Who knew that it was Nine Demon? He didn't tell Nine Demon where he was going. Moreover, Nine Demon didn't know where you city was. Could it be because of the smell? You bug. Lin Fan pointed at Nine Demon and wanted to say something, but he decided against it. Forget it. Since you are back, then so be it. Without you by my side serving me, I'm not used to it. Go Zi smiled happily. He had gained young master's recognition. Nine Demon's body was a little huge, but luckily the city walls were wide enough. Its 9 heads moved around happily. In the distance, Brother Wu, this looks familiar. Lin Wani asked. Old Wu said, Old master, this is Insect Valley's 9 Demon. We saw its mother and we were chased from south to north. If not for an expert saving us, we would have ended up in its stomach. Lin Wani frowned. I feel like things aren't right. The path this kid is taking is a little wild. If he attracts people from Insect Valley, Haze, what a headache, what a headache. Old master, what is wrong with that? I told you that young master went out and had good luck. Even we can't compare to him in the past. Old Wu smiled. Forget it, let him be. If Insect Valley really comes, then that is exactly what we want. If we bring trouble to them, they will be of great help. What is going on over at Old Su's side? Are there no top sects helping? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu shook his head. No, there isn't any reply. Old master, there is no need to think about it. Those who should have come are already here. Those who don't want to come were confirmed 20 years ago. They are all waiting for the situation to change. There might even be some sects that have come to an agreement with the alliance. There was nothing wrong with his conjecture. Lin Wani sighed. He was a little tired. Why were they all so stupid? If the alliance really entered this place, the top sects might be able to live a good life. But those mid-tier sects might not be able to. Old Master Zhao family is not bad. They sent experts to the other cities. Old Wu said. Lin Wani said, can they not go? If they dare to have any thoughts about the imperial dynasty, they will be the first to be wiped out. Moreover, only they know where the dragon is. This is the promise that the imperial dynasty gave them, so they hope more than anyone else that the alliance doesn't enter. Chapter 333. After Go Zi returned, his life became much more comfortable. Lin Fan felt like he had become a lazy rich family young master. Every day he just laid on the chair and Go Zi would bring over fruits and desserts. He would then massage his shoulders and legs. It was a really comfortable life. 9 Demon's appetite was huge, so naturally he couldn't let him eat as he pleased. He had no choice and could only use the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique to feed him. To 9 Demon, the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique was the most nutritious food. Young master, the wind is strong here. Why don't we return to Yu City? Go Zi said. To be able to continue serving young master made him feel motivated. As for what the people on Marshall Path Mountain ate, that wasn't something he had to consider. No, I have to stay here. Lin Fan had to stay here in case the Alliance came. If he wasn't there, then he wouldn't have missed out on anything. It would have been a huge loss. The shit battle reached his expectations, but he didn't get any rage points. Those 9-star generals were really cunning and didn't say who did it, such that he only got rage points from 14 9-star generals. Too little. It didn't reach the standard at all. As long as the Alliance came, he would only ask one question. Had they recovered from the fear of the shit rain? East Forest. The forest was really dark. The branches of the giant trees covered the sky and covered all the light. This place became the most suitable place for Een demons to live. Een demons didn't have a good impression of the people in U City, especially Lin Wani. That fellow who casually tore the contract wasn't human at all. Unfortunately, they had no choice. Lin Wani was too terrifying and they weren't his match at all. Moreover, in Jianghu City they were beaten up badly. That fellow slashed and they suffered heavy casualties. They were directly threatened to return to the East Forest. This was an insult to the Een demons, an insult that they couldn't forget. At that moment, the East Forest welcomed an uninvited guest. "Young master, why are we here?" Gozi asked. He knew what was here. They were all terrifying living beings. On the contrary, young master's expression was really calm. It was obvious that he didn't care much about the living beings here. Lin Fan smiled. "I have nothing to do, so I found someone to talk to. With me here, don't be too nervous." In the past, when the Een demons attacked Jianghu City, Lin Fan felt like death was approaching. At that time his strength wasn't that great, so the scene was a little awkward. But things were different now. He might not be very strong, but he would have no problem pushing his way through. 9 demon followed behind him, its 9 heads looking left and right. When its massive body walked into the forest, some of the trees were in the way, making 9 demon unhappy. It raised its foot and kicked down the trees. Swoosh. There was movement in the forest, as if something was hiding in the surroundings. The sound that came from it was terrifying. "Een demons, come out. We haven't met for so long and you don't recognize me?" Lin Fan walked in and shouted at the same time. He didn't believe that the Een demons forgot about him. How could such deep feelings be forgotten just like that? Go-Z followed beside young master and was a little nervous. Een demons looked really vicious and a little scary. When he saw this, he was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. "Young master, I think it's better to keep a low profile." Go-Z thought about it for a moment and said his thoughts. Young master was just too arrogant. If he was a Een demon, he wouldn't be able to take it. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 111. He didn't see any Een demons, but rage points struck him. It seemed like the Een demons hiding in the darkness remembered who he was. Towards enemies, Een demons were hard to forget. A big Een demon whose personality changed after being abused by Lin Fan hid in the darkness and stared at Lin Fan in rage. It was this despicable human who had once hurt him severely. However, he didn't dare to come out. He was afraid that something terrifying would happen once more. East Forest Central Region. Een demons gathered over. "King, the fellow who appeared in Jianghu City is here." There was nothing above a stone throne. After the Een demons said that, a thick mist spread out and formed into a person. The sleeping Een demon king appeared. The female Een demon king's face was really ugly. They were bullied by Lin Wani and left the East Forest to settle near Jianghu City. They thought that they could crazily search for food there, but they didn't expect that they would be slashed by an expert and be threatened, returning to the East Forest. Why did it feel like they were people who were bullied? Damn fellow, does he really think that the Een demon race is easy to bully? The Een demon king was furious. She clenched her fists, but in the depths of her heart, there was a voice reminding her. "Your Een demon race is so easy to bully. I was wondering where they went, so they are all here." Lin Fan smiled and walked over. He didn't have any conflict with the Een demons. They were helping U City to block the Alliance, so no matter what, they were allies. He had no choice. The Alliance didn't come, so he couldn't just wait there and do nothing. Thinking about it, he had no choice but to find the Een demons to have a good chat. The increase in rage points was special. There was a limit to one use, but if they had enough time and calmed down, they could use it once more. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. The Een demons weren't strong and it was a little disappointing. "This Een demon looks familiar, have you seen him before?" Lin Fan pointed at a big Een demon and asked. To this big Een demon he was really furious. "Duck, did you forget what you did to me in the past?" Very good. Even if you forgot, I didn't. I will always remember it in my heart. This big Yin demon was tortured by Lin Fan until he was physically and mentally exhausted. His willpower was about to collapse, such that whenever he caught an alliance member, he would use the same method to torture them. It was like he was venting the rage in his heart. Rage points plus 666. Lin Fan smiled and looked around. The Yin demons all stared at him aggressively. Their deep eyes shone with a cold intent, which was enough to show that they didn't like him. What are you doing here? The Yin Demon King said coldly. He was Lin Wani's son, so they hated him just like Lin Wani. I came back from Jianghu City and heard that all of you were here, so I came to see my old friend. No matter what, we have dealt with each other before. Even if it wasn't good, it is all in the past, so why do I still remember it? Lin Fan's words were a little too much. He didn't remember, but the Yin demons remembered it in their hearts. We don't welcome you here. The Yin Demon King didn't have a good impression of Lin Fan. She didn't even have a good impression of everyone in Yu City. Lin Fan said helplessly, there is no need to be like this, right? We are all familiar with each other. Didn't I hurt you, Yin demons? As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get to know each other. Look at my current strength. If I really wanted to do anything to you, all of you aren't even enough to be crushed by me. Rage points plus 66. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. The surrounding Yin demons roared and roared out in rage. Lin Fan estimated that his gains were okay, but compared to the experts of the Alliance, it was much worse. With the current situation, no matter how much he gained, as long as he had some, it was a good start. Yin demons, I don't have anything against you all. But he had no choice. The situation was a little tense, so he could only use you all to farm. Don't bully us. Don't think that just because your father is Lin Wani, you don't care about us Yin demons. The Yin Demon King said fiercely, our Yin demon race doesn't only have us. We are just exiled, but if you dare to insult us, you will regret it. When she said these words, the Yin Demon King was already terrified. She had no choice but to mention the Yin demon race. At the same time, she told him that they were just exiled and that they didn't have any experts. Your butt is really round. Lin Fan said out of nowhere. Yin Demon King? Lin Fan, and it is really big. Yin Demon King? Lin Fan, your chest is really, Go Z? 9 Demon? Go Z thought that young master was bored, which was why he came to find the Yin demons. However, the following situation was a little off. Young master's words were something he didn't understand. Was it? A bold thought appeared in Go Z's mind. Young master had always rejected the marriage that old master arranged for him. Was it because the type he liked was different? He gathered his courage and looked at the Yin demon in front of him. It was really weird, its skin was weird, but its body was great. Was young master going to break logic and walk a different path? Old master wouldn't agree, right? Moreover, if young master really liked this Yin demon, then what would his descendants look like? Just thinking about it shocked him. At that moment, a furious roar spread out from the east forest. The surrounding Yin demons were furious. This human actually dared to tease their king. This was the most sacred existence in their hearts, so how could they allow others to insult her? Rage points exploded. The Yin Demon King's breathing became rushed and her face turned dark and sunken. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? I'm joking, why are you so angry? Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and then said something that infuriated the Yin demons. Moreover, with your current strength, the gap between us is huge. Even if you stand there and don't move, you won't be able to kill me. Gotcha. The ground beneath the Yin Demon King cracked. It was obvious that she was furious. Lin Fan didn't hide himself. His aura exploded out and instantly covered the entire east forest. Don't be rash, I'm just joking. Uproar. The Yin demon's aura instantly weakened. They were covered by that terrifying aura and then looked at Lin Fan in shock. How could he be so strong? Go Z felt that young master was going to forcefully do something to her. That wasn't good, right? Very quickly, Lin Fan retracted his aura and smiled. Don't be nervous, I really don't have any bad intentions towards all of you. Let's just have a simple chat. Alright, how do you Yin demons reproduce? Damn. This wasn't just a simple chat, it was developing on a deeper level. Old Ancestor Su walked around the various top sects and hoped to convince them to send experts to defend against the Alliance. Their Su family experts were already moving. The Imperial dynasty couldn't be wiped out, otherwise the world would be wiped out. Naturally, the top sects would fight intensely. Normal civilians were as weak as ants in front of those experts. At that moment, old ancestor Su left a certain top sect with a dark and sunken expression. It was obvious that he was bullied in that sect. Brother Su, wait. Not long after old ancestor Su left that sect, someone chased after him. Brother Yu Qing, what is the matter? Old ancestor Su smiled and asked. Even if he was unhappy, he didn't show it. Ace, Brother Su, I am really sorry. Even I can't go against the sect's decision. Yu Qing felt a little regretful, and at the same time he didn't know what to say. He had a good relationship with old ancestor Su and they had interacted when they were young. Old ancestor Su said, "It is okay, there are some things that you can't decide. I just didn't expect this to happen. Actually, there is something that I didn't want to say, but Brother Su and I have a good relationship, so I wanted to tell you. Some time ago, before Brother Su came, the sect masters of the various sects were invited to participate in a mysterious meeting. I don't know the specifics, but since then many sects have sealed themselves off from the world," said Yu Qing. Old ancestor Su's expression was solemn. It seemed like he had the same thoughts. "Thank you, Brother Yu Qing, for telling me." Old ancestor Su cupped his fists. Right as he was about to leave, he turned his head and said, "Brother Yu Qing, I hope that you can be careful. The Alliance's attack this time is the strongest in the past. Based on my estimations, if there aren't more experts defending, the border will be broken. As for when, it is just a matter of time. The sect sealing off the mountain and ignoring the matter is only sowing the seeds of disaster for the future." Old ancestor Su saw it more clearly than anyone else. There were indeed many experts defending the border. But how long could they last for? When that time came, it would be too late for regrets. "I'm sorry, Brother Su, I really can't help much," Yu Qing said apologetically. "It is okay, take care." Old ancestor Su cupped his fists and left. No matter what the situation was, he had to try. As long as one top sect was willing to help, then there would be a huge change to the border. Luckily, the Alliance's situation wasn't unified. If the Alliance attacked together and pulled those powers together, the outcome would be catastrophic. Yu Qing looked at Brother Su's back view and shook his head regretfully. He really wanted to say that Brother Su still didn't understand. The various sects had tolerated it for a long time. Their final goal was to achieve a world without an imperial dynasty. Even if there was one, it had to be under the control of the sections. The emperor would be decided by the sects. That was the highest ideal of all the sections. Even the moment the imperial dynasty collapsed, Zhong Shou's expression changed. Numerous sects would rule themselves and claim their territory. When old ancestor Su headed towards another top sect, there was a huge change in the area. Waves of extremely powerful auras attacked fiercely. The space was ripped open and several cold lights turned into a terrifying killing move. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of old ancestor Su. "Long." Old ancestor Su hollered in rage, "Who is it?" He didn't expect that someone would ambush him. Shwa. The space shook and 3 people appeared. The faces of these 3 figures were covered by a dark light, completely concealing their faces. These people's auras felt very unfamiliar. "Who are you?" Old ancestor Su said solemnly. These people weren't weak. Although they had just exchanged one move, he felt that they weren't weaker than him. "You are asking for death instead of having a good life," one of them said. His voice seemed to have been changed and it was like an electronic voice. Old ancestor Su frowned. "Although I don't know who you are, you definitely have a reason for blocking my path. If you aren't from the Alliance, then you are from a top sect. I will suppress you and then see who you are." At that moment, old ancestor Su flipped his palm and it felt like the sky was flipped. The 3 of them seemed to be in a chaotic world. He didn't dare to be careless. The 3 of them weren't weaker than him and they definitely weren't normal people. Moreover, they came well prepared. Long. A huge battle exploded and it shook the entire area. "Brother Su." Yu Qing sensed the ripples in the distance and he hesitated. He knew that Brother Su was in trouble. Just as he was about to save him, someone appeared beside Yu Qing. "Junior brother, this has nothing to do with you. Act like you didn't see anything." Yu Qing looked at his senior brother and then at the distance. In the end, he lowered his head. Yes. There was nothing he could do. His position in the sect was high, but before him, there were many people who could suppress him. Another place. Evil God Jinming was one of the higher-ups of Hell Mountain. He actually didn't return to the Alliance and instead stayed here. At the same time, he followed Yu Yunmeng. Yurwa's temple is a sect, but now I understand why it is tough for Yurwa's temple to get stronger, Jinming said. He was cold at the start but now he spoke a lot more. Why? Yu Yunming asked curiously. At the same time she realized that the guy in front of her loved to kill. He actually showed no mercy at all. Zhenming smiled, because I feel that all of you are stupid. You are too kind and you are digging your own grave. Since you are enemies, naturally you have to kill them all. Leaving them alive is just a problem. Yu Yunming stomped her feet in rage. You are the stupid one. You haven't even seen people from Wu's temple, so how do you know that we are stupid? Zhenming pointed at Yu Yunming and said, I know when I see you. There is no need to think too much. You said that your master is senior nun Miaozhen. Although you haven't taken her as a disciple, if she takes you as a disciple, then you won't be that smart. How can you say such things? I don't want to bother with you. Yu Yunming was furious and walked forwards. She didn't want to say a single word to Zhenming. She was really angry. How could he say that? Why are you angry? I am just joking. Okay, I admit my wrongs, don't be angry. Zhenming chased and said nice things. Even Zhenming himself didn't notice that he had changed. If this happened in the past, he wouldn't have believed that he would become like this. The distance between Yu Yunming and Zhenming unknowingly shrunk. Lin Fan left the East Forest in satisfaction. He was really satisfied in his heart. Go Zi couldn't understand what young master was doing. He felt that he was just too overbearing. The Yin demons were so furious that they were about to explode. Also, young master teased the Yin demon king, which made him feel like young master had different feelings for her. Young master, can I ask you something? Do you have some special feelings for the Yin demons? Go Zi asked. Moreover, this question was more tactful and not so direct. Lin Fan frowned and felt like there was a problem with Go Zi's words. Go Zi, what do you want to say? Just say it, don't keep it in your heart. Lin Fan said. He couldn't understand what Go Zi was thinking. Go Zi said, Young master, I will always stand on your side. Even if your taste in choosing a partner is different from others, I won't have any thoughts. As long as young master likes it, it is okay. Although the Yin Demon King is a little weird, if you look closely she is not bad. Lin Fan thought that Go Zi was going to say something, but when he heard that, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn. Go Zi, what were you thinking? How did you know that I was interested in the Yin Demon King? Was it because of what he said before? He purposely angered her. Go Zi saw that young master's expression wasn't right and thought that he was worried. Young master, after you rejected all the marriages that old master arranged, I thought that you had someone you liked. Now, I understand that you have other thoughts. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Good luck, young master. For your own happiness, even if others don't understand you, I will. Lin Fan hugged Go Zi and pressed his head. Go Zi, what is going on in your head? How can you underestimate young master's taste? Do you want that Yin Demon King? You actually said that I was interested in her. I purposely angered her. Go Zi gritted his teeth. Young master, please spare me. I don't dare to have random thoughts. Only when he heard him beg did Lin Fan let him go. He was about to explode. Who knew that he would be misunderstood? Thinking about how the Yin Demon King looked, he was so terrified that his legs went soft. He admitted that the Yin Demon King's figure was indeed amazing, but, you know what I mean. Land of the Alliance. When Lin Fan returned, old Wu hurried over. Young master, old master is calling you over. Oh. Lin Fan nodded his head. Why did father call him over? He didn't understand. Old Wu said softly, Young master, I want to ask you something. Do you have problems with the Zhao family? No. Lin Fan replied really decisively and didn't even think about it. Zhao family? It seemed familiar, but in such a short time he really couldn't recall anything. That's good, that's good. Old Wu muttered. He didn't understand why Zhao Qingma would come here and even say that she wanted to meet young master. Moreover, her expression seemed a little off. Lin Fan wanted to say that he remembered that there was something going on. But forget it. It was best if he didn't confess and looked at the situation first. How problematic. Chapter 334. I have a feeling that something isn't right. Before he reached the hall, he had a feeling that told him to be careful as an unknown danger was about to arrive. However, what was there to be afraid of? Since he could return safely from the East Forest, that was enough to show that he didn't fear anything. Asking the Yin demons about reproduction was a deep topic and it was worth studying. The expression of the Yin Demon King still appeared in his mind. Perhaps the question was too straightforward. It caused her to nearly fight him to the death. "Father, I am here." The moment Lin Fan reached the door, he shouted towards the door. "Zhao family? Did that kid find his way over?" When he saw the situation within, he was stunned. He didn't recognize them, an old man, a middle-aged man, and a girl. However, the middle-aged man was familiar. Where had he seen him before? He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like it was something else. He had thought too much. However, he noticed that his father's gaze towards him was a little weird. When Lin Wani learned that Zhao Qingma wanted to meet his son, he was really emotional and excited. He felt that this unfilial kid was not bad. He went out for a trip and was actually able to attract a girl back. That made him happier than bringing glory to his ancestors. However, when he learned the truth, he was totally disappointed in this unfilial kid. Damn. Trash. If he forced himself on her and made her pregnant. At most, he would scold him for not respecting women and then arrange a marriage for them. Even if he had no feelings, as long as he worked hard, it wouldn't be a problem. "Father, you were looking for me?" Lin Fan asked. At the same time, he noticed that her eyes were locked onto him. Especially this girl, her gaze towards him was a little off. He was really confused. He didn't have any conflicts with her, right? To Zhao Qingma, when she saw Lin Fan, she was sure that he was the person she was looking for. "You unfilial kid, what did you do outside?" Lin Wani said fiercely. He started to question him in front of everyone. Someone else said that he would definitely fight to the death with that person. However, the person before him was his father. No matter what he said, he had to accept it. Even if he was unwilling, he had to accept it. Otherwise, he would be struck by lightning. "Father, I didn't do anything. Before scolding me, can you tell me what is going on? At least let me understand. You can't keep me guessing, right?" Lin Fan had to protest. "You can scold me, but there are some things that you can't accuse me of. If you have something to say, just say it. If you keep guessing, you might just say more bad things." This is the Zhao family's 8th young mistress, Zhao Qingma. "I don't want to say much, so I'll let young Mistress Zhao ask you," Lin Wani said. He didn't say much and just sat at the side, drinking tea and letting the young man ask. Based on his understanding, his son was very shrewd. Later on, when there was a Tai Chi, he would just directly skip it. There was no need to be too entangled. Lin Fan smiled. "Hello, Miss Zhao." The girl in front of him was not bad. Zhao Qingma's looks were not bad. She was a beauty amongst beauties. She wasn't that attractive to Lin Fan. All women were the same. How could they have two heads? At this moment, Zhao Qingmo really wanted to take Lin Fan down, but she had to consider the situation here. Lin Wani was just at the side, so she didn't dare to act recklessly. She didn't come to cause a scene. She just wanted to ask what she wanted to know in front of Lin Wani. But she knew that it was tough and she had to think of a strategy. "Young Master Lin, did you meet my 9th brother in Rong City?" Zhao Qingma asked. Lin Fan was confused. "Miss Zhao, who is your 9th brother?" As expected. She knew that he wouldn't admit it so easily. But even then she wouldn't let him off so easily. "My 9th brother, Zhao Bufan, the Zhao family's 9th young master," Zhao Qingma said. Lin Wani smiled. This brat was really immature. If he could get anything out of her, then he would have seen a ghost. Zhao Bufan. Lin Fan thought about it and felt that it sounded familiar. He thought about it and said, "I think there is such a person." Puchi. Lin Wani nearly spat out the tea he just drank. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief. This unfilial kid, was there something wrong with his brain? He even admitted to it? "Oh, I remember. Zhao Bufan, he is from your Zhao family. I'm really sorry, I really didn't know. If I knew that your Zhao family knew my father, I wouldn't have bullied him," Lin Fan said. He felt that there was no need to hide some things. If he did it, then he did it. If he didn't, then he didn't. If he really dared to do it and didn't dare to admit it, then he wouldn't have done it. Zhao Qingma had many things she wanted to say, but she didn't know what to say after Lin Fan's words. He admitted it just like that? Lin Wani said, "You unfilial kid, think carefully. If he is related to you, then admit it. If he isn't, then don't." "Father, I didn't." When she said that name, I felt that it was familiar. Thinking about it, I really did. I met that person in Rong City. He was a little arrogant and I couldn't take it, so I kidnapped him. It was just such a simple matter. But I really didn't know that he was from Zhao family. If I knew, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Lin Fan said honestly. Of course, there were some lies, but basically, there wasn't any change. The old man beside Zhao Qingma looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect that someone would be so honest. He had never heard of such a thing. However, the other party admitted that he had done it. Naturally, it made them slightly furious. This was bullying the people of the Zhao family, and they were the ones who were being bullied. Lin Wanni's hand that held the cup trembled. It wasn't that he was afraid but that he was shocked by what the unfilial kid did. He roared in his heart. Why did this unfilial kid admit it? What good would it do him? How could he be so stupid? Zhao Qingma took in a deep breath and calmed her restless heart. Young Master Lin, where did the pill you got from my ninth brother go? It is a precious item of our Zhao family, so please repay it. She only needed the purple gold dragon essence pill. This was the Zhao family's treasure and only direct descendants like them could have it. No one else could have it. Zhao Bufan lost the purple gold dragon essence pill and was deemed unsalvageable by the family. One could even say that he had lost his competitiveness. Lin Wanni knew what pill she was talking about. Apart from the purple gold dragon essence pill, what else could it be? Pill? Lin Fan kept silent for a moment. No, I felt that it was good, so I gave it to my cousin. Feng. Zhao Qingma's head felt like it was about to explode. How can you give it to your cousin? Do you know what it is? She was close to roaring. Lin Fan frowned. What are you doing? It is just a pill, what is the big deal? Moreover, I didn't know that it was from your Zhao family. Lin Wanni sighed. Damn, this unfilial kid really said whatever he wanted to say. Couldn't he just say that he didn't see the pill? Even if they suspected and felt that he took it, they didn't have evidence and wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Now that he admitted it, that was too. Stop talking. If he continued, he really wanted to hammer this unfilial kid to death. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Qingma told herself to calm down and not be rash. She definitely couldn't be rash. She was really infuriated by Lin Fan. She thought that since he admitted it so easily, things would be easy to deal with. Who knew that this would be the case? Lin Fan blinked and gave one a feeling that he was innocent. Of course. He was silently accepting the rage points. Although it wasn't much, it was still meat. Young Master Lin, where is your cousin? Zhao Qingma asked. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know. The scene was totally silent. He noticed that the way she looked at him was a little off. However, what he said was the truth. He gave the pill to his cousin. He didn't know where his cousin went. Did he think that he was lying? Sometimes telling the truth would be doubted by others. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. It meant that people nowadays didn't trust one another at all. Zhao Qingma said, Uncle Lin, I want to get the purple gold dragon essence pill for the Zhao family. Please help me. Lin Wanni was in a tough spot. What decision? He didn't know how to deal with this matter. He kept silent for a long while. Nish Qingma, your big brother Fan is indeed in the wrong, but I have to say that your ninth brother is also very problematic. Your big brother Fan is a person who abhors evil and can't stand others being arrogant. It's fine if you say that Bufan is arrogant, but he should at least have an expert by his side. Now that this misunderstanding has happened, I have no choice and I can't get a purple gold dragon essence pill. Why don't you give me some face and let it go? Niece, do you think my face is worth that? Lin Wanni said. Cough cough. Old Wu couldn't help but cough. Old master, you are starting to be shameless again. We aren't young anymore, we are all 60 and 70. It is best if we have some face. Brother Wu, what is wrong? Lin Wanni asked. Old Wu said, Master, it's nothing. I was just thinking about the past. Nish Qingma, your father and I are old acquaintances. There was a time when your father was in danger and it was us who saved him. If we didn't save him, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a Nish Qingma. Of course. As for the process of saving him, it was hard to say. Old Wu wouldn't say it out loud. This was because old master and he told the Zhao family head to call him father. Only by calling him father would he save him, otherwise he wouldn't. This was why the Zhao family head had a huge problem with the two of them. This was why the Zhao family experts didn't come to Yu City to fight the alliance. Instead, they went to other cities. In the words of the Zhao family head, he would rather help others than Yu City. Zhao Qingma was dumbfounded. She had never thought that this would be the outcome. Lin Wanni said one sentence. Should she give him face? If she didn't, then the situation wasn't right. Also, how could my father know you? Moreover, you saved my father's life. If that was the case, then Zhao family and Lin family should have a good relationship. She felt like the people here weren't easy to deal with. Zhao Qingma looked to the side. The old man nodded his head and hoped that little miss wouldn't continue asking. How vicious. 3 guys pressed down on a young girl. Moreover, the 2 of them were seniors. Was he so shameless? Since Uncle Lin has spoken, then how would I dare to not give him face? Zhao Qingma's expression was calm but her heart was filled with despair. Lin Wani smiled, that's good. This is Uncle's good niece. Let's just forget about the pill. I've already eaten it, so how can I take it out? When Uncle gets some good stuff in the future, I'll give it to niece. Zhao Qingma was about to cry. Things shouldn't have been like this. Also, how could Lin Wani say that? He directly asked if she would give him face. Zhao Qingma didn't know how to reply. She regretted it. She should have replied like that. Naturally, she had to give him face. But this concerned the purple gold dragon essence pill. If she couldn't get it, she would be punished. Why didn't she think about it? Now that she thought about it, what was the point? Should she say it? Just as Zhao Qingma was about to speak, Lin Wani got up. The border isn't peaceful and I have to patrol, so I won't be accompanying you. Fan, accompany Qingma and remember not to make her angry. Otherwise I will teach you a lesson. Lin Fan replied calmly. Instantly, only Lin Fan and Zhao Qingma were left in the room. Father and old Wu retreated really quickly. They didn't even turn their heads and just disappeared from everyone's eyes. Lin Fan smiled. Little Miss Zhao, shall I walk around with you? His expression was like he didn't care about this at all. As for the pill or not, that was in the past and there was no need to worry about it. Zhao Qingma looked at Lin Fan. Was there even a need to walk around in such a situation? She had prepared well before coming and even thought about how to get the truth from him. Now, she got the truth really quickly, but the outcome was something she had never expected. How to put it in one sentence? The older one was, the wiser one was. If one wasn't good at scheming, it would be easy for one to be tricked. Outside. This unfilial kid is so worrisome. However, did Zhongmao obtain the dragon transformation effect after consuming the purple gold dragon essence pill? Lin Wani muttered. Old Wu said, Old Master, the purple gold dragon essence pill is a precious pill of the Zhao family. If it can help him transform, then Zhongmao has obtained a huge opportunity. Let's hide it for a while and not let this brat see it. Otherwise, what will I take out to compensate her for the pill? Lin Wani was helpless. He was already so old, so it wouldn't be good for him to be so shameless for once. However, forget it. If it spread, then so be it. It wasn't like other people didn't know about it. As for Zhao Qingma, it was okay for her to tell her father. If she had the ability, then come to U City to find them. With two fathers here, how would they be afraid of one son? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.